Good morning, everyone. We're glad to have you here. Please, whoever's in the hallway still coming in, come on inside. We're gonna start our conference today, and a couple of announcements. At 11:45, we're gonna have a break at 11:45, and it's gonna be 20 minutes break, maybe 25. And each one of you can have a sandwich at the time of the break. There will be sandwiches and drinks in the dining room across the hallway. And another announcement that after we're done here, we have a family banquet in Slavic Baptist Church, the Cornerstone. Seats are limited, so whoever's interested, Frank gonna be a speaker there. Whoever wants to attend, please come to me and let me know that you will be there. Like I said, seats are limited, so I don't know how many we have left, but whoever wants to attend, welcome. And tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., morning service, Frank gonna be preaching in Bright Church, in Slavic Russian Baptist Church in Bright, here in West Sacramento. So, everybody, welcome. Let's start with prayer. Господи, мы приходим к Тебе в это утро с благодарностью в наших сердцах за то, что Ты дал новый день в нашей жизни и за Твою великую милость, которую Ты даровал нам в этом дне. Мы благодарны за эту конференцию, за каждого, кто пришел сюда, и мы просим Тебя, чтобы Ты благословил наших спикеров, чтобы Ты дал слово в их уста от Тебя. И каждого, кто присутствует и слушает, чтобы это слово достигло сердца каждого. Heavenly Father, we thank You for this morning, for this beautiful day, for Your mercy that renewed this morning to every one of us. And we praised Your name in every way we can. God, we ask You to bless us, bless this conference, bless each one of the speakers. We ask Your guidance and blessing upon each one of us in this place. And we ask You that You gonna do, in Your Holy Spirit, talk to each heart. So Your truth gonna reach each heart, each soul in this room, in this sanctuary. We praying to You in Jesus' name, amen. Here's Frank.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's Oleg. He's going to be the interpreter tonight and tomorrow, so I have to be nice to him so he doesn't say things I didn't say. All right, how many people were here last night or were somewhere else at the time? How many of you are here right now? All right, how many don't respond to surveys? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Let me give you an overview of what we're going to talk about here this morning. And for those of you that weren't here yesterday, sorry we can't go over 3 hours of material for you, but we'll kind of give you an idea of what we did last night. Last night we did I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist Part 1. We're going to do Part 2. Right here, right now. Then Dr. Adams will come up and do the second part of his 12-step plan. Then we're going to take that break Oleg was talking about. They have a sandwich or two right through the hall there. Then the great J. Warner Wallace is going to come up and do Cold Case Resurrection. I'll do Stealing from God, Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. And then if we time this just right, we'll have absolutely no time for questions. Now we're going to actually have Q&A time, and we'll probably go past 2 o'clock. We'll stay here as long as we can. And reasonably and answer any questions you may have. At least we'll try to, okay? All right, so you guys ready to go? All right, let's talk about I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. We said last time there are 4 basic questions you need to answer to show that Christianity is true. Does truth exist? Does God exist? Are miracles possible? And is the New Testament true? Now, last night we covered does truth exist? And we pointed out that if somebody says there is no truth, you're going to ask that person a question. What's the question going to be? Is that true? In other words, we're going to turn the claim on itself to show that the claim defeats itself. Anybody who claims there is no truth, it's claiming it's true that there is no truth. So this is self-defeating. This is like saying I can't speak a word in English, right? Of course there's truth out there.
and you can know it. Now the question is it true that God exists? And we're going to give 3 arguments here for what we call a theistic God. What's a theistic God? That's a being who's beyond the world, who created the world, and sustains the world. And there are 3 arguments we'll go through for this. The first argument is from the beginning of the universe, known as the cosmological argument. Cosmological comes from the Greek word cosmos, which means world or universe. And it says if the universe had a beginning, it must have had a beginner. The second argument is the argument from design. It's also called the teleological argument. And telos is a Greek word meaning design or purpose. And it says if there's design in life and design in you, there must be a designer. Now, these 2 arguments have scientific evidence behind them, and we're going to see some of that evidence. We'll look through a telescope or look through a microscope to get it. The third argument, however, doesn't have any scientific evidence. It's more philosophical in nature, but it's the argument we've all known since we were very small children. It's the argument from morality known as the moral argument. And it says if there's one thing morally wrong out there, just one, like it's wrong to torture babies for fun, or it's wrong to kill 6 million people in a Holocaust, then there has to be a God. Why? Because if there is no standard beyond humanity, then everything's just a matter of opinion. It's just your opinion against a baby torturer's opinion, or your opinion against, say, Hitler's opinion. We'll get to that argument last. We're going to start right here, though, at the beginning argument. And this is the argument that many say points back to the big... Some of you are going, Frank, we're Christians in here. We don't believe in the Big Bang. You guys don't believe in the Big Bang? I believe in the Big Bang. I just know who banged it. In fact, the evidence for the Big Bang is so good, you even have atheists admitting it. This is Stephen Hawking, an atheist physicist who says almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang. That space, time, and matter literally had a beginning out of nothing. Now, Hawking tries to come up with another explanation other than God for the Big Bang. He fails, but he's admitting the data. Now, here's a Russian cosmologist. Anyone here from Russia? Okay, good. There's a Russian cosmologist by the name of Alexander Vilenkin. And Vilenkin now teaches at Tufts University. He's an agnostic. He doesn't know whether God exists or not, but here's what he says. He says, with the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is now no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. Now, Oleg, we're going to test your translation skills here. I want you to say that in Russian, like Alexander Vilenkin would.
Доказательства имеют место. Невозможно, люди, изучающие космос, не могут больше прятать то, что существует бесконечная Вселенная. Невозможно избежать. Невозможно этого избежать. Они должны признать проблему того, что существует начало.
There you go. And he sounded just like Vilenkin does. He's perfect. Now, Vilenkin is a believer in the multiverse. You know what the multiverse is? That there are many universes out there, and ours just looks like it's designed, even though it really isn't, kind of by luck. But even Vilenkin admits, if there are other universes out there, and there's no way to detect them, but if there are other universes out there, all the universes together have an absolute beginning. So it seems to me you don't get rid of the need for a beginner if there's an absolute beginning to everything, right? Now think about this. If space, matter, and time had a beginning, as even the atheists are admitting, whatever created space, matter, and time can't be made of space, matter, and time. In other words, the being must transcend space, matter, and time, meaning the being that created the universe must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful to create the universe out of nothing, personal in order to choose to create, because impersonal forces can't choose to create anything, There's got to be a person that chooses to create. Also, intelligent, because as we'll see here in a minute, the universe is also fine-tuned, its design. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause, who do you think of? That's what we mean by God. In fact, I'm not even going to show you the evidence. It's all in the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. It's not even controversial anymore. When atheists are admitting it, it's not controversial. What's controversial is what caused the universe. Now, as I just said, it seems to me it's got to be a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause. In fact, if the universe had a beginning, which it did, we've got two options. Either no one created something out of nothing, which is the atheistic view, or someone created something out of nothing, which is the theistic view. Now, my only question is, which view is more reasonable? That no one created something out of nothing, or that someone created something out of nothing? What do you guys think? Someone, right? I was at Texas A&M doing a presentation like this a few years back, and I put this slide up there, and one atheist said, oh, no, I think number one is more reasonable. And I said, number one? Let's take a look at number two first. Number two says someone created something out of nothing. Now, that's a miracle right there, but at least you got a miracle worker. You got someone. Number one is a miracle with no miracle worker. That's absurd to say you got a miracle and no miracle worker. In fact, I said to the audience that night at Texas A&M, I said, to show you how seriously we all take the law of causality, and oh, by the way, the law of causality doesn't say everything has a cause. The law of causality says everything that comes to be has a cause. There has to be something out there that wasn't caused, that just is. What Aristotle would call the unmoved mover, a being that just exists by the necessity of its nature. That's the being we call God, an uncreated creator. So anyway, I said to the audience that night, to show you how seriously we all take the law of causality, that everything that comes to be has a cause. That things don't pop into existence out of nothing, by nothing, without a cause. There is nobody sitting here in this auditorium tonight who is currently worried that as you sit here, a hippopotamus has appeared out of nothing in your dorm room and is currently defecating on your pillow, right? You're not worried about that. You're not worried right now that as you sit here in this auditorium that a raging Bengal tiger is just going to appear out of nothing by nothing and leap into the audience and eat somebody, right? You're not worried about that because you know that things don't pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause. Well, if atheists are trying to say that the universe can pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause, why doesn't everything pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? Why don't Mercedes-Benzes pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? Why don't MacBook Pros do so? Could have saved me $3,000. You know, if I was just a little bit more patient. If you're hungry later today, you go home and you want to have a pizza, does it make sense to order one? Or should you just sit there, wait, and hope one pops into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause? Who has all the faith? Not the Christians. The atheists have all the faith. They have faith that things are going to pop into existence out of nothing by nothing without a cause. That doesn't seem to make any sense at all. So the bottom line here is the best evidence points to the fact that the universe had a beginning and therefore the universe had a cause, and the cause must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, and intelligent. All right? Now, I'm leaving a lot out. There's a lot more in the book, but we got to move on to the next argument, the design argument. And not only did the universe explode into being out of nothing, it did so with extreme precision. This is called the fine-tuning of the universe, and this particular argument has only been discovered in the past 50 or 60 years. What scientists have found is that there are so many aspects of the universe, in the initial conditions of the universe, how the universe started, in the current conditions of the universe with regard to the laws of nature, and the constants that are in the laws of nature, that those things are precisely where they need to be. If they were any different, there would be no universe and there would be no life. In fact, let's take a look at the initial conditions of the universe. This is Stephen Hawking, again the atheist, who put it this way. He said, if the expansion rate of the universe was different by 1 part in 1,000 million million, a second after the Big Bang, the universe would have collapsed back on itself or never developed galaxies. In other words, from the very beginning, if the expansion rate was any different than what it is right now, a little bit faster, a little bit slower, there would be no galaxies, and certainly, therefore, there would be no life. Now, what does this say about Darwinism? Evolution, macroevolution. Well, nothing. But you know what I hear from atheists a lot? I hear atheists saying things like this. Well, if Darwinism's true, there's no need for God. That's nonsense. If Darwinism's true, and I don't think it is, but even if it is true, this Darwinism says nothing about where the universe came from. I mean, before you get to biology, what do you need? You need a universe, don't you? Well, the universe appears to need a designer from the very beginning. These are initial conditions of the universe. You can't even make any evolutionary argument here. Why? Because these are initial conditions. There was no time to evolve anything. Somebody put the initial expansion rate into the universe from the very beginning. The same somebody, it seems, that created space-time and matter is the same being that has fine-tuned space-time and matter. And by the way, this estimate from Hawking is far too low. In other words, it's even more precise than 1,000 million million. Also, right now, the gravitational force, if it were altered by more than 1 part in 10 to the 40th power, we wouldn't be here. What's 1 part in 10 to the 40? That's 1 in 10, or 1 part in 1 with 40 zeros following it. You say, Frank, I can't get my head around that number. Let me give you an illustration. Take a tape measure and stretch it across the entire known universe. That's a long way. Set the gravitational force at a particular inch mark on that tape measure. I realize gravity's not measured in inches, but this is just to give you a scale idea in your mind. If you were to move the strength of gravity 1 inch in either direction across a scale as wide as the entire known universe, we wouldn't be here. Now, there's only 3 explanations for that value being right where it is. Physical necessity, it had to be there. No, it didn't have to be there. It could have been here, it could have been here. It could have been 1 trillion miles that way or 1 trillion miles that way. The second possibility is chance. Scientists sometimes use the word chance. It just so happened to fall there. I don't have enough faith to believe that. And by the way, is chance a cause? You know, when scientists use the word chance, is there really a cause? Like, who caused this? Chance, he was just here. No. No. It's not a cause. Chance is a word we use to describe mathematical possibilities. So really, when scientists are using the word chance, you know what they really mean? We don't know. After physical necessity and chance, the third possibility for why that value is right where it is design. Somebody designed it to be right where it is, and that seems to be the best explanation. In fact, it's not only that the initial conditions of the universe are fine-tuned, the current conditions like this of the universe are fine-tuned, even our planet appears to be fine-tuned with us in mind. In fact, here we are in the solar system. Where are we in the solar system? Right there, third rock from the sun. Who says you don't learn from sitcoms? Right there. Now, if we were just a little bit closer to or a little bit further away, we couldn't live. A little bit closer to, we'd burn up. A little bit further away, we'd freeze. We are what scientists call the Goldilocks zone. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. It is just right. The axial tilt, 23.5 degrees. Change that slightly, we don't exist. Earth rotation, 24 hours. Change that slightly, we don't exist. The size and distance of the moon from us. Change that slightly, we don't exist. Inside this room right now, oxygen is 21%. If it were 15%, we'd all suffocate. If it were 25%, spontaneous fires would break out. If Jupiter was not in its current orbit right here, we couldn't exist. Why not? What does Jupiter do for us? Jupiter's gravitational force is so strong that it attracts most of the meteors and space junk to it. So if Jupiter wasn't there, we'd be bombarded with meteors. In fact, if you take a close-up look at Jupiter, you see what these purple marks are right here? Those purple marks are comet fragment strikes that are bigger than the Earth. Thank God for Jupiter. Because if Jupiter wasn't there, we wouldn't be here. Saturn, same thing. In fact, you want to see the size of Jupiter? Check this out. There's Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Earth. Look at poor Pluto down here. You know, Pluto recently has been demoted as a planet. I don't know about you, but I think it's size discrimination. All right, now take a look at this. You can hardly see Pluto. There it is right there. Take a look at this. That's Arcturus. That's another star in our galaxy. Here is the sun over here. Jupiter is 1 pixel in size on this scale. Earth is invisible. Pluto, forget about it. All right. Now keep an eye on Arcturus right here. You got Arcturus? Where's Arcturus now? There's Arcturus right there, left of the white star Regal. That's Antares. That's another star in our galaxy. This is not outside our galaxy. This is inside our galaxy. Here's Antares. Here is the sun. It's 1 pixel in size on this scale. Jupiter is invisible. Earth, Pluto, forget about them. In fact, if the Earth was the size of a golf ball, Betelgeuse here would be 5 or 6 Empire State Buildings high. The heavens are awesome. And this is just in our galaxy. And you know the distances between stars in our galaxy? It's 30 trillion miles. That's the average distance. All that distance is necessary for us to exist here on Earth. Now, 30 trillion miles. How far is 30 trillion miles? Far. Take you at least 2 tanks of gas and a Toyota Prius to go 30 trillion miles. I was out in the Desert Museum in Tucson, Arizona a number of years ago. Spencer was there. He was just a young boy at the time. We were outside at night. If you go to Tucson, outside of Tucson a little ways, there's this museum, and you can go outside at night. And if it's a clear night, you can see thousands of stars in the sky. And we're out there, and the guide says, wow, it's so clear tonight. If we look up at 9:03, we'll see the space shuttle in orbit. I said, oh, come on. We're not going to see the space shuttle in orbit. I mean, it's only 120 feet long, and it's 350 miles up. We're not going to see it. Oh, me of little faith. At 9:03, the guide goes, look! And we look up in the sky, about 70 degrees above the horizon. There's an object streaking out of the western desert sky relative to us about like this. I mean, it's really cooking. When it got right about here, it disappeared. I don't know whether Scotty beamed it up or what. Actually, you know what happened? Despite the fact that we were in total darkness, the space shuttle was so high up that the sun was still reflecting off of it. And when it got out of the range of the sun, we couldn't see it anymore. Now, when the space shuttle was in orbit, the space shuttle was traveling at about 18,000 miles an hour. Goes around the Earth once every hour and 15 minutes. 18,000 miles an hour is 5 miles per second. You got trouble getting to work in the morning? Take the space shuttle. You'll be there, 5 miles a second. Now, I did a little calculation to try and figure out how long would it take us if we could get in the space shuttle and go from our star, the sun, to another star in our galaxy an average distance away. In other words, how long would it take us to go 30 trillion miles at 5 miles a second? How long? How long do you think? A long time. Good guess. It would take us 201,450 years. That means if you got in the space shuttle and started traveling from our star, the sun, to another star in our galaxy, this is not outside our galaxy, another star inside our galaxy, an average distance away, you started at the time of Christ, you'd be less than 1/100th of the way there right now. And we're going to explore space. No, we're not. We're not going anywhere in space. We could hardly get out of our solar system. You know how long it took us to get to Pluto with that spaceship we sent there? It took us 9 years to get to Pluto. We're not going anywhere in space. And in fact, it's just too far and it's too dangerous. But let's just say, let's imagine that somehow we figure out space travel, and we do get to another solar system and another planet. In fact, what I'm about to show you now is a little bit disturbing, but I'm going to show it to you anyway, okay? Imagine we do get to this planet, and we put our flag in, and then this happens. Beans are not for astronauts, ladies and gentlemen. Now, to show you how analytical my wife is, I showed her that video, and she smiled just a little bit, and she said, "That's illogical. There's no sound in space." Now, how many stars are out there? The number of stars that are out there are about equivalent to the number of grains of sand on all the beaches on all the earth. And to go from one grain of sand to another grain of sand going 5 miles a second will take you over 200,000 years. You see this picture here on the left, right here? That's from the ground. That little square right there is this square from the Hubble Space Telescope. Those are stars, planets, galaxies. February 1st, 2003, President Bush went into the East Room of the White House, and it was Saturday afternoon. And they turned the TV camera on, and every major network carried his address. Saturday afternoon, why? The president looked in the camera and said, "My fellow Americans, this morning our country experienced a great tragedy. Upon re-entry into the atmosphere, the space shuttle Columbia burned up in the skies over Texas. There are no survivors. The Columbia is lost." The president then went on to quote from Isaiah chapter 40, beginning in verse 25. Why Isaiah chapter 40? Because in Isaiah chapter 40, God is speaking. And here's what God says. "To whom will you compare me, or who is my equal, says the Holy One." In other words, you want a comparison to know what God is like? Here it is. "Lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these stars and named them one by one? Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing." The president then looked back in the camera and said, "The same God that created and named all those stars is the same God that created and knows the names of the 7 astronauts who perished today. While they did not return safely home to us, we can all now pray they've all returned safely home." You want to know who God is like? Most Christians have the wrong idea of who God is like. We think God is a big angel. God is not a big angel. You want to know what God is like? Meditate on the attributes of God. Spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, moral, personal, intelligent, all-knowing, all-loving, all-just. Then, remove all limits from your mind. That's God. Why is there a second commandment, "Thou shalt make no graven image"? At least one reason why is there a second commandment. Because any image you make of an infinite being necessarily limits his majesty. You can't draw a picture of an infinite being, because an infinite being has no limits. Oh, you can draw a picture of Jesus. Why? Because Jesus has 2 natures. He has a divine nature and a human nature. You can draw a picture of Jesus. You can't draw a picture of his divine nature. You can draw a picture of his human nature, but not his divine nature, because his divine nature has no limits. Psalm 103 verse 11 says, "God's love to those that fear him exceeds the height of the heavens above the earth." How high are the heavens above the earth? Number of stars equivalent to grains of sand on all the beaches on all the earth. Over 200,000 years at 5 miles a second between those stars. from our perspective, infinite. That's the point. Now you see why God says the heavens declare the glory of God. You want to know what I'm like? Look to the heavens. The closest thing in our experience to infinity are the heavens. The heavens aren't infinite, but they seem to be to us. That's why people will say, well, you know, God was God. Why did he create all this wasted space out there? Gee, there's a lot of wasted space. No, it's not wasted. There may not be life out there, but the heavens declare the glory of God. They declare his infinite nature. And there's very few ways to get an idea of that, but one of the ways you can is to look to the heavens. There's more on the design argument we'll talk about a little bit later in the next presentation, but we got to move on to the moral argument. The first two arguments have scientific evidence behind them. No scientific evidence here, but I want to ask you a question. Let's suppose you went out in the woods and you had a compass, and you're out in the woods and you get lost, your iPhone's dead, you're miles out in the middle of nowhere, you get all turned around, you don't even know what direction you came in, you got to get back home. So you take out your compass. And a compass, a magnetic compass, is supposed to point to magnetic north so you can see what direction you're going in. But instead of pointing to magnetic north, instead of pointing to north, it always points to you. Wherever you turn, that arrow is pointing to you. Question, how helpful would that compass be? Not helpful at all. The problem here is when it comes to morality, a lot of people think the compass points to them. That they get to decide what right and wrong is. That they are the source of all truth. That whatever they say is right. Is that really true? I was in South Dakota this year. In February, I was invited to speak at a church there. Why I accepted to go to South Dakota in February is another story, but I went. And so I spoke a Sunday morning, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night. We were going through the I don't have enough faith to be an atheist material in more depth than we're doing it here. And the second night, during the Q&A, there were a couple of young men in their 20s who got up to the microphone and asked a lot of questions, and you could tell expressed a lot of skepticism about some of the arguments I had presented. Now, I didn't think anything of this because this happens a lot, particularly on college campuses and sometimes in churches, and that's fine. So I just tried to answer the questions, and we moved on. The next night, about a 50-year-old man gets up to the microphone, and he has a couple of pieces of paper. He's trying to read a question, but he can't get the question out, and he begins to cry. So I walked off the podium, and I went right down to him, and he had these pieces of paper in his hands, and he handed them to me, and he said, just read them, just read it. And so I'm walking back up to the podium, the platform, and I'm trying to digest this 2-page question. And when I got back up here, I realized the reason this man was upset was for 2 reasons. The first reason is that recently his family had discovered that a friend of the family, a longtime friend of the family, a man who was in his 50s, had been sexually abusing their daughter, this man's daughter, from age 4 to age 14 in their home right under their noses. The second reason this man was upset was because the 2 young men who were there the night before were his sons. They used to be Christians, but now they're atheists. And the reason they're atheists is because they said, if there was a good God, he never would have allowed this to happen. He wouldn't have allowed this to happen to our sister. There is no God. In fact, one of them was in seminary when this happened. He left seminary and came home and said, I'm an atheist now. And so the father was upset, obviously, with what happened to his daughter and also what had happened to his sons. Am I ever going to get my sons back? So I said to him, I said, Steve, it's okay to be mad at God. The Bible writers are mad at God. Read Habakkuk, read Lamentations, read some of the Psalms. They're mad at God. But at some point, hopefully your sons will realize, because there's evil in the world, this is not a good argument against God. In fact, I said to him, do you think maybe we could talk about this after the seminar, privately, instead of in front of 300 people? He said, yeah, sure. So the thing got over at 10 p.m. I said, you want to go to dinner? He said, okay. So we went to a restaurant. The pastor came, Steve came, a couple other folks came, and for about an hour and 15 minutes, Steve just unloaded what had happened on us. It was very cathartic for him to just say, here's what happened. He kept saying, I can't believe I never saw this. The guy who did this to my daughter was one of our best friends. He was like Jesus to us. He always carried around a Bible, and he was talking about God, and let's pray all the time. And it was a big ruse. So I said, Steve, you'll know when the right time is, but when the right time comes, I want you to say this to your sons. If there is no God, what this man did to your sister isn't really wrong. It's just your opinion. Because if there is no standard beyond us, then you can't say it's really wrong. It's just your opinion against his. His compass points to him, and he thinks there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. If there's no standard beyond humanity, if there's no true north out there for morality, how can you say he's really wrong? Oh, I haven't told you this yet. The guy who did this, everybody knows who did it. Everyone knows he's guilty, but he's walking the streets right now. In fact, the father said he's trying to groom another young woman in the town right now. Why is he not behind bars? Because every time the trial comes up, Jessica, this man's daughter who was abused, can't testify against him. She would have to face him in a courtroom, and she can't do it. She thought she was going to be his wife at some point, because that's what he kept telling her. In fact, she got to the point where she tried to commit suicide several times. So I said, Steve, when the time is right, I want you to say this to your sons. If there is no God, then this man will never get justice, because he's not going to get it here on earth unless she testifies. And certainly if there's no God, he's not going to get it in eternity, because he's just going to die and that's going to be it. Do you really think that's the way the universe works? Do you really think there's no such thing as justice? The very reason you're upset, and you should be upset, is because you know a great injustice has been done. But in order for a great injustice to have been done, there must be something called justice. In other words, in order for something to be not right, something must really be right. If you're upset over what happened to your sister, and you should be, then you're actually giving evidence that God exists. Because he is the standard of rightness, or the standard of justice, which makes injustice even possible. Now, Jessica decided that she was not going to allow this to destroy her, and she was going to try and do something positive about it. So Jessica actually wrote a book. It's called Not Your Princess by Jessica Mitzel. I read the first chapter, and I couldn't read any more. Here's a young woman you need to pray for. Why? Because now she's getting emails, she's getting phone calls from other young girls and even boys who are going through this. And she can hardly handle it herself, and she's trying to give advice to them. Young people, if this is happening to you or has happened to you, you need to tell somebody. Older people, parents, if someone comes to you and says this has happened to them, do not discount it. Because so many young people who are victims of this, their parents don't believe them. Oh, Uncle Bill would never do that. Oh no, he's a good guy. He would never do it. Don't discount it. If there's anything that's evil out there, it's this. And yet it happens all the time. Now, why am I telling you this story? Because Steve told me, I want you to tell as many people about this as possible. Because this needs to end. In fact, the young men, his sons, who thought this disproved God, it actually proves exactly the opposite. C.S. Lewis thought there was too much injustice in the world. That's why he was an atheist at one point. And then he realized he made a great mistake, and he wrote the mistake down in the book Mere Christianity. Here's what he said. He said, as an atheist, my argument against God was that the universe seems so cruel and unjust. But how had I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. What was I comparing this universe with when I called it unjust? You see, something can't be unjust unless something is. Something can't be not right unless something is. Something can't be immoral unless something is. In other words, God's nature is the standard of goodness and rightness. You could put it this way: the shadows prove the sunshine. In order to have shadows, you have to have sunshine. In other words, in order to have evil, you have to have good. Oh, you can have good without evil. You can have sunshine without shadows, but you can't have shadows without sunshine. If evil exists, this is going to sound counterintuitive, but it's true. If evil exists, God exists. Not because God is doing evil, but because God is the standard of good, which makes evil even possible. So God's nature is morality's true north. I don't set morality. You don't set morality. God's nature does. So when people say, don't impose your morals on me, I go, first of all, I say, why not? Would that be immoral? But secondly, I say, look, this is not my morality. I didn't make this up. I didn't make up the fact that murder is wrong, that rape is wrong, that theft is wrong, that men were made for women and women were made for men, and that the only way to perpetuate and stabilize society is to celebrate that one unique relationship. I didn't make that up. It's not my morality, it's the morality. Thomas Jefferson said, we hold these truths to be what? Self-evident, that all men are endowed by their Creator and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We don't make morality up. We don't determine it. We discover it. And it comes from God's nature. Now, if that's the case, if morality exists, objective morality, God exists. Now, what can we learn from these three arguments? The cosmological, teleological, and moral arguments. I said yesterday that we hope to show you there really is a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, moral, personal, intelligent Creator out there. From these three arguments, we can get those attributes. From the cosmological argument, we can see that this being is immaterial, timeless, and spaceless because he created material, time, and space. From the cosmological argument, we can see he's also extremely powerful because he creates out of nothing. From the design argument, we can see that this being is extremely intelligent. He also sustains creation and has purpose. In fact, we'll unpack that further later on today and how he actually sustains creation. He doesn't just create and leave creation. He creates and sustains creation. From the moral argument, we can see that this being is absolutely morally perfect. And we can also see that this being is personal. How so from the moral argument? Because you only have a moral obligation to persons. You don't have a moral obligation to impersonal forces. If you go try and dunk a basketball, you're not sinning against the law of gravity, right? You only sin against persons. We also know this being is personal from the cosmological argument. You say, how so? Because in order to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice, and only persons make choices. Impersonal forces don't make choices. For example, gravity doesn't choose to do stuff. Gravity doesn't say, look, if Turk drops that remote one more time, I'm not going to pull it to the ground, right? Gravity is impersonal. It just does the same thing over and over again. In order to create, you got to be a person. You got to choose. Now, look, we have an immaterial, timeless, spaceless, powerful, intelligent, sustaining Creator who has purpose, who is absolutely morally perfect and personal. This is the God of biblical Christianity identified without reference to the Bible. We haven't even opened the Bible yet. Notice we're not quoting Bible verses here. We're just looking at the evidence. We haven't opened the Bible yet, and we have a being that looks consistent with the God of the Bible. Now, does this mean Christianity is true at this point? No, not yet. Why? We don't even know who Jesus is. I mean, Christianity could be true. This is necessary for Christianity to be true, that this God exists, but it's not sufficient to know that Christianity is true. Why? Because maybe it's not the God of Christianity, maybe it's just the God of Judaism or the God of Islam, who this God is. Actually, even according to Muslim scholars, this can't be the God of Islam. Why not? Because Allah is arbitrary. Allah is not in essence good. Whatever Allah does is good. That's not the God of the Bible. God, the God of the Bible, his essence is good. But I put Islam up here because Islam is a theistic world religion. Now, how do we know then whether the God that we can detect through these three arguments is the God of the Old Testament, the God of Judaism, just Judaism, or the God of the Bible, the entire Bible, including the New Testament, the Christian God, or is this the God of Islam or some other theistic God? For that, we got to move on to the next question. Are miracles possible? Because it turns out that God can use miracles to get our attention to say, this here is the true God. Not the God of Allah, not just the God of the Old Testament, but the true God. In fact, this is what miracles are used for. They're used to show you who is speaking for God. When you think about this, ask this question about miracles. When does God do miracles through people in the Bible? Well, let me back up for a second. How many miracles are there in the Bible, approximately? The number is about 250, depending upon how you count them. Some are bunched up, but generally 250 miracles. And people think miracles are occurring everywhere in the Bible. Actually, they're not. If you have 250 miracles in the Bible, and let's just take it from Abraham to Jesus, that's about 2,000 years. If you have 250 miracles over 2,000 years, how often do you get a miracle? Once every 8 years. 250 into 2,000. But do they occur that way? Do you get a miracle, and then 8 years later you get another one? And 8 years later you get another one? And then, where do miracles occur in the Bible? It turns out that when God is doing miracles through people, he's doing them in bunches, around 3 basic time periods. Moses, Elijah and Elijah, and Jesus and the apostles. Why? Because these people have new revelation that needs new confirmation. These people are saying, thus saith the Lord. Well, why are the people going to believe them? Because God pours out miracles through them. Why is Pharaoh going to believe Moses? Because Moses can do miracles. Why are the people of Israel going to believe Moses? Because Moses can do miracles. Same thing is true with Elijah and Elijah and Jesus and the apostles. In other words, the miracle confirms the message and the sign confirms the sermon. Miracles are never done in the Bible for entertainment. They're never done randomly. They're not like card tricks, okay? These miracles are there to show that this person speaks for God. Now, some people believe miracles are impossible, like, for example, or they're completely improbable. Like, how can you believe in Noah? That seems like a crazy miracle. Or how can you believe in a resurrection like Jesus? Everyone I know who's dead is still dead, so why would you ever believe in a resurrection? And for some reason, the big problem miracle in the Bible is Jonah. Is that a whale of a tale or a tale of a whale? I mean, what's the deal with Jonah? How can you believe that? That seems crazy. Well, question. What is the greatest miracle in the Bible? No, it's not the resurrection. A lot of people say it's the resurrection. The resurrection's easy compared to the greatest miracle in the Bible. What is the greatest miracle in the Bible? Yes, the greatest miracle in the Bible is the first verse. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. If that verse is true, every other verse is at least possible, right? I mean, if it's true that God created the heavens and the earth out of nothing, can he do whatever he wants? It's not logically impossible inside the heavens and the earth? Of course. If he can create the heavens and the earth out of nothing, can he resurrect Jesus from the dead? Can he do the Jonah miracle or the Noah miracle or make axe heads float in water or part the Red Sea or walk on water? He created water. He can walk on it. Of course, God can do whatever he wants. It's not logically impossible inside the universe if he can create the whole universe out of nothing. Well, here's the interesting point. We now have good scientific and even philosophical evidence the first verse of the Bible is true. If the first verse is true, maybe the other verses are true. You can't just rule it out. Now, I just said something you might not agree with. You might say, well, Frank, you said God can do whatever he wants. It's not logically impossible. I thought God can do anything. No, there's some things God can't do. Like what? He can't do logically impossible things. Like he can't create a square circle. Doesn't exist. He can't create a one-ended stick. Doesn't exist. He can't create a married bachelor. Doesn't exist. He can't create an honest politician. Okay? There's some things that are just too hard for God. In fact, you can do some things that God can't do. What can you do that he can't do? Sin, lie, change. What's he going to change from? He's already a perfect being. Any change would necessitate a move from perfection to imperfection. He can't change. If he could change, he wouldn't be God. He wouldn't be the standard of truth and righteousness. So God can do whatever he wants. It's not logically impossible. Oh, by the way, with regard to, we haven't gotten to this point yet, but imagine that the New Testament documents are reliable for just a second. In fact, Jim gave you some evidence they were yesterday, but what did Jesus say about Jonah and Noah? Jesus related Jonah and Noah to his own life. Do you think Jesus thought Jonah and Noah were historical or hysterical? He thought they were historical. That's why he said that they related to his own life. The bottom line is this, as C.S. Lewis put it very well, if we admit God, must we admit miracles? Indeed, you have no security against it. That is the bargain. In other words, if God exists, miracles are possible. Now, there's a couple of quick objections we need to talk about miracles. Some will say this, well, I can't believe in a miracle because I've never seen one. That's a pretty stupid reason not to believe in miracles. Why? You believe in a lot of things you've never seen. You believe in your mind. Have you ever seen your mind? No, you're using it right now. You believe in it. You believe in the laws of logic. Ever seen those? No, you're using them right now just to think about something. You believe in George Washington. Have you ever seen him? No, you believe in him though. You believe in a lot of things you've never seen. Another reason that you might not expect to see miracles is because miracles, by definition, have to be rare if they're going to get our attention, right? If miracles were occurring all the time, we would think there's some sort of natural phenomenon, and they wouldn't get our attention as something special. And that's what miracles are designed to do, get our attention and go, wow, God's really at work here, look at this. But imagine if people resurrected from the dead routinely. What would the resurrection of Christ mean to us? It'd be nothing. I mean, you go to somebody and you go, Jesus rose from the dead for your sins. And the guy goes, so what? Uncle George just rose from the dead 2 weeks ago. You know, now I got to give the inheritance back, right? It can't be a routine event. It's got to be a rare event. One last thing about miracles. People will say, well, you know, natural laws can't be overpowered. They're immutable. That's nonsense. I'm overpowering a natural law right now. What natural law am I overpowering? Gravity, right? Now, if an agent intervenes, he or she can overpower gravity. Now, if there's no agent, okay, natural law takes over, does what it normally does. But if I can overpower a natural law, do you think God who created natural laws can do so? Of course he can. So these objections against miracles don't really work. If God exists, miracles are possible. Now, that leads us to the question, is the New Testament true? And Jim has already covered that, and he's going to cover more of it a little bit later, so we're not going to go into that right now. If you want to go in greater depth, however, you can, because, again, the book is on the book table. The 10-part DVD set is on the book table as well. And also, as I mentioned last night, this entire 7-hour seminar is now on DVD. It's on the book table as well. It's called Fearless Faith. So if you miss any of this, you missed last night, or you got to leave early today, that's on the book table. And some of you were asking about tactics. Well, we actually got 14 of these books in today. Miraculously, they came through the mail. So this is the book that Dr. Mike Adams said you have to read, reread, and read the third time. There's only a few left on the book table, so if you want it, it's on the book table. But without further ado, what we need to do right now is we need to keep calm and we need to hate Mike Adams, ladies and gentlemen. So let's do that. Let's hate Mike Adams. Here he comes. And I got to give him a pack, so stand by, the great Mike Adams. Hear me right?
Okay. Am I working?
Oh, you're mic'd up already.
Yeah,
Mike is mic'd up.
That's right.
You don't need a joke.
That's a
Go.
pun.
Get out of here. Mike is mic'd up. Go, bro.
Great to be back with you guys. How is everyone? Have you had your coffee? I heard yeses and nos. Okay. Well, I hope you've had your coffee, because if you have, it means you're well grounded. I couldn't resist that. Wow. Hey, last night we went through a process of talking about some steps that you might need to take to go through and choose a college. I was encouraging people to consider the possibility of really strengthening their worldview and learning to go to a college campus where maybe the culture is hostile towards Christianity and going in there to try and make a difference. And I enjoyed my time with you last night, but I make no secret of the fact that I very much enjoy the second part of the talk, part two, far more, because it gets into what I live for, which is campus activism. And so we really want to go ahead and dive into this. Let's see where we are in the presentation here. A couple of these, by the way, just because of time considerations, I skipped over a couple of points, and we're kind of moving from 5 on into 8. That's no problem because they were simple points, and they're actually there in the booklet that you guys all have available to you. So I want to go ahead and get us to all imagine that you're an 18-year-old college freshman and you have chosen to go off to a secular university and you are in the classroom dealing with an atheist professor who is hostile towards Christianity. It is impossible for us to imagine that without thinking about the movie God's Not Dead. How many of you have seen the movie God's Not Dead? Please, it's just about everyone. Okay, be honest with me. How many of you are like me and you've seen God's Not Dead, and when you saw it, you had a few criticisms of the movie, perhaps? There were some things about the movie you thought, well, you know, I'm not sure if that was so accurate. Only a few of you raised your hands, but I actually want to raise a few criticisms of the movie that I didn't like concerning how it portrayed what it's like to be a Christian in the college classroom. And I want to be very specific about them. First of all, you notice in the movie that there's this atheist, what was he, philosophy professor, I think, and there's this atheist professor, and he automatically just jumps on all of the students the first day of class, and he basically says, I want you to renounce, to sign away your Christian faith. And if you don't do that, then I'm going to give you an F in the class. My goodness, that's not the way it really is on a college campus. I actually wish it was that way, because if that were the truth, young people, you could simply take out your iPhone and record a video of the professor doing that and actually forward it to my good friends, the attorneys working at the Alliance Defending Freedom, and you would win a religious discrimination lawsuit so large that you wouldn't have to worry about going back to class for the second day of class. You could drop out of college immediately and just live on the profits, basically. But you know what? Honestly, what's really difficult is that they're really not that overt in their discrimination. The way that the atheistic professor tries to get rid of someone's Christian worldview is really more like, they try and whittle away. It's more like death by 1,000 cuts. And in some ways, that makes fighting back a little bit more difficult. The second thing I didn't really like about the movie is you notice, man, this kid is given an opportunity to give 2 hours of apologetics instruction to the class. And at the end of the semester, the entire class converts to Christianity. It's like 30 of them, and all of a sudden, everyone's a believer. Man, is that unbelievably unrealistic. The fact of the matter is, that's not even your goal, to convert everyone to Christianity over the course of a semester that you're in a class with. What you really want to learn how to do is to plant a stone in their shoe and get them to consider the Christian worldview and then kind of move from there. Third thing I want to mention is this idea of sort of taking the bait. You notice in the movie that the professor says, hey, you know, if you want to advance the Christian worldview, you know, I'm going to put the burden on you, and I'm actually going to give you the podium for a couple of hours. Well, of course, first of all, no atheist professor is going to give the Christian the podium and control of the class for a couple of hours. I would actually suggest to you, now what's more realistic, by the way, is that if a professor asks, are there any Christians in the class, and you say that you are, it's more likely that they're going to try and bait you and get you to defend the Christian worldview just from your seat. I would actually encourage young Christians in the classroom actually to not take the bait. If the professor calls you out and says, oh, you're a Christian, tell us why Christianity is true, your appropriate response to them is to say, hey, I'm paying tuition to teach this class, and you're actually drawing a salary. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to teach the class for you. That sounds a little bit rude, but it's actually totally appropriate to say that, because that professor is being disrespectful towards you, and they're trying to set you up, because whatever you're going to say in response to them, they've already got canned responses to anything that you have to say. So how do you conduct yourself in the college classroom? I'll tell you how you do it. You do it by learning to ask effective questions in the classroom. That's the safest way to advance your view, sort of whittle away at their atheistic worldview, and also, in a sense, stay out of trouble. A few years ago, I had an outstanding student by the name of Kevin Whitley, best student I had in years. And his senior year in college, all of a sudden, he had to take an introduction to sociology class for the first time. And those can be the worst classes you ever take in college, intro to sociology, because it's some Marxist professor there who's advancing Marxism, has never had to live under communism. And for them, it's just a theory. And he had one of these professors in our department, Donna King, and she is just a committed Marxist. And he was just really frustrated with her Marxist indoctrination in the classroom. And after a couple of class periods, he came to my office and he says, I really don't know what to do with this professor. And she's lecturing about all this crazy stuff. And I said, well, what is she saying? Well, she's saying that, Marxism is a historical inevitability. And I said, oh, that's kind of entertaining. I said, why don't you go into class tomorrow and ask her raise your hand and ask two questions. Ask her, first of all, if Marxism is a historical inevitability, why did they build a wall in the middle of Berlin in 1962 to keep people inside of the communist bloc? Furthermore, if Marxism is a historical inevitability, why did they tear down that wall in 1989? And he went in there and asked those questions, and the professor had no answer for them. So he kept coming back to my office all semester long. He'd hear something crazy, and he'd go, man, how do you respond to that? I actually had a lot of fun with them that semester. Just kind of feeding questions there into the environment there. And you notice what we're doing there? We are simply sort of using questions on an informal basis to help to sort of undermine the indoctrination of the professor. But what I really love about tactics, and that's the reason I went overboard last night and said you need to read it, reread it, and read it. What I really like about that book is that Kokel actually teaches a formal system for how you ask questions whenever you want to get in the driver's seat. And I really like it because actually Frank has popped these up. I don't usually do PowerPoint, but Frank has popped these up for me. There's an advertisement for Kokel's tactics. And also, he has the three major questions here. I don't know if anyone's ever read that book before, but if you have, raise your hand if you've read the book before. Just a few of you. I like the whole book. But my favorite thing about the book is this Columbo tactic, which is this three-question sequence that he teaches people. What he says is that when you're trying to advance the Christian worldview, you don't lead with your chin. You don't go out there and just start making your argument immediately. There are actually two predicate questions that you always ask when you're in a hostile environment. And by the way, it's best when you're trying to get in the driver's seat in an argument. The first question you ask is, what do you mean by that? The reason why Kokel puts that question there is because he understands that usually when you're having an argument with someone and you feel overwhelmed, you shouldn't feel overwhelmed because they probably don't understand all of the terminology that they're using. And so you stop and make sure that they understand the terminology they're using, and then you move on to the second question, which is how did you arrive at that conclusion? And the reason why Kokel has this question next is because he understands that even when someone understands the terminology that he's using, he often has no evidence to support his position whatsoever. And so by asking these two questions first, you expose those two principal weaknesses or potential weaknesses in their argument before you move on to the third question, which is, have you ever considered that? And that's where you're actually advancing your own position. Let me give you an example of how this works in a real argument. You can apply this to arguments about religion, about politics, about any social issue whatsoever. A few months ago, a good friend of mine, I've got a good friend who, we disagree on every single political position out there. We are just polar opposites politically, and naturally we get in arguments pretty often. And I don't get offended very easily, but he actually offended me a few months ago when he says, hey, Mike, you teach this class on First Amendment and crime at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. He says, how do you teach that class effectively given your bias? I'll tell you why that offended me. For years, I've been writing articles about college professors who don't teach the class material, but instead go into the classroom and try and indoctrinate people into their political worldview. And so I was actually kind of offended because he was accusing me of being one of those sort of unfair professors. And so I was feeling a little bit overwhelmed when my friend said this to me. What did I do? I stopped and I paused and I used the Columbo tactic. I looked at him and I said, well, you just accused me of being biased. What do you mean by bias? He said, well, when I use the term bias, what I mean is you're going into the classroom and you're only presenting the information that conforms to your worldview instead of the information that contradicts it. Well, you know what? That's actually a perfect definition of bias. So I could see that the weakness in my friend's argument was not that he didn't understand the terms that he was using. So then I was able to move on to the second question. I asked him, how did you arrive at the conclusion that I'm a biased professor? Get ready for his answer. He said, I just assumed you were because you're so politically conservative. Gotcha! He has no evidence to support his position at all, so it's merely an assertion. That allowed me to move on to the third question, which was this. Have you ever considered that accusing a person of bias without any evidence whatsoever is in fact a form of bias? Boom! Checkmate. All of a sudden, do you see that? By asking three simple questions in the span of less than 1 minute, I've gone from being in a position where I feel attacked, I feel overwhelmed, to being completely in the driver's seat in the argument. And that's what Kokol is trying to teach you to do in a hostile classroom. And that's why all of you need to read Tactics and reread it and read it so you can master that technique. Because I'm convinced if you simply learn how to ask the right questions in the college environment, you will survive your freshman year. So what do you do after you've survived your freshman year? After that, I mentioned this in last night's lecture. I do believe you need to go through worldview training, formal worldview training twice. You need to do it before college so you can learn to identify those worldviews. But I think you also need to do it after your freshman year because you can be a little discombobulated after you've gone through and been exposed to all of this stuff in your classes. And so I think it's important to regroup and sort of decompress in a sense and reinforce your Christian worldview with some more formal worldview training. But once you've done that twice and you're going back to college, you're going to be a sophomore. At that point, I think it's time for young Christians to shift out of survival mode, where they're no longer saying, hey, my goal is just to survive. At that point, by your sophomore year, you need to be actively advancing the Christian worldview on your campus. And if you're going to do that, it's very likely that you're going to encounter some degree of hostility from the administration. And this is where we get into my favorite part of the lecture. I'm actually going to identify the three principal threats to advancing the Christian message on college campuses. And really, in a sense, it's sort of the three principal threats to First Amendment expression on our campuses. I mean, how many of you have heard that there is just an assault on free speech on our college campuses that is systematic all across the country? And it is very significant. Well, the first of those threats actually comes in the form of interfering with students' right to freedom of association. And we need to talk about student groups and free association because actually, in this country, the idea of a First Amendment right to freedom of association actually is a fairly new constitutional concept. In America, we had no recognized free association rights until the year 1958 in a very famous case called NAACP versus Alabama. Went all the way to the Supreme Court, and I think the Supreme Court ruled properly in that case because the NAACP back then, they were trying to eradicate racial segregation and white supremacy in the Deep South. They were fighting very hard to do that. And of course, in Alabama, that was one of the principal battlegrounds. And back then in the 50s, of course, you know about the KKK. The Klan did not like the NAACP. They actually started to try and invade chapters of the NAACP and actually get a bunch of white supremacists to join the organization en masse so that they could change their charter and change their constitution to say that they were actually in favor of racial segregation. And so the way that the NAACP reacted to that was they actually started to develop secret membership lists. And they also started to have their meetings in secret so they could avoid the Klan. They started doing this. Now, of course, you know why they wanted ultimately to have secret membership lists. They were afraid that the Klan was going to identify members and try and lynch them. And also white members of the NAACP in the 1950s, their businesses were being targeted by white supremacists who didn't like what they were doing. And there were just some very serious threats. So they try and defend themselves. Well, this white supremacist who was actually the Attorney General of Alabama, his name was Patterson. He decided that they were going to strip the organization of their tax-exempt status unless they divulged a list of all their members. And the question as to whether or not they had a right to have a secret membership list actually went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1958. And thank God Almighty that the court ruled in favor of them, the NAACP, by a vote of 9-0. And I really love the decision because if you read the whole case, and I read these cases, I read every single case that I teach over and over again, and I love the text of the opinion. It says in 3 different places that they have every right to develop the constitution of their group the way they want to, and they can exclude people on the basis of hostile beliefs because that's just a part of their First Amendment rights. You have a free association right to advance a message together with other people who share your beliefs and to stick together and make membership contingent upon belief. And furthermore, the Supreme Court went further than that, and they said your free association rights, you as an American citizen have a right to advance them in public if you want to, or if you don't feel safe, you have a right to do that in private. And so they won the case, and that really should have been the end of the matter, and there should have been no more discussion of free association. It's actually a very simple concept. But something crazy happened about 50 years later, just after the turn of the century in the United States of America, and only on our college campuses all across America, we started to have a group that adopted the tactics of the Klan. LGBT activists started to actually join Christian organizations because they didn't like the message that they were advancing concerning biblical morality and biblical views of sexuality. And so we started to have strange cases on college campuses where gay activists would join Christian organizations, and they would go in there and try and lead them and teach, for example, that Jesus was homosexual or that Jesus was transgendered, or to teach that Jonathan and David were actually involved in a homosexual relationship. And it wasn't just an isolated case or two, ladies and gentlemen. It starts happening all across the country. So you knew eventually there would be a case where one of these people, one of these LGBT activists joined a group, and then the Christians got mad and threw him out of the group, and then the LGBT activists claimed discrimination. It happened, not surprisingly, right here in the state of California, up in the, not surprisingly, in the San Francisco area at Hastings College of Law. A young gay activist joins the Christian Legal Society, and he goes in there and he starts teaching all this stuff, and CLS throws him out. By the way, they weren't discriminating against homosexuals. Christian Legal Society has a rule that says not only can you not engage in homosexual conduct, you can't be a heterosexual having sex outside of marriage. For example, if you were cohabitating with someone, boyfriend and girlfriend living together, you can't be a member of the group. Certainly not lead the group and be one of its officers. So unsurprisingly, when CLS threw this guy out, what do you think was the position of Hastings College of Law? They actually took the side of the LGBT activist. And then this case was argued, it was litigated all the way up to the Supreme Court. An opinion came down on June 30th of 2010. And here's what Hastings College of Law did. They said, well, you know what? We've got this rule that says all groups at Hastings College of Law have to be open to everyone. We have an all-comers policy or an open membership policy. And they basically said, you know what? It would be wrong if we were trying to throw the Christian Legal Society off of campus and de-recognize them, as they ultimately did, if we only did it to them. But you see, we're applying an all-comers policy to every... Isn't that a strange argument? It's as if they're saying if we fail to recognize the free association rights of one group, that would be wrong. But if we did it to everyone, that would somehow be okay. The argument on its face was utterly absurd. And that's why I was so shocked on June 30th when the Supreme Court sided with Hastings College of Law against the Christian Legal Society in a 5-4 opinion written by Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I was shocked by the opinion. And then a few days after that, I felt a little bit better when my very good friend and attorney, David French, who was an attorney for the Alliance Defending Freedom, and he writes for the National Review. He went and he wrote a piece for the National Review, and he said, Christians, don't worry too much about this opinion. It's no big deal, because the university there, Hastings College of Law, you see, they have a limited situation where they have an all-comers policy, and the Supreme Court was simply saying, not that universities have to do anything, but they could have an all-comers policy in which they require open membership of everyone. But as David French wrote in his article, he said, well, you know what? The truth of the matter is most universities have fraternities and sororities where they limit groups on the basis of gender. So therefore, not many schools have all-comers policies. So effectively, this opinion really isn't going to have an effect on too many universities at all. And I was heartened by that, and I said, well, maybe everything's going to be okay. I was wrong. 2 months after that, in August, I went back to my position at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. At that time, I was the advisor for the college Republicans. And we got a letter. As a matter of fact, all 17 campuses in the UNC system got this, all 500 or so clubs at every university got the same letter, tens of thousands of them, in which the university attorney for the entire UNC system said, we're sorry, but because of this decision in CLS versus Martinez, all religious organizations and all belief-based organizations have to sign an agreement saying they will let anyone in regardless of their belief. Isn't that something? Do you see what's going on here? The university attorney was intentionally misrepresenting the ruling in CLS versus Martinez. Young people, don't you ever think that college administrators are simply ignorant of the First Amendment. They're not. They are at war with your basic First Amendment freedoms. And they were counting upon those young people to not understand what the law was. And so I called my young college Republicans and I said, don't you dare sign a new statement saying that anyone comes in regardless of what their belief is. Okay? Would the NAACP let in white supremacists who believed that white people were superior? Of course not. You have certain beliefs, don't you relinquish them. Guess what they did? They caved in and they signed the new non-discrimination clause. You know what I did? I resigned as the advisor for the college Republicans because I will have nothing to do with young people who don't have the courage to stand up for their First Amendment freedoms. My sixth great-grandfather fought in the American Revolution under George Washington at the age of 13. He was shot when he was 15 years old, and he barely survived. Don't you dare sign away your First Amendment rights in front of me and expect to call me a friend. You are spitting on the grave of our veterans when you do that. I said, I'll have nothing to do with you. Thank goodness, 2 years later, Ratio Christi comes to our campus, a very different group of young people, courageous, ready to stand up for their beliefs. They start to write their own constitution, saying if you want to be a leader and a voting member of Ratio Christi, you have to adhere to basic Orthodox Christian principles. You know what happened next, don't you? Some assistant dean calls them into a dark office over in the Fisher Center and said, we've read your Constitution and it's discriminatory and it's non-inclusive. And in the name of tolerance and inclusion, if you don't change it, we'll exclude you. It's Orwellian, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. And the students were like, hold on a second. We have a First Amendment religious freedom and free association right to decide what we believe in our group. So they did the right thing. They got on the phone and called me. I think you can see where this is going. I sent an email to the dean and I said, you are violating the First Amendment rights of my student group. You will cease and desist immediately. They wrote back to me and said, butt out. Your inquiry is inappropriate. I think you know who got the next phone call, 215-717-3473. I called my good friend Robert Shipley, the vice president of the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education, who had just moved his office to North Carolina. Woo! I said, what are you doing this weekend? Not much. You want to write a letter? And we sat down and wrote a letter, a registered letter to the Dean of Students, which they got on a Monday. Nothing says you're about to get sued like a registered letter. They got that thing on Monday, and I'm happy to report they convened an emergency meeting on Wednesday and changed the policy, and we won. And Ratio Christi got admitted. And they have been doing pro-life activism on campus ever since. I love those kids. Thank God for young people who are willing to stand up for their First Amendment freedoms. And see, that's it, young people. Once you've gotten recognized as a student group, all your troubles are over. Just kidding. There are some other things, though. If you successfully get your Constitution crafted the way you want it crafted, there's some other potential problems that you can run into. One of those concerns mandatory student activities fees and viewpoint discrimination. It's a very important thing for us to talk about. I will never forget the first time I started speaking on college campuses in February of 2004. I had actually been asked to speak for the college Republicans up at UNCG. First speech I ever gave on a college campus. And they asked me, how much do you charge? I said, I don't know. I said, just go to the Office of Student Life and try and get me a speaking fee. It was snowing that week in North Carolina, which is rare. So I said, just make sure that you get me a hotel room, okay? Because I don't want to drive back the 200 miles from UNCG back to UNCW. And I showed up on one, I think that was a Thursday evening, and I showed up there on the campus of UNCG. And I always am early for my events. I was supposed to speak at 7, I showed up at 6. And this young man by the name of Travis Billingsley comes walking out of the room that they had set aside. And he comes walking out and he says, oh, Dr. Adams, I'm glad you're here early. We're having an executive board meeting and we had a little problem and I'm glad you're here early because we need to discuss it. I said, well, what's the problem? He said, well, we asked for funding for an honorarium for your speech and the university refused to give it to us. And I said, well, what exactly is the problem? And he said, well, 2 reasons. First of all, they've read your column on townhall.com and they think you're a little offensive. And I said, okay, well, that's good. At least they're reading. Okay, I can deal with that. No problem. I said, what's the second reason? He said, well, in addition to that, they said, we're not eligible for funding because we're a political organization. At that point, my jaw just dropped because 4 years before that, the U.S. Supreme Court had said it is illegal to collect mandatory student activities fees from students and not give it back on a viewpoint neutral basis. Specifically in that Supreme Court case, they said you have to fund religious and political organizations. And so I said, my goodness, you know, I came here to give a speech about free speech. Looks like I'm giving a free speech. I said, at least you got the hotel room. And they said, Dr. Adams, we got other bad news. I'm like, oh my goodness, they didn't even get a hotel room. So I had about 45 more minutes before I was going to give in and give my free speech on free speech. And so I sat there and started reading the student newspaper. Big mistake. The headline in the student newspaper said, porn star's speech poorly attended. I'm like, you can't read a headline like that and not go ahead and read the rest of the article. I'm like, what on earth is this all about? And what I read just made my jaw hit the floor. The editor was mad because the night before, UNCG had spent $3,000 on a speech by a porn star, and only 60 people had attended. And so I started thinking to myself, they found money to give to this porn star, $3,000. Where did the money come from? I started reading, 1,500 of it came from the Office of Student Life, which had just denied my funding because I was too offensive. I kept reading. Her speech was on the topic of safe sodomy. And I read that the other $1,500 had come from the Student Health and Wellness Center. It's so Orwellian, you can't make this stuff up. So I went in there and I said, it's time for you young people to learn something about your constitutional rights. And I began to tell the story of a courageous young teenager by the name of Scott Southworth, who, when he was only 18 years old, went off to Summit Ministries. And he was a student at the University of Wisconsin. He learned at Summit how to defend his faith, and he learned that he had an obligation to stand up for it as well. He went back to college, and there they had a mandatory student activity fee of about $125 a semester. He decided he didn't like having to pay that thing because it often funded speeches that were pro-homosexual or that were pro-abortion, things that he just didn't believe in. So he decides to call this attorney, young attorney for the Alliance Defending Freedom, at that time the Alliance Defense Fund, by the name of Jordan Lawrence. And he says, I want to sue the school to get out of paying this fee. They went all the way to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin and they won. That's the good news. The bad news is Wisconsin appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I got some good news for you and some bad news for you. First, the bad news. The Supreme Court disagreed, and they said mandatory student activities fees are not per se unconstitutional. That's why we still have them today. But the good news is, they said in order for them to pass constitutional muster, they have to be distributed on a viewpoint-neutral basis. So you can't deny funding to political groups or religious groups. Everyone gets the same amount of funding. Everything has to be completely equal. And so I sat there and I explained the law to these young college Republicans at UNCG. And they were just fascinated. They're like, oh my goodness, so the university has been violating our Constitution. They've been violating the Southworth decision. I said, yes, and they've been doing it intentionally. I said, has there ever been another time when you asked for funding from the university and you were denied funding? And they said, yes, as a matter of fact, we tried to have a morals week on campus and they wouldn't give us any money for the same reason. I said, well, isn't that interesting? Why would you want to have a morals week? They said to counteract Gay Pride Week. I said, hold on just a second. This was 12 years ago. I'd heard of Gay Pride Day. I'd never heard of Gay Pride Week. I said, what do they do all week long? He says, well, they have a drag queen night. I said, well, I'm not surprised by that at all. What else do they do? He says they have a gay prom. So could you hold on just a second and explain that to me? What's a gay prom? Why do you have a prom at a university? Proms are supposed to be for high schools, right? He explained to me that the gay kids in the Greensboro area, many of them complained that they didn't feel comfortable going to the prom because it was heterosexist and heteronormative, because most of the people there were straight. So they all wanted to have their one prom in the area only for homosexuals, but there weren't enough of them, so they had to have like the gays from all the different high schools. They decided to have it at UNCG, and UNCG was paying for it out of mandatory student activities fees. Isn't that something? The university was charging the college Republicans a mandatory fee, refusing to give their money back to them, and instead giving the money to high school students who didn't even pay into the fund. There were 24 kids in attendance that night. And I said, are you going to put up with this? Or are you going to fight back against this illegality? They held a vote, and it was 24-0. They said, we want to fight back. And I said, well, you got to understand, if you want to fight with me as your trainer, essentially, I got news for you. This is about to get really public. Are you ready for it? And I think they said, giddy up or something like that. I taught them to speak in Texan. And so I drove home that evening because I didn't have a hotel room, 200 miles, in the middle of the night, uphill both ways. Okay, that's not really true. But I got home and I did something I should not have done. I turned on the computer and I started to write a column. And I called it Welcome to UNC Gomorrah, in which I called out the university and I said, you know what? We live in an inverted moral universe. If you think that a porn star teaching about those types of things is less offensive than a Christian, and when you intentionally violate the constitutional rights of students, this is a moral issue. And I published that column on Town Hall, but I also called my good friend David Horowitz down in Los Angeles. And I said, David, would you run this thing in California as well? I said, I want this thing to go viral, so I'm going to publish it on both coasts. Well, you know what? It went viral all right. I published it on a Monday, and thank goodness the next night, Bill O'Reilly picks up the story. He used to do this thing called The Most Ridiculous Moment, where he would talk about the stupidest thing happening in the United States of America. And that night, we won. He went on the air and started talking about how UNCG would fund porn stars, but not professors at the university to give speeches. And it was really something because the university responded with a press release saying everything that Mike Adams said in his column is untrue. Tristan Taormino, the speaker, was not a porn star. And so I went and did a little research on the speeches she'd given on other college campuses. And I found out that the year before at Yale University, she'd gone to give this speech on, they called her a sexual health expert. UNCG defended her as a sexual health expert. I found out when she spoke at Yale that she actually showed a porn film that she starred in and directed to all of the students in the audience before she actually gave her speech. And thankfully, the New Haven Register picked up the story, so I was able to write about that. And I went back and I said, oh yeah, she's a porn star. They then released a second release saying, it appears based upon further research that Tristan Taormino is a porn star. We just didn't know it. This is where it gets really funny. Tristan Taormino hears about the controversy. She found out that the school was denying that they knew she was a porn star, and she got offended. Now, okay, I think that's funny too. By the way, I used to be a professional musician. If I ever become a musician again, I will be a country star because now I've got the perfect country song. When porn stars get offended, that's when I'll quit loving you. I mean, think about it. It's just so perfect. But she was so offended, she called the local newspaper and the local news station. And she says, that's a lie. They knew that I was a porn star because they went and logged on my porn site using their university email addresses. I love email, by the way. It's what got me started. Anyway, she actually revealed the fact that the administrators had logged onto her site while they were at work. And she said, furthermore, we signed a contract. She sold sex toys after that speech, and she kept 80% of the profits, and UNCG took 20% of the profits and kept it for themselves. We got a hold of that contract and went public with it. And it's amazing because after that, I got a call from MSNBC. Joe Scarborough called me and said, would you like to debate this porn star on national television over the question as to whether she's a legitimate health expert? I'm like, sure, my whole world's falling apart. Why not? I'm debating a porn star on MSNBC. The next day, Travis Billingsley calls me. He goes, that was great. He says, man, the newspaper's calling, the radio stations, the TV stations are calling. I'm doing interviews. He goes, this is the most fun I've ever had in my life. He goes, what do we do next? I said, you're just a pathetic capitalist, aren't you? What do you mean, what do we do next? You demand equal funding for your Morals Week under Southworth versus Wisconsin. And I'm proud to report that they submitted that request, and the university in the midst, and by the way, they issued a final press release where they said, we knew it was a porn star, we hired her, we knew it, we promise we'll never do it again. But it was really funny when they submitted that request because the university was then required to give equal funding to Morals Week. And the college Republicans said, we are going to hold Morals Week the very same week as Gay Pride Week. And they did it. On Monday, they had American Pride Day. On Tuesday, they had Pro-Life Day. And on Friday, they had Dr. Mike Adams come back to give a speech at UNCG educating the general student population on their First Amendment rights for the sum of $3,000. It was awesome. I called my mom, by the way. I was like, oh my God, I think I was crying. I was like, Mom, oh my goodness, this is so great. I got $3,000. Son, hold yourself together. Why are you crying? I said, because I've arrived. I'm worth every bit as much as a porn star. They succeeded. They not only had their morals week, but within 5 years, morals week spread to 7 campuses in the UNC system. And I took 2 of that $3,000 and I gave it back to the college Republicans. And I said, I want you to start a conservative newspaper, because they had the right idea. When they were offended by the LGBT movement, when they were offended by Gay Pride Week, they didn't respond with censorship. They said, as Americans, it's our responsibility to expand the marketplace of ideas. And I really like it, because John Stuart Mill might not have been a believer, but in the 18th century, in his book on liberty, he said it perfectly. Censorship is wrong for 2 reasons. Number 1, it deprives people of the truth. Number 2, it deprives people of a greater appreciation of the truth via its collision with falsity. That's how you do it, Christians. You don't try and shut down your opponents. When you see darkness, you shed light. When you see falsity, you spread the truth. But you know, in the process of doing that, you're going to face one more hurdle. I'm going to be brief. It'll only take 5 minutes to talk about this last one. But let me tell you, young people, this is the most serious threat you face on the campus. It's the campus speech code, where people are claiming that they have a right to suppress your speech merely because it's offensive. The idea that their emotions trump your ideas. And when they start using terms like bias speech and hate speech, it's a good time, by the way, to use the Kokel tactic, because you know what they really mean when they talk about bias speech and hate speech? It usually just means Christian speech or conservative speech or speech they disagree with but lack the intelligence to rebut. Here in the Ninth Circuit, 7 years ago at Spokane Falls Community College in the state of Washington, brave young Christian pro-lifers decided in January of 2009 they were going to do an abortion display, but it would be different than the typical one. It would be on the anniversary of Roe versus Wade. The thing that they wanted to emphasize was the fact that although they're only 12% of the population, 38% of the babies that are aborted in America are black. And it bothered them because they knew something about the eugenicist origins of Planned Parenthood and the racial beliefs of Margaret Sanger. And they said, we're going to set up a table. We're going to have pamphlets. We're just going to educate. We're going to tell the truth. Something they would never hear in women's studies, ever. So they had to go through the process of getting their speech approved. Isn't it Orwellian? Before they can speak, they have to take their poster board and their pamphlet and all of that, and they got to go to a college administrator and say, are we allowed to do this on public property? It's obscene where we've gone in this country with regard to our lack of respect for freedom of speech. But they go through this approval process with an administrator by the name of Heather McKenzie. And she looks at them with a straight face and says, I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to put on this display. And the kids said, why not? She goes, oh, glad you asked. She said, because you're violating the triangle of hate. And the kids are like, what do you mean by the triangle of hate? She said, glad you asked. I just happen to have one with me. She reaches down and pulls out a triangle, and she begins to teach these young kids. The triangle of hate has 3 different levels. At the top level, there's bias speech. That's what you're doing right now. You're engaged in bias speech because you're only talking about one side of the issue in the abortion debate. You're only talking about the bad aspects of abortion, not the good aspects. How crazy is that? The administration is saying you have to argue the other side's position for them? Is that not the height of intellectual laziness? But they went on and they said, you're engaged in bias speech and we can't let you get away with it. Because if we do, we can move down to the second realm in the triangle of hate, which is hate speech. You see, bias speech, if it's left to fester, could cause hate speech. And the kids are scratching their heads like, okay, so what happens if we let hate speech go? Glad you asked. The lowest realm in the triangle of hate is genocide. I'll let that sink in for just a second. You let biased speech go, we could have hate speech. You let hate speech go, we could have genocide. It takes a PhD to be that stupid, by the way. I can say that, I got a PhD. Wait a second. Listen, think about what this administrator was saying. If you only argue about the bad aspects of this eugenicist genocide against blacks, it could ultimately cause genocide. I mean, this individual, it seems, there's a point at which you become so open-minded, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that your brains just splatter on the ground. And so they called my good friend David French the smart thing at the ADF. By the way, adflegal.org. That's an organization you need to know something about. He calls them and he does the right Christian thing. By the way, you notice I support litigation against these universities, but we never sue people as Christians until we have tried to work things out peacefully with them. So what did they do? They sent a letter to Spokane Falls Community College explaining the obvious illegality of what they were doing with that speech code. They simply crumpled up the letter and threw it away and ignored it. And French was forced to file that suit. I mean, I don't know if it was 1 day or 2 days, but it was fast. When the Attorney General of the state of Washington did something that they don't usually do, he picked up the phone and he called French. He called opposing counsel on the phone. He says, David, I just read this lawsuit that you filed against my state. I just want you to know, I had no idea about the triangle of hate. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of in my life. As a matter of fact, I think he hated it. And he says, Mr. French, we can't possibly win this suit. And the next words that come out of his mouth were like music to my ears. He says, Mr. French, how much money in compensatory damages to your client and attorney's fees to you will it take to make this thing go away? By the end of the week, they had written a check. And those brave students at Spokane Falls Community College were standing up for the unborn and standing up for true racial justice and against pure evil. You see, you need to understand something, ladies and gentlemen. You're all afraid. Young people, you're all afraid. You don't want to go to the secular school. You're afraid you're going to lose your faith. No. You can solidify your faith with apologetics and worldview training, and you can go to the campus and you can make a difference because you need to understand you're not alone. You got people like the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education who will help you fight in the court of public opinion. And if that doesn't do it, you've got the Alliance Defending Freedom to help you fight in a court of law. And you can also email me anytime because I love being involved in these campus controversies. One could say, I guess I'm sort of a community disorganizer, but I just love standing up for truth. There's something edifying about standing up for the principles that our forefathers fought so hard to defend. I want to encourage all of you that you can succeed. Don't run from the lion's den. Run in there and understand that your obligation as a Christian is not to survive with your faith intact, but it is to actually influence the culture. I think that that's what the Great Commission is calling us to do. And I hope because of today's lecture, you feel an obligation to do that and more prepared to do it. Thank you for listening to me. Exercise my First Amendment rights while I still have them. God bless you all. You need this? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
That's the great Mike Adams, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, what we're going to do now, you can pray, you can clap for him again. Go ahead. Yeah, there he is, right there. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a break, and there's going to be a little bit of a kind of a light lunch through the hallway, past where the book table is, into that next room. If the sandwiches aren't there yet, or you don't get the first round of sandwiches, there's going to be more coming in, so don't panic. They're a little bit delayed coming from the sandwich shop, but just go right through there. We'll be back in here at 12:15, ladies and gentlemen, 12:15. Hey, folks, we're starting in 2 minutes, so if you got friends in that other room, they're not going to want to miss the great Jim Wallace, so bring them in here. We got to keep moving so we don't keep you too late. This guy was.
Time because we have to get started on time. So have a seat and they will join us shortly. We will fool them into thinking they missed something. I'm going to ask one of you to do me a huge favor. Would you mind in the back coming in right now? Yes, yes. Would you mind just going, using your big boy voice, go out there and shout to everybody to come back in right now?
He's an MP.
You're an MP, right? So I know you can handle this. Don't mess it up.
He's from Korea. He's here on leave.
Okay, make the noise. Good. You did a good job. I can hear him in here.
Yeah.
Good job. That was excellent. Give him a big hand for doing that for us, please. Thank you. So how long are you on leave for?
Another week.
One more week. And back to Korea?
Yep.
Wow, good for you. Good for you. Okay. All right. We are now going to talk about what I think is the most important piece of evidence in the entire Christian worldview. So as somebody who was not convinced this is true, in fact, I was sure it probably wasn't true. Somebody asked me earlier, how did you start looking at this? I'll just cover that while everyone's walking in, so for those few of you who are still sitting here. You know, my wife was never expressed to me in the 18 years we were together. She never really ever talked about her upbringing as kind of a cultural Catholic. But her mom would take her to church, to Mass, and she was interested, but she didn't have any idea what the Bible taught about anything. But if you would have asked her, did you consider yourself a faithful person or a religious person, she would have probably said yes. Although, in the 18 years we were together, we probably attended a handful of Christmas or Easter services, right? And I would go like a cultural thing. And I was happy to go to church with her as an atheist, because my dad's been going to church as an atheist for his entire life. He actually thinks that Christianity is good in the sense that it teaches people how to be good. He also thinks that Mormonism is good for the same reason. So I was happy to go as an atheist. I'm in a church, a big church in Southern California, and the pastor there, I'd never been in an evangelical church ever, other than like for a funeral. So I'm sitting in church on a Sunday morning with my wife, and the pastor says, you know, this Jesus guy was the smartest man who ever lived. And I thought, okay. I never heard it pitched that way. And he just rolled Jesus out that Sunday as a really smart guy. So I bought a Bible just to get the smart words of Jesus. That's all I was interested in. The same way you might be interested in the smart words of Baha'u'llah or Buddha or Confucius. So I bought the Bible to get the smart words of Jesus. That's how I started first looking at it. But at some point, I knew I had to cross over this piece of evidence we're about to talk about. Do you believe that the one most important claim of the New Testament is true? So I'm going to start this talk on the resurrection in a kind of an odd way by showing you an end table, a nightstand. This is a nightstand that appeared in our city. I had a lady who we had worked before for a number of crimes. I actually worked her for a bank robbery. And she was a really committed drug addict. And one day she died, And so we got a phone call to respond to what's called a dead body report, a DBR. DBR at this address. We recognized the address belonged to this woman. We knew she was a drug addict, and when the officers got there, they saw this. This is her nightstand next to her bed. I'll give you a close-up. She's a heroin addict, so there's 3 needles here. She cooks the heroin on the bottom of that can. That's why it's burnt. Uses the water from this glass as a part of her syringe to cook the heroin. Then she injects it using this is her blood. Pretty nasty, huh? And if you do heroin on a daily basis, it's a depressant, right? So it's hallucinogenic, so you end up kind of crashing at the end of your high. So she wouldn't crash at the end of her high. She would smoke rock cocaine all day long. These are her rock pipes. You do this a long time, eventually it makes a mess of you. And I have pictures of her booking reports going back 20 years showing her steady progression as she's killing herself. Now, officers get to this call, and they know that she's a drug addict. And so when they get here and they see this nightstand, what do you think they figured it was? What do you think they thought killed her? Overdose. Look at this mess. So we have an overdose. So they call the coroner's office. It takes about an hour and a half for the coroner to get to you in Los Angeles. The investigators get there, the coroner's investigators. And the officer has been standing around this whole time just talking to each other. And they pull down the blankets on her bed and they see she's been stabbed to death. The officers never bothered to even pull down the blankets. Well, why wouldn't they pull down the blankets? Because they allowed their presupposition to color the way they saw and looked at the evidence. That happens a lot. If you aren't careful, the things you assume before you start the investigation will not only cause you to ignore some evidence, it'll actually cause you to look at other evidence the wrong way. Hear what I'm saying on that, okay? Because it's going to be critical to when we start this whole investigation. See, in the end, what detectives are trying to figure out is what is the most reasonable explanation for what we have in the room. Reasonable is the name of the game. We talked about it last night, right? We don't care about possible. We only care about reasonable because that is the judicial standard. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. So the question then becomes, well, how do we figure out what is reasonable? And that's what we're going to talk about now. How do we decide between reasonable options and possible options? Remember, possible doesn't matter. Only reasonable. Okay. In order to do this, I'm going to have to show you something gruesome. I'm going to show you a death scene. Are you ready for a death scene? So if you're a little kid in this room, and there aren't really any little kids I can see in this room. I haven't seen any of this whole trip really so far, so we should be okay. Are you ready? We're going to talk about this death scene and try to figure out if this death scene is a crime scene, because you die a number of different ways. They're not always criminal. There are 4 ways to die. Only one matters to a homicide detective. So here we have a dead guy laying face down in the room. The question, of course, is he just a victim of something, or was he killed? How do we explain his death? There are many ways to explain this kind of death, and we can list them over here. Do you guys know the 4 ways you can die? Let's yell them out. Go ahead, you can scream them out. What do you got? Suicide, yeah. What else? Natural, yeah. What else? Accidental, what else? Murder. So you can die naturally, by way of accident, or by way of suicide, or be killed by somebody else. Which do you think explains what we have so far? Given these 4 explanations, can I cross any of them out right now? Can I take any of them off the wall? What can I take off the wall? Scream it out. Natural? Well, if he died of a heart attack, wouldn't he look like that? It'd be a natural death. If he accidentally took too many pills, he would look like that. If he intentionally took too many pills as a suicide, he would look like that. If I just forced him to eat a bunch of pills to kill him, he would look like that. See, you're stuck. All 4 of these explanations are not just possible, they're all actually reasonable given what little we know. So let's change what we know. What if the scenario was different? What if it wasn't a dead guy laying face down, but it was a dead guy laying face down in a pool of his own blood, center torso? Would that make a difference? Let's do that right now. Here he is, pool of blood, center torso. Now, does that change things a little bit? I think it does. Now, you notice we've started to make a list over here of the way what evidence we happen to have in the room. And by the way, that's a very good strategy. To make two lists that begin with an E, a list of evidence and a list of explanations. Does that make sense? So now we can add to our first two pieces. We had a dead guy laying face down before, but now he's in a pool of his own blood, center torso. Does that change what we think might be the cause? Now, can I cross out anything on that list? Well, what if he had a brain aneurysm, he hits the deck and he bleeds out through his nose? Happens all the time. But would he look like this? This blood is not around his head. This blood is around his center torso. Well, how does he get under his body over there? What is in the center of his torso you could bleed out of? I think we can cross that out. Is it still possible that it's a natural? Sure. I always say yes to anything's possible, but it's not reasonable, and I only care about reasonable, so I'm not going to consider that option anymore. Does that make sense? Anything and everything is possible, but this is no longer reasonable. Can I cross out anything else? Accidental? Well, how do you kind of roll him over, don't I, to see what he fell on? He could have fallen on something. I don't know what the injury is yet. I really can't cross out anything else until I know what the injury is. So let's change the scenario. What if I had a dead guy who was laying face down in a pool of his own blood, but he had a big honking knife sticking out of his back? Would that change things? I think it might. Let's go back to our list and we'll add that piece of evidence to our evidence list. Can I cross out anything? What can I cross out? Suicide? I can do that. Seriously, listen, people usually commit suicide when they're high. Most people. Did you know that? So if he's high, you don't know how he might kill himself. Accidental, I think, is harder to explain, don't you? Like, how do I accidentally engage that knife in that way? If it was accidental, the knife was laying down on something, then I would expect the blade to be turned sideways. How do I get that in the middle of my back that deeply? I think it's possible, but I don't think it's reasonable, so I can cross out accidental. But I think I can probably cross out suicide too, but it is possible to do what he just did. Let's change the scenario slightly. What if I had a dead guy who was laying face down in the room, and he had a knife in his back, but he had multiple stab wounds high in the back? That's tougher to explain, don't you think? So if we added that to our list, now I think it's reasonable for us to cross out suicide. I mean, how do you even reach and sustain all those wounds? I mean, it's tougher. Would you agree? Now this is no longer reasonable. And if we really weren't quite sure, what if we had an additional element in the room? What if we had bloody footprints leading out of the room? That would change it all, right? Because it's really hard to stab yourself multiple times in the back and then walk out of the room in your own blood. Okay, so I think that this now, if we added the bloody footprints, you're stuck with the most reasonable inference, which is homicide. And how do we get there? We got there through something we call abductive reasoning. This is called abductive reasoning, or reasoning to the best inference. And this is just us making two lists, a list that begins with E, evidence, and a list of explanations, and toggling back and forth between the two lists to see which explanation makes the most sense. Now, just so you know, no one had to die for this, obviously. My son Jimmy, before he went in the academy, he just cut his hair. He was working at Trader Joe's. You guys have a Trader Joe's up here? Nobody kills anybody who works at Trader Joe's. Come on, guys. We would starve if there were no Trader Joe's employees, so we have to keep those guys alive. All right, this is what we call abductive reasoning, and I started to think as a detective who was looking at the Gospels for the first time. Remember how last night we applied the template for eyewitness reliability? Well, you get done with that and you think, okay, these are reliable documents, but time out. These reliable documents include something called the resurrection. How do we get past that barrier? I rejected anything supernatural. I rejected anything miraculous as an atheist. Yet now you want me to believe that we have a reliable document that's describing miraculous things? No. And I think this issue we have to cross together. And you could apply this abductive reasoning we just did in that death scene to the entire case for the resurrection. You could apply it to the empty tomb. That's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to make two lists again, a list of evidences and a list of explanations, remembering that even Paul tells us that this is the most important piece of evidence in the entire Christian worldview. If the resurrection did not occur, all of this is a lie. And Paul says you have no hope of a life after death, and you're to be pitied because we have been false witnesses. Basically, we've been lying to you. And if we've been lying to you about this, who knows what else we've been lying to you about? If this piece of evidence, if this claim is not true, we should walk. The question is, how would we ever examine that claim? Well, we're going to use abductive reasoning. But that means we have to make two lists. How are we going to know what to put on the evidence list? Well, there's actually some work that's been done by a guy who was also in God's Not Dead 2. And if you get the DVD, he's in one of the extended scenes. His name is Gary Habermas. His scene was supposed to be right before mine, but they put it in the deleted scenes. And I've watched the deleted scenes. I think it's a great scene. I don't know why they took it out. And Gary is one of the foremost scholars in the resurrection. He teaches at Liberty. He's a professor there. He's got a PhD. This is his specialty. He's written this book, and in this book, here's what he did. It's kind of crazy. He surveyed all of the scholars on the resurrection, from the people who are atheists, who do not believe that Jesus rose from the dead, to the people who are Christians who believe that Jesus rose from the dead. These were all scholars on the resurrection, some of them atheists, some of them Christians. And he said, what are the minimum things, the minimum facts that everyone agrees on? Even if you're an atheist, you agree on certain minimum facts about the resurrection. And even if you're a Christian, of course, you agree on more of those minimum facts. But there's a minimum, a bare minimum that everyone agrees on at high percentages. What are those? And he lists like 14 in this book. As an atheist, I rejected all but 4. There were 4 things about the resurrection that I would have agreed to as an atheist. Those are the 4 minimum pieces of evidence that I was willing to examine. And here they are. I would have said, yes, Jesus, I'm not a Jesus myther. If you want to talk about that in the Q&A, I'd be happy to. I've written a lot about the Jesus mythologies on my website. Jesus lived. I'm sorry, even Bart Ehrman, that skeptic we talked about yesterday, he's written a book. Anyone who says that Jesus never lived is nuts. That he's borrowed from some other deity like Mithras or Osiris or Horus. These are not true academics who make those kinds of claims. Even true atheist academics would not deny, number 1, that Jesus was crucified. So what? Who cares? Lots of people were crucified in the first century. The fact that a man was crucified in the first century and buried is rather non-controversial. I can believe that as an atheist. I just explain it some other way. So what? Doesn't mean he rose from the dead. And the second one, the tomb is empty. Well, I get that. If you wanted to end this controversy in the first century, there's 2 ways to do that. Get the body of Jesus and drag it around town. That'll stop the whole thing in its tracks. Or get the eyewitnesses to recant. That'll stop it in its track. They couldn't get either one of those things to happen. That's why we're still dealing with this today. So the tomb is empty. So what? I could steal the body. I could do all kinds of ways to make the tomb empty. You can believe in these first 2 things and be an atheist. I was. The third thing, okay, they said they saw a risen Christ. I wasn't even sure they believed it. But even if they did believe it, so what? People believe all kinds of stupid things that are false. This does not make it true, just because you believe it to be true. And the fourth thing was that, yeah, it does seem like these folks were able to turn over the entire empire in about 3 to 4 generations. These guys were bold. They were willing to die for their claims. But so what? People die for their claims all the time. You could believe these 4 things as an atheist. I did. The question is, how do I explain them? Now, there are, I think, a number of ways to explain these 4 pieces of evidence. Let me list them for you. We'll put that on this side. I think there are actually 7 ways to explain these 4 pieces of evidence. Only one of these explanations is your Christian explanation. That's the bottom one. Yeah, the Gospels just tell us accurately what actually occurred. I didn't believe that. I would have picked one of the first 6 as a better candidate. So the question then simply became, can I compare the evidence to the explanations and start to cross off the explanations that aren't reasonable? Because right now, these are all possible. The only question is, which is more reasonable? Now, we can't go through all 7 of these this morning. But we have that DVD. My book's back there. I mean, there's tons of ways for you to get this information. I've written about it online. Believe it or not, folks, I am not here to sell you a book. I'm here to hopefully kick you in the butt so that you will live differently, that you will take this more seriously, that you will know that it's true even on the days you don't like it. That's why we're here. So let me go through a few of these with you to show you why I ended up as a Christian. Here we go. The first one is simply this. Maybe they were wrong because Jesus didn't actually die on the cross to begin with. If he didn't really die on the cross, he looks bad, he passes out. Well, then we don't have a resurrection, we just have a resuscitation. Very different kind of a claim. And how would you know that Jesus died on that cross anyway? As a matter of fact, there's good reason from your scripture to deny that he died on the cross. Remember, he was crucified alongside two thieves, right? But the end of the day was coming, the Sabbath was coming, and they needed to get those bodies off the cross. You cannot leave live bodies on the cross on a holy day. So if people weren't dead by the Sabbath, you had to kill them to make sure they were dead in time. And how you would do that in those days is you don't die from blood loss on a cross. You die from asphyxiation. You die from not being able to breathe anymore because your body weight is so heavy and you can't push up because you're exhausted that you simply die because you can't get a breath. So the way you would kill people on a cross is simply to break their legs. Then they can't push up and they're going to die because they can't breathe. That's the way you kill people on a cross. But it seems interesting that when they came by the three bodies who were all executed at the same time, right? Two of those guys were still alive. Oh, but your Jesus is dead? Really? Maybe he's not dead. Why would he die so quickly when the other two hadn't died? You see this, for example, in the Gospel of John, starting in verse 18. Actually, I want to walk you through something that will reveal how tricky this is. Remember that Jesus' path to the cross is different than the two thieves. Did you know that? The two thieves are still alive, but Jesus suffered a lot more than those two thieves before he ever got to the cross. And it begins right here. It begins in front of the Caiaphas, the high priest, where he kind of says to the high priest, hey, you know what? Why do you question me? Question those who have heard what I spoke to them. They know what I said. And when he said that, the guard standing next to him smacked him and said, you don't talk to the high priest that way. And the beating of Jesus starts right here with that first strike. Now you'll notice that in classic paintings, Jesus always looks really good because nobody wants to paint Jesus looking bad. So it's deceiving for us who look at classic paintings because it looks like Jesus isn't really suffering much on his way to the cross, right? It starts though with the first strike. Then they blindfolded him and they spit on him and they smacked him and they beat him with their fists. But of course in the paintings, he looks pretty good. But he's taking a beating starting right here. It gets worse. The Jews want him executed. Pilate doesn't really seem to be interested in executing him. What is this man guilty of? I'm not going to execute him. No, they demand it. How about this? I'll beat him to within an inch of his life. Will that satisfy you? And he begins to do just that, scourging him with a whip, a nasty whip that had bone and rock in the different tangles of the whip. By the way, but look back at his picture. He looks great. Dude is muscular. Think about it. It's deceptive. This is not how he probably looked, but it makes us think he's not really suffering much. But he did, because he's being beaten with that. And then, of course, they put on that crown of thorns. They give him a staff, a stick. They beat him with the stick. You think you're a king? But look at the painting. There's not a, back up. There's not a drop of blood on him. Come on. And of course, if you're suffering this kind of a beating, at some point you're going to go into some form of either cardiac arrest or a circulatory shock, which means you're going to start shutting down. And you won't be able to do the things that other people can do. Everyone was expected to carry their cross to the execution site, but for some reason Jesus can't get it done. Why? Because he suffered a beating like few others, even before he gets to carry his cross. But look at the painting. It's like he just got out of bed, right? Looks great. It's deceptive. We think, why? I don't get it. And then, of course, he's crucified. And even in the most gruesome crucifixion paintings you see, he never looks all that bad. Would you agree? It looks pretty good. Now, how many of you have seen The Passion of the Christ? Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you sick deviants watched it twice? Raise your hand. Look at the sick people in the room. Why would you watch that? Why did you watch that twice? because you wanted to see that gruesome beating twice? I couldn't bear to watch. I work homicides. I didn't want to watch it twice. I've seen that movie once. Once was enough for me. Why? Because that movie actually depicts what Jesus went through. And if you watch it, it's not pretty. So the thing that's hanging on the cross at the end of the day looks a lot different than the two thieves. Jesus was beaten severely. And that's when we come to a piece of hidden science in Scripture. It's right here in John 19. And it tells us whether or not Jesus is alive. Now, it does show you that the other two are still alive. The soldiers therefore came and broke the legs of the first man who had been crucified with Jesus, and then those of the other. But when they came to Jesus and found that he was already dead, they didn't break his legs. Instead, one of the soldiers pierced Jesus' side with a spear, bringing a sudden flow of blood and water. Really? That's the trick right there. I can get that if you stab a guy who's hanging on a cross, blood might come out, but why would water ever come out? Now, I understand why this happens today, but I know for a fact that people in the first century, in the second century, in the third century, didn't know what that water was. They get the blood part, but they didn't understand the water part. How do I know that? Because I've read all of the church fathers who have written about this passage. Because the early church leaders would write about this passage. And when they came to the statement about the blood and the water, it's clear they are confused about what the water is, because none of them want to admit that it's water. I don't care who you read on this, Origen, Tertullian, Jerome, whoever you read on this, they all say the same thing. That can't be water. That must be some spiritualization, some kind of an allegory, some kind of a metaphor for the Holy Spirit or water baptism or something, because it couldn't have been water. Why would water come out of his chest? They don't get it. Now, we get it today, but they clearly didn't get it because everyone who writes about this misses it. So I want to show it to you. If you start to take that kind of, if you've ever been to a scene, and some of you guys in this room are cops, if you've ever been to a scene where someone has been beaten badly and dies while you're standing there, or is in a car accident and dies while you're standing there, you will see what happens to their body. They start to go into something called circulatory shock because your heart starts to shut down and you start to conserve energy. And you become kind of like catatonic because you're just conserving energy to survive the beating or to survive the accident. And at some point when your heart fails, you're going to go into another form of weirdness, some form of effusion. Either you're going to go into pericardial effusion, which means that sac that surrounds your heart will fill up with water. Now, I can tell you that that's an exaggeration. This illustration is an exaggeration. And I've been to autopsies and talked to coroners about this, and they'll tell you that the water sac is never so big that if you punctured it, you'd see a separation of blood and water. You wouldn't. It would look like blood. Runny blood, maybe, but you wouldn't see a separation of blood and water. But if you suffer what's called pleural effusion, that would be different. In pleural effusion, the water collects in your lung. And if you stab that part of the chest cavity, you will see a separation of blood and water. But the problem with that is if you see water come out separately, you've already suffered the cardiac arrest, which led to the pleural effusion. You're already dead. This is a piece of hidden science that's in Scripture that no one recognizes, is an indication that Jesus is dead. Sorry, he did die. Also, when you read through Scripture, it's easy to make it feel like it happened very quickly. He died, they got him in the tomb. That's not how it happened. That he died, and then Scripture says, you put all the Gospels together, Scripture says that Joseph of Arimathea went to Pilate and said, Pilate, I want the body. I've got a place for it. And Pilate said, let's make sure he's dead. He sends out the guards to see. After the guards finally come back to him, he says to Joseph, okay, Joseph, you're clear. Joseph then goes out and buys linen cloths, which he didn't already have, apparently. And then he goes to the tomb, and so some time has gone by. Now, how many of you in this room have had to touch, as part of your job or whatever, you've seen or touched a dead body? Raise your hand. There'll be somebody in this room, lots of people probably. Okay, people are probably in first responders of some sort or medical services. But raise your hand again and look around, everybody. Raise your hand if you've touched dead guys. Okay, that's not very many people. The rest of you have never had to touch a dead body. Some of you are 50, 60 years old. You've never touched or seen up close a dead body. You don't even know what they look like. You think they look like they do on Criminal Minds, but they don't look that way. If you've ever seen a dead guy, when I walk in, I don't care if he died of a heart attack. When I walk in, I can tell you before I get over to him, he's dead. I know already. Why? Because there are certain signs of death. So I want to teach you the signs of death so I can ask you the question, do you think it's reasonable that somebody who's handling a dead body hours after the death would not notice these? And in order to teach you these signs of death, I'm going to take you to the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. It's right here on North Mission Road. And if you walk up these steps and go to the right behind this window right here is the Los Angeles County Coroner's gift shop. Yes, they have a gift shop. That shop is called Skeletons in the Closet. And you can Google it, and you can buy online from the Los Angeles County Coroner's gift shop. You can buy black t-shirts with a white body outline that say, "Stay cool," because they have refrigerators for the bodies. Why is that a ooh? I bought one time for Frank a cutting block for his kitchen, and it has a picture of a hand cut off. It says, "Let us give you a hand, Los Angeles County Coroner's Office." For a chopping block, that's pretty good, I thought. Downstairs, in the next building over, the white building on the side of this, is the examination room. And now, if you're an officer, a detective in the county of Los Angeles, and you are assigned as your case a homicide, you have to attend the autopsy. The reason why you have to attend the autopsy is because coroners are so busy they can't go to court. So at the preliminary hearing, you will be testifying for the coroner. That just saves them money and time. We're already there anyway. We have to be there for the case. They don't have to be. We just testify for them. But that means I have seen hundreds of autopsies. And they are one of the more gruesome things you'll ever experience. It's pretty macabre. I won't explain to you what happens at an autopsy, but it's pretty disgusting getting from body to canoe, because basically everything has to come out. It's pretty crazy. And when I first started in the 80s, they didn't have metal tables like this. Those were wood. Why are you groaning? Because you know I don't care how much marine lacquer you put on that table. There's a reason why there's a grate down here. That's so you can hose off these tables and get the blood in the grate, right? But if those tables are wood, you hose them off 2 or 3 times, they have become a sponge. And that room stinks. Oh, it smells terrible. You're lucky if you find a guy the day he dies. Usually you don't find him the day he dies. You find him a week and a half after he dies. Ugh. That's stinky. So they do autopsies in this room, and there's like 10 tables that go off in this direction. Not only that, as stinky and disgusting and as bloody as it always is, there's a sign on the back wall that says, "No eating in the examination room." Like somebody is going to pop out a meatball sandwich and be eating a meatball sandwich. But it happens. I want to show you 3 inconvenient things that happen when you die. And it's called the mortis triad. The first thing that happens when you die is that heart stops pumping hot blood through your body and you begin to cool down. So you become cool to the touch. That is something we call algor mortis. The second thing that happens is you start to stiffen, at least for a season. And then when you stiffen like that, that's called rigor mortis. The third thing that happens is kind of unexpected, I think. Because there's no pump pushing blood through your body, gravity starts to have an effect. And your blood is just pulled toward the lowest part of your body, wherever gravity is. If you died on your back, and I rolled you over when I got there, you're going to be purple and black on your back, because that's where the blood has now collected. Make sense? It's like a big bruise. That is called liver mortis. These 3 kinds of mortis are visible in dead bodies. Do you really think that people who have, you can go your whole life in 2016 and never have to touch a dead body? Never. If your grandmother dies, you are not going to throw her over your shoulder and take her to the mortuary. You're going to call the mortuary. If she dies under suspicious circumstances, you're going to call the coroner. Either way, you're not touching your grandmother. But if you died in the 1st century, there was no coroner to call. There was no mortuary to call. You had to touch your own dead. If I had been in the 1st century and asked that question, all of you would have raised your hands. You all would know what death looks like. You all would have to touch it, treat it, wrap it, anoint it, put it in the ground. That's your job as family. So you may not know what this looks like, but I think they did. And you want me to believe that they missed all this? Okay, it's certainly possible. Because anything's possible. I just don't think it's reasonable. And that's why I cross it off my list. I think he's dead. Got to explain it some other way. Maybe they're just lying. It's a conspiracy, a vast conspiracy, right, to fool the world into thinking this is true. How many of you here actually like to read conspiracy novels, or look how fast your hand went up. Dude, you're going to break your shoulder. Be careful, okay? Seriously? You like them that much? How about like movies, like conspiracy movies? Those are actually fun to watch. Raise your hand if you like those, okay? Everyone raise your hand if you like those kinds of conspiracy things. Okay, put your hands down, you stupid morons. What is wrong with you people? Seriously? Do you know how hard it is to pull off a conspiracy? And I tell you, as Christians, we need to stop thinking everything's a conspiracy because, well, then if everything's a conspiracy, couldn't your Christian lie also be a conspiracy? Well, do you even know how hard it is to pull off a successful conspiracy? If you think you know of a successful conspiracy, it wasn't successful, right? Successful conspiracies, you get away with them. If you think you know of one, it's one that failed. I get that. Conspiracies fail all the time. If they're going to succeed, they need 5 things. I work conspiracies, so I'm going to train you right now in Conspiracy Investigation 101. Are you ready? If you have these 5 things, you can usually succeed. First thing you have to have is the smallest possible number of co-conspirators. It's easier for 2 people to tell a lie and keep a secret than it is for 22 or 222. Does that make sense? Also, you want to hold this thing for the shortest possible time. It's easier to tell a lie and hold it for an hour than it is for a whole day, for a week, for 2 weeks. It's harder. Third thing you may not see coming, but you have to have excellent communication between co-conspirators. If I stop one of you and I say, dude, what'd you do? Your story better match your co-conspirator story. And I'm going to get in the weeds with you. I'm going to ask you details you haven't been able to plan in advance. Fourth thing you should have is some close relationship between co-conspirators. It's a lot. I don't expect a mom to waive her rights to rat off her son. I don't. But I do expect a son to waive his rights to rat off his mom. And that happens all the time. Sorry, Mom. Last thing, no pressure. If no one's pressuring you, then of course no one's going to tell the truth. You got to increase pressure. Let me show you how this works in a real setting. Because about 6 years ago, we had a murder in our city of a guy who was older. He was probably in his 70s when he got killed. He had a roommate who was much younger, much younger. We get there. I don't work new homicides. I work cold cases. But I'm the oldest guy on the team right now, so I would go out just to make sure that no one was going to mess it up. And when I get there, there's a guy who's the case agent for this thing, who's a brand new, he's never worked a homicide before. He came out of our fraud and forgery section. He's a great search warrant writer. That's why we took him. But now he's waiting for me to get there. So I get there about an hour later than everybody else, because I can. And I get there, and I said, so what do you got? He says, well, I don't know. What do you think? I said, I'm not, what do you think? I'm not going to do his job for him. He says, well, I think we have more than one suspect involved. Well, our guy is tied up execution style on his front lawn. And I'm thinking, yeah, I think that's a good assumption. We're looking for 2 guys. He says, well, his roommate's missing, and so is the victim's car. We think we know where we could find the roommate. Do you want us to go out and arrest him? I said, no, we have a surveillance team. I worked on that surveillance team for years. I didn't cut my hair for probably the first 4 years on that team, 3 years on that team for sure. It was awesome, by the way. My neighbors didn't even talk to me until I finally cut my hair. It was weird. Anyway, the point is, I said, let's have our team go out and watch this guy, see what he's doing. You know where to find him. The team goes out that night and he finds this guy. He's driving around in the victim's car. That's a good sign. Would you agree? He's got a passenger in the passenger seat with him. Also a good sign. We followed him for 4 days. At the end of that 4 days, we took him to jail for traffic warrants. They had no idea why they were going to jail. And we made sure that they did not know they were being followed. We had a black and white unit with us. The black and white stopped them. They had no idea they had been followed. Now, here's the problem I see working conspiracies. If they did this together, they've got the first 2 issues locked down. They have the smallest possible number of conspirators, 2. You can't get smaller than 2. And they've only had to hold the lie for 4 days. That's also in their favor. On the bright side, they were not related in any way. They barely knew each other. So that's in my favor. When you know how to construct a conspiracy, you know how to deconstruct the conspiracy. Does that make sense? So I just work with what's given to me. These are the 5 things you need to succeed. They have 2 of them. The third is off the table. I have control over two, this and this. So what am I going to do? I'm going to deconstruct it. I said, put them in 2 separate rooms and let's wait 2 hours, which we did. Then I walked into the first room. I said, dude, I just spent the last 2 hours talking to your buddy, and he does not want to go to jail for what he says you did. I had not talked to his friend, but he had no way to communicate with his friend because I had eliminated that. So now he has no idea I'm lying to him. And I said, he doesn't want to go to jail for what you did. I agree with him. I think you're the whole thing on this. I think it's all your idea. And he told me everything you guys did already, including everything you did for the last 4 days. And I repeated back to him everything our surveillance team had seen for the last 4 days as if that guy told me. And he didn't know where that information came from, and he panicked. But he was pretty smart, and he only gave me about another 10 or 15% of the truth. So now what do? I go to the other guy. Dude, I spent the last 4 hours talking to your buddy. He doesn't want to go to jail for what he says you did, and I believe him. I don't think this is his idea. I think it's your idea. And he's already told me everything you guys did, and I tell him everything that the surveillance team saw, plus the 10% that nobody knew but the two of these guys. And he panicked, and he confessed to it. So now I go back to the other guy. And about an hour and a half into that conversation, he confesses to it. Now they're both doing what's called an LWOP. That's life without the possibility of parole. And they were 19 years old when they killed this guy. Once you know how to build a conspiracy, you know how to unbuild it. So all I had to do was, number one, eliminate communication and increase the pressure. And those two things work. But if they work for me today, they would have also worked in the first century. And that's the problem I have with this notion that this is a conspiracy. We're not just talking about the 11 because Judas is dead, right? But we replaced him with someone named Matthias in the upper room in Acts 1, where he's with 120 guys who apparently, and women, who apparently had seen Jesus from the baptism to the resurrection. And they picked Matthias from that group to replace Judas. So now my conspiracy is 120 plus 11, 132. Now, Paul says 500 people, he says in Acts 15, saw Jesus on the same day risen from the dead. How large is this conspiracy? If you just told me up front that I'm proposing a conspiracy involving 500 plus people, I'm already out, okay? That's ridiculous. Let's play a little game of Clue. Old school Clue. Here's the old board. You guys remember this board? The board looks different now, would you agree? Does anybody even play Clue anymore? Like 2 people. I got to change my analogy, don't I? Okay, let's change the board slightly. Let's make it the area around where Jesus did his ministry. And let's put the game pieces, instead of the old game pieces, we'll use the 12 disciples. Here's our game. Let's start with the first part of the game is how long do they have to hold the conspiracy? 12 is already too many people, if you ask me. 500 plus is way too many people, if you ask me. But if you hold it for a short period of time, you might be able to get away with it, like 6 minutes. 6 hours, 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, 6 years. No, we need 6 decades. They held this together for 6 decades. Really. I'm already suspicious. But maybe they had great communication between co-conspirators, because you would need that. No. There was no Snapchat, there was no texting, and they weren't in this holy huddle. They were all over the game board. So how does, for example, Thomas know in India what Matthew is saying in Africa or what Paul is saying in Italy? He has no way to know if somebody else has already given up the ghost. Do you see the problem? But it's worse than that, because the one thing that breaks all conspiracies is pressure. What kind of pressure do you think that these guys were under? You've played Clue. You ever watch Jack Bauer in 24? Ever see 24? No one knows what that is. I gotta use another analogy. Dang it. Give me a better analogy. Because Jack Bauer, if he wanted to get a confession in 24, he would do whatever it takes, ethical or unethical. He would do it because he wants to get the confession. Well, it turns out that's exactly the way they were treating these 12. They were torturing these 12. And do you think I invented that thing I showed you with the other conspirators? I didn't invent that in this generation. That's been going on for thousands of years. That's how you break conspiracies. They were basically taking fingers off these guys and telling them, hey, how many more do you want to lose before you just tell us the truth? And you don't even know. They're going to tell you that Matthew's already given this up. Why would you die for this when others have already given it up? That kind of lie, I guarantee you, was being told in the first century. Yet nobody responded to it. No one flinched. No one ever changed their story. And yeah, there are a couple of brothers in here. There are. But Matthew has no relationship to anyone, like we talked about last night. Why would he die for strangers? He has no idea. These guys didn't even like him before he became part of their group. So in the end, I think this is a ridiculous game. This idea that this is a conspiracy and that somehow they never flinched and they were willing to die for this conspiracy, my guys wouldn't go 5 hours without giving it up. These guys were physically tortured and never flinched, never blinked. And by the way, if you're going to start this crazy lie, are you going to start it with a woman in the first century named Mary? Seriously. If you want me to believe this lie, have it come off the lips of Joseph of Arimathea or off of Nicodemus's lips. I might believe them. But you're going to try to convince me with a woman in a culture that did not think women were reliable eyewitnesses. As a matter of fact, when she runs back and tells Peter, I just saw Jesus alive, he drops to his knees and he says, hallelujah. No, he doesn't. He says, get out of the way. He runs to see for himself. Even Peter doesn't believe her. Is it possible they're lying? Sure. Anything's possible. But it's just not reasonable. So I took it off my list. Hey, maybe they just hallucinated this. They were delusional because they so badly wanted to see Jesus alive. You know, they felt so bad that they didn't catch it while he was still alive, that once he's dead, they just want him to be alive so desperately that they would mistake anyone for Jesus. As a matter of fact, Mary is by herself in that garden tomb, and she sees the gardener. Oh, no, it's Jesus. No, Mary, it's a gardener. You just want it to be Jesus. After all, you are alone, and so you were under this delusion because you so badly want it to be true. That to me actually seems reasonable. And she's not the only person who probably wanted it to be true. I mean, look at Peter. He denied him 3 times. He's alone according to Luke 24, 1 Corinthians 15. So he sees something that's not true. It's not really Jesus. How about James? James is by himself also. James felt bad. He never treated him like the brother. You know, he didn't believe his brother could be the Messiah. Then he dies and he doesn't want it to be true. I can see where he would even hallucinate this. But then we get to a single hallucination that bothers me. It's Paul. Paul's the only one to see Jesus on the road to Damascus. But do you think that Paul wanted to see Jesus alive? That kind of stretches your imagination a little bit, don't you? I can actually see you guys again. There's a room full of people here. That's awesome. But then it gets even worse, because now we have several accounts where more than one people report seeing the same thing. That bugged me. For example, we have the road to Emmaus. We have 2 people who reported the same vision for years afterwards. Now think about that for a second. If I told you last night I had a dream and I was driving down Mulholland and I was in a red Tesla and you said, yeah, and it was a convertible, tan ragtop, right? That would freak me out, okay? How do you know what my dream? We don't have group dreams. Okay? When you have things that you recall in groups like that, those are called memories, okay? They're not called hallucinations or dreams. They don't happen that way. So the question becomes, how do I explain these group accounts? For example, the 3 women at the tomb who report seeing the same thing, and they did this for years afterwards. How do I account for this? If it's a lie, then it's part of conspiracy theory. I've already rejected that. How do I account for these group hallucinations? It gets worse, right? There's that time when the disciples are in the room and they don't have, oh, here's one. At the beach, remember at the sea? There's so many in this one, I can't even put them all in the same picture. I got to put 2 over there. That's okay, but the point is you get it, there's 7. They're all reporting the same thing. And when Thomas isn't around, there's 10. And those 10 all report seeing the same thing. How do you account for group hallucinations? And then Thomas comes back into the fold, so now we have 11. And there are these accounts where so for example, we don't know how many disciples are on the mountain. It says the disciples. It could be the 12. It could be the 11 rather. It could be more, because there were 120 disciples in the upper room. So who's included in the disciple number, that disciple language? We don't know. We have the ascension, right? Here he goes. Whoop. And we have a bunch here, at least the 11, probably more. And then we have this ridiculous scene that Paul tells us about, in which 500 people saw the risen Christ on the same day. I couldn't even count all these. I tried. I can get most of them. No, I can't. So I'm going to add a couple here. There we go. Good. That's the entire group, all right? Now, look, there's a way to falsify these kinds of claims. You think you saw Jesus alive? Well, here, let's find out if he really was alive. Let's go back to the tomb and see if the tomb is empty. Because if you're wrong about your vision, there should be a body in that tomb. If the body is missing from that tomb, either you actually saw it or you just stole the body to make it look like you saw it. If you stole the body, we're back to conspiracy theory. We've already rejected. A lot of these roll downhill. This is why Peter says, hey, you know what? We aren't making this stuff up. We just happen to see it. We're eyewitnesses. So is it possible that they're, imagining this? Sure. Anything's possible, but it's not reasonable. So I cross it out. Now I'm going to cross out two more that I just can't get to because I want to wrap it for you. But we have them on the DVD back there. They're also in my book. Because we can't cross, these two I think are also unreasonable, that an imposter stood in for him, and that perhaps this latest version is from Bart Ehrman himself, who says that if one person had a vision but was influential enough with the others, he could maybe convince the others that they saw it too. Yeah. The point is, I rejected those two as well. I've looked at every possible explanation for the minimal facts. I have. My favorite was really this one, that they were late legends. But we talked about this last night, right? This idea that the resurrection never really occurred, and no one even claimed it in the first centuries. It was only claimed later as a part of a distorted view, a legendary view of Jesus. But we already know in order to be a late legend, you have to be both late and a legend. And we know it's not late from the work we did last night, remember? We also know it wasn't distorted over time from the work we did last night. So we know it's not late and it's not a legend. So the idea that this is even possible, if you ask me, it's not even possible. But okay, for the sake of argument, sure, it's possible. It's certainly not reasonable. And that's why I rejected it. And now you're stuck with your Christian explanation. Now I will tell you that I've worked cases for years and I've learned that every explanation for any crime has strengths and weaknesses. Even the true explanation, the explanation that I'm going to go to a jury with, has strengths and weaknesses. My job sometimes is to make sure that the defense team doesn't catch the weaknesses or doesn't exploit the weaknesses in front of the jury. But I know that my case has weaknesses, and I know where those weaknesses are. Like last night when I told you I had a case where I couldn't tell you how he killed her, where he killed her, when he killed her, what he did with her body. Those are weaknesses in my explanation. But clearly he killed her because he confessed to it later. So we know that you can make a case even when you have some weaknesses. Now, all of these have weaknesses that I think are deal killers, but don't think for a second that your Christian explanation doesn't also have a weakness. It does. I'm going to show you the weakness of the Christian explanation. Now, on the bright side, if they are just telling us accurately what really happened, that would best explain the four pieces of evidence we started with. This explanation does best account for that stuff. I'll give you that. But there's a weakness, and here it is. If you want me to believe that your explanation is the best and most reasonable, that means you want me to believe that things like resurrections can actually occur. And for me, as a philosophical naturalist, I would have said, forget about it. There's no way. This is not a reasonable explanation because it requires something miraculous, and I reject the miraculous. How can you call that reasonable if it requires a resurrection? But think about this for a second. What are we really investigating when we're investigating the resurrection? We're investigating this kind of claim. Are resurrections reasonable? That's the claim we're investigating. We started off investigating that claim. Is this a reasonable inference? Well, but if you start with this idea that I don't care what you say, I refuse to believe in anything supernatural, how could you ever investigate that question? You're starting off with the answer in your head already. If you want to be fair, you can't start off thinking you know the answer. You have to allow the evidence to give you. Because if you think you know the answer to this question, and that's that no miracles ever happen, well then guess what? I can show you all the evidence for early dating, and you will find a way to jump over that. Why? Because you don't believe in miracles. You don't believe in resurrection. Okay, but tell you what, I can show you places, for example, where it's quoted often by the... I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe in resurrections. You'll jump over it. I can show you great physical evidence from archaeology to support these. I don't care. I don't believe in resurrections. You'll find a way to jump over that. As a matter of fact, you will jump over anything and everything I show you. Why? Because you're committed to this conclusion. And why are you committed to that conclusion? Because you were committed to that from the very beginning. You started there, and no matter what I do, you will end there. Why? Because that's called circular reasoning. You will not move away from what you presupposed. Why do you think I showed you this nightstand? Because I told you if you presuppose a certain conclusion, you'll miss it. You'll think you know the answer before you start. And then when you come in and we pull those blankets down and she's been stabbed, you're going to feel like a fool standing there with your partner, where you've been standing for 90 minutes while the body is cooling, to have some coroner's investigator who's not even trained to do criminal investigations discover this is a murder. Because you let your presupposition dictate how you looked at the evidence. The same thing is true for us. Look, when it comes to the resurrection, you have one of two choices. This is it. If you're asking the question, what happened to Jesus? Only one of two things happened to Jesus. Either he rose from the dead or he didn't. That's it. Now, as an atheist, if you wanted me to end up over here, in other words, if you wanted me to consider all the explanations, including supernatural explanations, well, I couldn't get there. I'll tell you why. There's a roadblock in my way. I don't believe in things that are supernatural. So I can't get over here. Because in order to get there, I have to believe in something supernatural called the resurrection. I don't believe in that stuff. Now, if I was going to be limited to what I would accept as an atheist, just the natural explanations, well, you can toss up all those natural explanations. None of them work. They're all roadblocks. I didn't care. I would find a way to jump over this stuff or go around this stuff or under this stuff because I wanted to end up over here. I didn't care what it took to get there, because I was committed to that conclusion, even though it's more and more unreasonable given all those roadblocks. Do you see the difference between the two paths? It turns out in one path, it's filled with roadblocks that keep you from getting here. On this side, there is one roadblock, but I put it there. I didn't put these here. Those are inherent, innate to the explanations themselves. But this one is a matter of my making. I'm the one who rejects the supernatural, so I put a roadblock there. So I can't, even though there's nothing else impeding that explanation. The only problem with that explanation is that it requires something supernatural to happen. If you will simply lay down your presupposition, then there's nothing in your way. And now this is clearly the best inference from evidence. Once you lay down your roadblock. And that's what I finally had to do. And I did it largely because if you think about it, like Frank talked about earlier, all of us believe in something extra-natural. I don't care who you are. If you're an atheist, I was an atheist who believed that all space, time, and matter leapt into existence from nothing, from a cause that was neither material, spatial, or temporal. And the only stuff we talk about when we talk about nature, naturalism, is the stuff that's made up of space, time, and matter. If there's a cause that is not made up of space, time, or matter, it can't be natural. It has to at least be called extra-natural, supranatural, supernatural. No matter how you look at this, you're stuck with at least one supernatural event called the Big Bang. You're stuck with that. So I started to ask myself, if I'm stuck with that, why am I willing to not accept anything else? If there is a God, like Frank said, who could create everything from nothing, I'll bet you he can get out of the grave. That doesn't seem so big anymore. And that's why I ended up accepting this conclusion. Now, folks, we've been talking a little bit about what we want to achieve in this conference. Here's what I noticed going around the country. I would ask people all the time, why are you a Christian? And I get the same three answers. Do you know what they are, those three answers? They're always the same. I can actually predict to the pastors before I start what your answers would be. I should have done this in the first night. But when I ask this question, I get these same three answers. The largest group is, I'm a Christian because I was raised in a Christian family. My parents were Christians. Good answer. But this could be untrue, and you could still call yourself a Christian if the only reason why you're a Christian is because your parents were Christians or you were raised that way. The second answer I get is this. I've had an experience that confirmed for me that Christianity was true. Some kind of an experience. Okay, good answer. But you could have an experience that could lead you to something that's not true. As a matter of fact, my Mormon family are filled with people just like that, who would say they are Mormons today because they had an experience from the Holy Spirit that confirmed that Mormonism was true. The third one is, well, I was a jerk before I met Jesus, and I'm less of a jerk today. He changed my life. But I know people who will say the exact same thing about Dr. Phil or Oprah Winfrey. Seriously. Doesn't make them God. In other words, you could believe this is true, and it could be false. If you asked me, Jim, are you a Californian? I could ask you that question. You could say, yes, you're a Californian, couldn't you? You're all Californians. Let me ask you a question. What year was California founded? Let me ask you another question. How many people are in the Senate in California? How do you get elected? What's the term limit in California? How many counties are there? What's the population of California? How many linear miles of coastline are there in California? What's the state bird, state tree, state motto of California? Most of you people are like me. You don't know the answer to any of those questions. Any of them. Yet if I asked you, are you a Californian? You could say, yes, there's no doubt I'm a Californian. I was born and raised right here in California. Been here my whole life. Is that the way you have been a Christian? Are you a Christian the way you're a Californian? You know, you're in the right place. You can call yourself a Christian. But don't ask me too many questions because I have no answers. If that's the case, you are an accidental Christian. You've happened to be in the right place, but you didn't even know why it was the right place. You're here by accident. Okay, I think you get it. That maybe in my generation or my dad or my parents' generation, my dad's not a believer, but in my parents' generation, maybe, or my grandparents, you could get away with being an accidental Christian in America. You could. Because nobody challenged anything you thought. But the days of accidental Christianity are gone. They're over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your generation, but they are gone. If you're going to stay and continue to call yourself a Christian, you're going to have to be a different kind of a Christian. A Christian who knows that this is true and you're not here accidentally. That's why we do Fearless Faith. And by the way, if you aren't sure that bulletproof vest that officers wear will stop a bullet, you are not going to stand tall in a gunfight because you're not sure it's going to keep you alive. If, on the other hand, you've seen the vest stop bullets in the firefight, you will stand tall because you know, hey, it might hurt, but it's not going to go through this vest. It's time to start shooting some bullets at your worldview as Christians so you can see that they do stop bullets. Christianity will stop the bullets. We've got good reasons to believe it's true. That's what we're doing here at Fearless Faith. And with that, I want to reintroduce to you the great Frank Turek.
Give me the pen. That is the greater J. Warner Wallace, who, by the way, is the star of God's Not Dead 2. There he is. And since he's lived in California his entire life, he's actually been in other movies. You don't know, he was actually in Saturday Night Fever. And then he got a place in Tarzan the Ape Man. Did you know that? This is when Jim was undercover, by the way. He had long hair, and his neighbors wouldn't talk to him for, 4 years until you got your hair cut? So he was working with gangs, and there he was with that hairdo there. And then he almost got the role in Forrest Gump. He was actually was the star of Wallace Gump. But ladies and gentlemen, the great Jim Wallace. All right, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about stealing from God. You remember that yesterday we talked about how young people walk away from the church, when they go to college, they often come back and say, Dad, Mom, I don't believe in God anymore, but let me ask you this. What if your best arguments to doubt God show that he actually exists? What if your best arguments to doubt God actually show he exists? He really's out there. And yesterday we introduced it by saying that atheists are saying that, well, reason, science, evolution, morality, and evil all point toward atheism. They don't point toward Christianity. They point away from Christianity and they point toward atheism. And I asked the question, are these good arguments for God? And we answered, no. Why? Because they're stolen from God himself. Or are they good arguments for atheism? No, they're stolen from God himself. Now I want to explain what I meant by that. It turns out that these things and some other things atheists say point to atheism literally wouldn't exist unless God existed. In fact, I think that atheists are committing intellectual crimes when they argue against God. In fact, the book, Stealing from God, deals with these topics: causality, reason, information, morality, evil, and science. You often hear atheists saying that these things point to atheism when in fact none of these things would exist unless God existed. In fact, let me unpack it this way. Atheists today are materialists, yet all of these aspects of reality are immaterial and they're rooted in God's nature. Therefore, whenever atheists are citing them to support their position, they're actually stealing from God to argue against him. I mean, Jim was up here saying, when I was an atheist, all I believed were material things in space, time, and matter. Well, it turns out that every one of these things up here is not material. They're immaterial. And yet atheists use them to say atheism's true. And that's what the book goes into. And by the way, Stealing from God is not about tithing, okay? I always hear Christians say, is this a book about tithing? No. The subtitle is Why Atheists Need God to Make Their Case. And what I want to do in our time right here this afternoon is to cover this issue of reason just for 5 minutes, and then spend the rest of our time on this issue of science, because science is such a big deal in our culture today, and people think that science somehow disproves God. So we're going to look into that. But let's start right here with this issue of reason. You may hear atheists call themselves free thinkers. Have you heard of this? If you go to a college campus, sometimes you'll hear about a free thinker club. You know, we're the free thinkers. Here's the problem with that title for an atheist who's a materialist. There is no free and there is no thinking going on if atheistic materialism is true. What is atheistic materialism? We keep talking about it. What is it? Well, a man who described it very well was Francis Crick, who looks a little creepy to me. Now, Crick, as you know, discovered the DNA molecule along with Watson, and you can see it right behind him there. And he wrote a book called The Astonishing Hypothesis, and here's what he said in the book. The astonishing hypothesis is that you, your joys and your sorrows, your memories and your ambitions, your sense of personal identity and free will are in fact no more than the behavior of a vast assembly of nerve cells and their associated molecules. In other words, you may think you have free will, but you really don't. Why? Because you're just a molecular machine. Because you see, all that exists are materials. And so when you have a thought, that thought is just caused completely by the laws of physics. You're just a moist robot, in other words. There's not really a soul there. You're just a molecular machine. Everything is caused by the laws of physics. And you don't have any control over the laws of physics. That's why you don't have free will. Whatever you do, you just do, because the laws of physics dictated it. I mean, you're no different than a Coke can fizzing, according to this theory. Now, can anybody see the problem with this theory? What's the problem with it? This is the interactive portion of the program. Can you see the problem with a theory like this, a philosophy like this? Let me put it this way. Imagine if Crick had said this in his book. Imagine if he had said, the astonishing hypothesis is that my scientific conclusions that I write in this book are in fact no more than the behavior of a vast assembly of nerve cells and their associated molecules. Would we have any reason to believe his book? You see, because everything he's writing in the book isn't him really reasoning to that conclusion. It's just reactions. Every thought he has is a result of the laws of physics. So why should we believe it's true? In other words, atheistic materialism is self-defeating. You remember yesterday when we went through some of those self-defeating statements, like when somebody says there is no truth, we ask, is that true? Well, imagine if Crick comes along and he says, my thoughts are determined completely by the non-rational laws of physics. What question are we going to ask him? Does that thought, is that caused by the non-rational laws of physics? If so, why should I believe it? Or we could say it this way, then why should we believe that or anything else you say, right? It's a self-defeating proposition to be an atheistic materialist. You've destroyed your ability to reason if you're right. And there was an atheist many years ago, he was an evolutionist actually, who actually, he understood the problem with his own worldview. His name was Haldane. And he realized that robots can't reason. In fact, here's what he wrote about this theory. He said, if my mental processes are determined wholly by the motions of atoms in my brain, I have no reason to suppose that my beliefs are true, and hence I have no reason for supposing my brain to be composed of atoms. Everyone can see the problem here, right? This is like saying I can't speak a word in English. This guy, Daniel Dennett, thinks consciousness is an illusion. One wonders if he was conscious when he wrote this, right? I mean, how could you know consciousness was an illusion? Well, let me ask the question this way. How do you know that you're just having a dream? What has to happen to you? You got to wake up, right? You've got to get the more than knowledge of being awake to know that that was just a dream. You'd have to wake up to say it's just a dream. In order for Dennett to say that our consciousness is like a dream, he'd have to get outside the dream, outside the illusion, and say, oh, this is just an illusion. In order to do that, he'd have to be God. He'd have to have some kind of super consciousness to say that our consciousness is just an illusion. So it's ironic an atheist actually makes himself out to be God in order to come up with this theory. Here's the main problem with atheistic theories like this. Atheists exempt themselves from their own theories. Crick says everybody's a molecular machine, except me. I'm not a molecular machine. Dennett says consciousness is an illusion, except my consciousness. My consciousness is not an illusion. I need my consciousness to write books that say consciousness is an illusion. See, it's a self-defeating proposition. Now, there's a lot more in chapter 2 of the Stealing from God book on reason. I just wanted to point out the self-defeating nature of what atheists do when they try and claim that they're materialists, yet they're the reasonable ones. No, they're not reasonable at all. They've made reason impossible by their theory of atheistic materialism. What I want to spend the rest of our time on now is this issue of science. And oh, by the way, if reason is impossible because of atheism, so is science. Because if you can't reason, you can't come to rational scientific conclusions. So the two feed into one another. But let's take a look at science directly now. And my theory here is that science actually needs God. Now, you hear it the opposite. You hear, oh, science doesn't need God at all. In fact, science has gotten rid of God. I think the exact opposite is true, that science needs God. Now, why? We're going to do this in 3 parts. The first thing we're going to do is try and define what we mean by science, because if we're going to say that science needs God, we need to define what we mean by science. Secondly, what does science say about God? Does it say God exists, or does it say God doesn't exist? And then finally, we're going to answer the question directly, why does science need God? All right, you guys ready to go? All right, here we go. First question. What is science? Now, you may be surprised to learn there is no consensus definition as to what science is. No consensus definition. It's controversial. I'm going to use a definition that Francis Bacon used. I'm actually going to modify it a little bit. But I think science, if you had to define it, is it a method of inquiry to discover cause and effect relationships. It's a method of inquiry to discover cause and effect relationships. In fact, when you're doing science, you're trying to discover what particular cause caused a particular effect. That's what you're doing. What particular cause caused a particular effect. And there are 2 types of causes out there. Only 2. There are intelligent causes, like a person can cause something, and then there's non-intelligent causes, like a natural process. These are the only 2. It's either intelligent or it's not. In fact, let me give you an example of this. How many people in here have ever been to the Grand Canyon? Now, you've been to the Grand Canyon, right? Beautiful geologic formation. You see the Grand Canyon there. But if you're a geologist and you're trying to discover the cause of the canyon, should you posit it was a natural cause or an intelligent cause? What do you think? It's a natural cause, right? You can know that canyon was caused by nature, because you can today see that you put wind, rain, water, erosion on a landmass, you're going to get a canyon. You don't have to posit there was some intelligence out there that actually had to create that canyon. Natural forces can do so. Erosion can do so. But can everybody see the difference between this geologic formation and this geologic formation? Mount Rushmore? Certainly the faces on Mount Rushmore were not caused by erosion. Not natural erosion anyway, maybe political erosion. But not natural erosion, right? Why? Because you can take wind, rain, and water and throw it at rock. You'll never get these 4 presidents on that rock formation. In other words, what we're saying here is that the Grand Canyon is an example of a natural process, whereas Mount Rushmore is an example of an intelligent person that created something. So you got these 2 causes out there. Now hold on to these 2 types of causes. We now have to talk about the fact that there are also 2 types of science. And this is where all the confusion comes in, when people are trying to say that science disproves God. Right here. There are 2 types of science. There's empirical science, and then there's forensic science. And empirical science studies the present, something you can repeat. For example, if you take 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen and put it together in the laboratory, you're always going to get water. And you can do it over and over again. You can repeat it. You can observe it. Over and over again, you can verify that. But a forensic science studies the past. For example, Jim trying to solve a cold case homicide. He can't go into the past and see what happened and repeat it over and over again like you can do in the laboratory. He's just got to look at clues that are left over and try and figure out what's the best explanation for the clues left over, or from the clues left over. It's not a repeatable event. It's a one-time event. It's a historical event. Empirical science studies how things operate. For example, how does a car operate? How does the thing really work? Whereas a forensic science studies how things originated. Where did the car come from in the first place? That's asking the question, who made the car? Who built the car? Where do cars come from? Different question than the empirical question. Whereas an empirical science normally studies processes, like, for example, the laws of internal combustion, a forensic science often looks for persons, like, well, maybe Henry Ford made this thing. That's what you're looking for when you're looking at a forensic question, an historical question. Now, here's the big confusion part between empirical science and forensic science. Empirical science deals with technology today. For example, we have so many great technological advances in our culture today that we didn't have 100 years ago. I mean, we didn't even have air conditioning 100 years ago. We couldn't even have electricity. We couldn't even have this seminar here right now. It'd be too hot and too dark, and we wouldn't have all these cool projectors and all this. GPS. How did I ever get anywhere without an iPhone? I don't know. I mean, you need maps. Does anyone ever buy a map? You ever buy a map anymore? There's no reason for that. Some of the younger people in here, what's a map? Right? What are you talking about, a map? All right? Medical advances. We're living a lot longer because of all these medical advances, and all that's wonderful. Science has given us so many wonderful advances. That's technology. That's empirical. That's repeatable. You can go in the laboratory and do it over and over again. However, where all of the arguments come in between atheists and Christians is under forensic science. Origins yesterday. Nobody today, or let me put it this way, Christians and atheists aren't arguing over technology. We're not arguing over how GPS works. We're not arguing over how computers work. We're not arguing over how automobiles work or air conditioning or any of these things or how medicine works. We're not arguing over any of that. What are we arguing over? We're arguing over origins. We're arguing over three questions what we're really arguing over. Where did the universe come from? Where did first life come from? And where did subsequent life forms come from? Universe, first life, subsequent life. Those are all origin questions. Notice you can't go in the laboratory and do any of those. You can't repeat the origin of the universe in the laboratory. Right? It's the Big Bang theory. It's not the Big Bang, 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 bang. You can't go in and see it over and over again, right? You can't repeat it. It's a one-time event. It's a one-time event that life came from non-life. It's a one-time event that new life forms came into existence. They're not repeatable events. And oh, by the way, right down the road here, well, a little ways down the road in La Jolla, California, there's a scientist by the name of Craig Ventnor, and he's been working to try and create synthetic life. He's taking certain aspects of real life and modifying them and trying to create synthetic life. And someday you're going to see some headline that's going to come out and say something like, "Scientists create life in the laboratory." And somehow the media is going to spin this as if, wow, don't need God. It can be done in the laboratory. What are they missing if they say that? Who put it together in the laboratory? Intelligence. This is actually an argument for intelligent design, not an argument for naturalism. It took a lot of intelligence to do this. So if they ever create life in the lab, it's actually going to prove creation. Intelligent design. It's not going to prove the opposite. But anyway, go back to this. This is what we're arguing over. We're arguing over origins yesterday. And here's what you have to be aware of. Scientists, atheistic scientists today, like Richard Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss and these types of people, are going to try and use the prestige of technology, the prestige of empirical science, to get you to believe that what they say about how we got here is true. These are two completely different questions, using two completely different methods of inquiry. They're not the same thing. Empirical science is not the same thing as forensic science. Don't let them tell you how we got here because, wow, look how much technology is advancing. That has nothing to do with how we got here. In fact, the more technology advances, the more we realize how the origin question is further left unexplained without some sort of intelligence. In fact, John Lennox, do you guys know who John Lennox is? John Lennox, a brilliant British. Actually, he's originally from Ireland, but he teaches at Oxford University. He's a mathematician. He's written several books in support of Christianity. He's a jovial Irishman. He's in his early 70s. If you see John Lennox, you can't help but fall in love with the guy. He's so happy, so jovial. Well, he's debated Richard Dawkins, the atheist, who can be kind of a sourpuss. In fact, one reviewer saw one of the debates that Lennox had with Dawkins, and the reviewer said, watching John Lennox debate Richard Dawkins was like watching Santa Claus debate the devil.
Right? I mean, the two demeanors are so opposite. In any event, Lennox has a great question that he asks his students. Here's the question. He says, suppose you have a Model T Ford motor car in front of you. I'm going to give you two possible causes for this Model T, but you can only pick one. He says, Henry Ford or the laws of internal combustion. And his students say, Dr. Lennox, actually you need both. You need Henry Ford to create the car, and then you need the laws of internal combustion to remain constant in order for the car to work. I mean, if the laws of internal combustion changed every 10 minutes, the Model T wouldn't exist, right? And Dawkins says, yes, you are very wise. You need both. Why can't atheists like Dawkins and Krauss see this? You need both. And for scientists to try and say that because we're so good at seeing how a Model T works or how technology works, that we no longer need to posit a creator of technology or the Model T, shows you how ignorant they are. In fact, let me put it this way. To say that a scientist can disprove the existence of God is like saying that a mechanic can disprove the existence of Henry Ford. Can a mechanic disprove the existence of Henry Ford? No, of course not. A mechanic, the more he looks at the Model T, is going to say, there's got to be somebody that created this thing. Now, a Model T is primitive by today's standards, but it's still design. You know it has to be designed. In fact, you learn something about Henry Ford by examining the Model T, just like you know something about God by examining his creation here. In fact, that's how we know God now. We don't know God directly, we know him by his effects. We see a creation, we know there must be a creator. We have a moral law written on our hearts, we know there must be a moral lawgiver. We know God by his effects. For you folks that grew up in Russia, do you know that when Yuri Gagarin, who was the first man in space, he went up into space, and he came back down,
And Nikita Khrushchev at that point said, we sent up Yuri up there and we didn't see God. Now, what was Khrushchev missing here? That would be what he was thinking. God was part of the universe. That would be like opening the Model T, looking at the engine and going, I don't see Henry Ford in there. He must not exist, right? That's the wrong idea of who God is. And it's just like it's the wrong idea of Henry Ford is. Henry Ford is not part of the Model T. God is not part of the universe. Henry Ford created the Model T. God created and sustains the universe. All right, so again, the key point here is don't let them use technology, advancing technology, to get you to believe that what they say about how we got here is true. All right, now, next question. What does science say about God? The first question is, what is science? Method of inquiry used to discover cause and effect relationships. Two types of causes, natural and intelligent, or intelligent, non-intelligent. Two types of science, empirical, forensic. Now the key question is, what does science say about God? Now, in order to do this, we've got to go back to O.J. O.J. Simpson. Can you believe the O.J. Simpson trial was 21 years ago? How many people in here have never heard the name O.J. Simpson, don't know who he is? Okay. Some of you were not born. O.J. Simpson was a star football player at a USC, won the Heisman Trophy, went on to play most of his career in the NFL with the Buffalo Bills, set a lot of records. And then after he retired, he starred in some movies, actually, and then he was a sideline reporter for the NFL. So he'd be on the sideline during the games, and they'd go to OJ and say, OJ, give us a report, what's going on? Anyway, in 1994, he was accused of murdering his ex-wife and her boyfriend in Brentwood, California, a brutal slash and dash murder, a lot of blood left everywhere. In fact, the blood was in so many places that Newsweek magazine, as you can see, had a headline, The Trail of Blood. Because literally, there was a trail of blood from the crime scene and the bodies at the crime scene all the way to OJ. And what I'm going to do now is give you 5 lines of evidence that were presented at trial 21 years ago. And I'm going to ask you a question. Let's take a look at some of this evidence. First of all, O.J. Simpson's blood was at the crime scene. There's only a 1 in 170 million chance it was not O.J.'s blood. Secondly, Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson, the 2 victims, and O.J. Simpson's blood were in Simpson's white Bronco, the getaway car that he famously drove at normal speeds on the LA freeway before he was actually arrested. Thirdly, the glove found at the scene had blood from all 3 and matched the glove at Simpson's house. O.J. was seen on the NFL sideline reporting wearing these gloves, and one of these gloves was found drenched in blood at the crime scene. The opposite glove was found in his house, and the blood from all 3 were at the glove found at the crime scene. And you remember, if you remember this trial, that there was a point where O.J. was going to try the glove on in trial, and his defense attorney named Johnny Cochran said, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Nice way of putting that, right? So O.J. at the dramatic point in the trial tries to put the glove on, and he can't quite get the glove on. Why couldn't he get the glove on? Number 1, it had been drenched in blood, so it shrunk up. It was a leather glove. Number 2, he had a surgical glove on to protect the evidence, so to speak, and it made it more difficult for it to put the glove on. And then thirdly, he did not want to put the glove on, right? So they tried the glove on, and it didn't quite fit, according to him anyway. Number 4, the bloody footprints at the scene were from a rare brand of size 12 shoes that Simpson owned. There were only 199 pairs of these shoes sold in the United States, and Simpson owned one of them. Finally, Nicole Brown Simpson's blood was on Simpson's socks, and there was only a 1 in 21 billion chance it was not her blood, which means Nicole Brown Simpson was probably the only person in the history of the world to have that exact type of blood. Now, here is my question to you. Does science show that O.J. was guilty? How many say yes? How many say no? How many say, I'm not playing this game, it's a setup? Yeah, it's actually a setup. Why? Because the answer is no. Not because I think OJ is innocent, but because science doesn't say anything, scientists do. Science doesn't say a word. You see, all data needs to be gathered, and then all data needs to be analyzed, and then all data needs to be interpreted. And who does that? Does science do that? No, scientists do that. You see, science is more done in the mind than in the lab. In fact, here's the problem. Quite frequently, scientists have a bias, as Jim was just talking about, against the supernatural or against the intelligent. And so they always interpret the evidence that only natural causes are possible. Remember the two types of causes, natural and intelligent? They've already ruled out intelligent philosophically before they've looked at the evidence. So it's got to be a natural cause. In fact, let's go back to the trial for a second. In NBC News, 10 years after the murders, did a survey to try and figure out whether the general public thought that O.J. was guilty or innocent. Here's what they found. 77% believe that O.J. was guilty. For those of you that don't know, in the trial, the verdict came down not guilty, and it was a shock to most people who said, wow, this evidence was so strong, how did they find him not guilty? Well, it turned out jury selection, as Jim has said before, is so critical. The jury they had there was never going to convict him. They had already decided before the evidence was ever presented, at least two people on that jury said, we would never have convicted O.J. Wouldn't matter what they said. If they had video of the murders, they probably wouldn't have convicted him. In any event, he was found not guilty, but in 2007, he tried to rob some of his Heisman trophies back or something, an armed robbery. Well, he's in prison right now, and he's due up for parole, I think, next year or the year after. But he's in prison right now for another crime. He was later found guilty in a civil trial over this, but in the criminal trial, not guilty. But 77% believed he was guilty, but there was an ethnic divide. While 87% of whites thought he was guilty, only 29% of blacks thought he was guilty. And you go, wait a minute. How could you have the same evidence and two groups of people come to opposite conclusions? They're looking at the same evidence. I think it's because blacks were understandably more apt to view the case as racially motivated. Why? Because maybe they've seen racial bias themselves. Maybe they were victims of being framed themselves, or they saw other people being framed. They never saw themselves, or whites never saw themselves being framed, or didn't have any experience with that. So they look at the evidence and they go, no, OJ's guilty. The worldview determines how you interpret the evidence. Your worldview will determine how you interpret the evidence. In fact, let's fast forward, actually we're going to go back in time a little bit to evolution and Piltdown Man. Have you heard of Piltdown Man? Let's apply this concept to Piltdown Man. Piltdown Man was a 1912 discovery in Piltdown, England. And what they thought it was, the British Museum reconstructed fragments of a skull and jawbone and hailed it as a link between ape and man. They thought that this was the so-called missing link, that the common ancestor between ape and man had been found, and we know that this is it, this Piltdown Man. Here's just one little problem. This was revealed as a hoax in 1923 as a combination of a human skull, orangutan jaw, and chimpanzee teeth, but the scientific community did not concede it was a hoax until 1953. Intellectually, they knew it was, but they wouldn't admit it for another 30 years. Why not? Because they knew evolution had to be true. They knew it had to be true. They had already decided it was true. Here's my question for you. Do you believe it because you see it, or do you see it because you believe it? Let me say that again. Do you believe it because you see it? In other words, do you believe something because you have evidence for it? Or are you finding evidence for something because you've already decided it's true? That's a question we all have to ask ourselves, right? Are we really being honest with the evidence here? Or is our worldview determining how we interpret the evidence? These people were not willing for 30 years to say it was a hoax, even though they knew it was. This is what's going on in the Darwinistic world right now. People are admitting They're starting to admit Darwinism can't explain how we got here. In fact, in 2 months from now, on November of this year, the Royal Society in London, which is a long-standing scientific community, is convening a conference. And the conference is about, we need to come up with another theory of evolution because the one we have now doesn't work. They know it. They're just starting to admit it. In fact, here's Richard Dawkins, fast-forwarding a little bit. Evidence for macroevolution. He was asked once by Philip Johnson, a writer for Intelligent Design, what's your best evidence for macroevolution? Here is what Dawkins said. This is what he said. He said, the reason we know for certain that we are all related, including bacteria, is the universality of the genetic code and other biochemical fundamentals. Well, first of all, Dawkins is factually wrong here. There is not one genetic code. We've discovered over 20 of them, but he's right about this. There's one dominant genetic code that codes for proteins in DNA. So we'll give him grace there. There is one dominant one. And he's trying to say that this shows we have a common ancestor. Now, what's the evidence we have? We have a common genetic code. How do we interpret that evidence? Well, you could say it's evidence for a common ancestor. That's possible, right? But what's the other possible interpretation that Dawkins is not open to because he's ruled it out already? What is it? Yeah, a common creator, a common designer. He's philosophically ruled that out. In fact, to show you how blind people can be when they rule out intelligent causes, this is an actual illustration in a pro-evolution textbook for evolution. Here it is. Darwinist Tim Bear offered the progression of the Corvette as evidence for descent with modification. He said, look how the 63 looks evolved from the 53 and the 68 from the 63, and then you get up to the 78. Look at that ancestral relationship there. Can anybody see the problem here? Can reasonable people see the problem? What's the problem? Yes, this is designed. This is not by random processes that you get a Corvette to begin with, or that it evolves into something else. In fact, this is actually an illustration of intelligent design. This is now known as Bear's blunder. That's what it's called, Bear's blunder, because he's actually suggesting that this is evidence for his worldview. It's not evidence of anything. It's an illustration of intelligent design. But of course, we could ask the question, just how did we get here? And if you boil all the arguments for macroevolution down, they fall into one of two categories. DNA, common genetic code, or homology. What's homology? That's similar structure. Yeah, we kind of do look like apes, because we have 2 arms, 2 legs, we stand upright, we look like we're apes. Well, it is true, there could be an ancestral relationship there, but that's because we do look like apes, but we also don't look like snakes and trees, but according to the evolutionists, we're related to them too. And by the way, all plants are supposed to be evolved too, according to evolutionists. They never really talk about how that happens, but that's their theory. Now, what they're going to say is that DNA and homology points to a common ancestor. And they could be right, but if you ask them the question, well, why could that not be a common designer? They're going to say, well, because evolution is true. And then you say, well, how do you know evolution is true? And they say, because of DNA and homology. Can everybody see this is called circular reasoning? They're assuming what they're trying to prove. This is circular. You would need evidence outside of DNA and homology to see which way the evidence tilts. Does it tilt more toward intelligent design or more toward Darwinism? And I think when you look at other evidence, which we don't have time to get into here, but I do get into in the book, it points or tilts much more toward intelligent design. When you look at genetic limits to change, the fossil record, irreducible complexity, epigenetic information. These are all things that can only be explained, it seems, by intelligence. All right? So, let's sum up question 2 before we get to the final question here. What's question 2? What does science say about God? What's the answer? What's the answer? Nothing. Science doesn't say anything about God because it doesn't say anything about anything. Scientists say things. So, don't let anyone ever tell you that science can prove or disprove God. It can't do either. Science doesn't do a thing. It's scientists that do things. Now, let me hasten to add that while science can't tell you one way or another whether God exists, you can use science to get evidence that may have theological implications. Like what? Like, did the universe have a beginning? Science can give you evidence, properly interpreted by scientists, that the universe had a beginning. We talked about that earlier today. Even atheists are admitting the universe had a beginning. Why? Because the scientific evidence shows it had a beginning. Well, if it had a beginning, now you've got evidence from science, and you're going to say, well, what caused the beginning? That evidence has implications on the God question. The cosmological argument that the universe had a beginning can be informed by science, and you can go, wow, this points toward a being, a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent being that brought the universe into existence, okay? So the technical answer to question number 2 is it says nothing. However, you can use scientific evidence that has implications on theological arguments, all right? Now, let's get to the key question. Why does science ultimately need God? And before we go any further, we have to deal with this objection. You're going to hear this. You're going to hear people say, there is no truth in anything but science, right? How do you show that that statement is false? What question are you going to ask them? Huh? Yeah, you're going to apply the claim to itself, and you're going to say, is that a scientific truth? Can you go in the laboratory and prove that? No, that's a philosophical claim. And here's the secret nobody wants to talk about. You can't do science without philosophy. In fact, you can't read the Bible without philosophy. You can't read the newspaper without philosophy. You can't do anything without philosophy. What do I mean by philosophy? I mean right thinking about reality. How do you even interpret the Bible? How do you interpret the newspaper? How do you interpret scientific evidence? That's all philosophical. So you're going to ask the question, well, Frank, what can't science explain? For this, I have to show you a short video. In April of 1998, I went to a debate in Atlanta, Georgia. And the debate was between Dr. William Lane Craig. How many have heard the name William Lane Craig? Okay, if you haven't heard the name William Lane Craig, you need to write this down. reasonablefaith.org. That's his website. He also has a podcast that you ought to listen to. He's probably the most prolific defender of the Christian faith in a debate format over the past 30 years. He's debated probably over 100 times, okay? And Craig was debating Peter Atkins from Oxford University, who was an atheist chemist, I think. And the moderator of the debate, and the question was, does God exist, was William Buckley. Most of you probably don't know who William Buckley was, but William Buckley was an iconic conservative who went to Yale University, started the magazine National Review. He used to have a program on national public TV called Firing Line, and he was a guy that was so eccentric he could get away with things other moderators couldn't get away with. In fact, Buckley, being a conservative Catholic, was on Craig's side the entire debate. He didn't even try and make it seem like he was neutral. In fact, when he introduced the two debaters, here's what he said. Representing the Christian position is Dr. William Lane Craig. Representing the devil is Dr. Peter Atkins, right? Anyway, the two debaters get up there and they give their opening statements, and Craig gives the pro-God side and Atkins gives the anti-God side, and then they're sitting on these comfy, cushy chairs and they're having a discussion, and Buckley begins to argue with Atkins directly. He's just keeping Craig out of it, and he's going after the atheist. And he's not really getting very far with him, so he gets to the point where he looks at Craig and he says, Dr. Craig, you want to jump in and help me out here? You know, say this better. And right about that point, Atkins says everything can be explained by science. And then he asks Craig, do you deny that everything can be explained by science? And then Craig says, yeah, I deny that. And he gives an eloquent 5-point response. I want to show you that response right now. There are two things I want you to look at in addition to listening to what Craig says. I want you to listen, or I want you to look at Atkins as Craig is answering, because he's staring off into space. He's a deer in the headlights. It's like he doesn't even know what Craig is saying. And then secondly, I want you to listen to what Buckley says at the end, because Buckley, remember, was arguing with Atkins directly. Now, as I show you this clip, Craig is the one with the beard, okay? He's the Christian. Here we go. This is Atkins right here.
Need for a God. I mean, everything in the world can be understood without needing to invoke a God. You have to accept that that is one possible view to take about the world.
Sure, that's possible.
And do you deny that science cannot account for everything?
Yes, I do deny that science
So what
can-
can't it account for?
Well, had you brought that up in the debate, I had a number of examples that I was going to give. I think there are a good number of things that cannot be scientifically proven, but that we're all rational to accept. Let me list 5. Logical and mathematical truths cannot be proven by science. Science presupposes logic and math, so that to try to prove them by science would be arguing in a circle. Metaphysical truths, like there are other minds other than my own, or that the external world is real, or that the past was not created 5 minutes ago with an appearance of age, are rational beliefs that cannot be scientifically proven. Ethical beliefs about statements of value are not accessible by the scientific method. You can't show by science whether the Nazi scientists in the camps did anything evil as opposed to the scientists in Western democracies. Aesthetic judgments, number 4, cannot be accessed by the scientific method because the beautiful, like the good, cannot be scientifically proven. And finally, most remarkably, would be science itself. Science cannot be justified by the scientific method. Science is permeated with unprovable assumptions. For example, in the special theory of relativity, the whole theory hinges on the assumption that the speed of light is constant in a one-way direction between any 2 points A and B. But that strictly cannot be proven. We simply have to assume that in order to hold to the theory.
But you're missing the whole...
So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, all right.
So none of these beliefs can be scientifically proven, and yet they are accepted by all of us, and we're rational in doing so.
Buckley said at the end. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Now, in case you're keeping score at home, this is what Craig said. These things cannot be explained by science because science needs these things in order to work. You can't prove by science logical and mathematical truths. Why? Because you need logic and math in order to do science. You can't prove these things by some kind of experiment. You need those things in order to do the experiment. Secondly, metaphysical truths like the external world is real and I can use my senses to get truths about the real world and then draw general conclusions about the real world. That is called realism, and that's what atheists actually deny. Here they are claiming to be champions of science. You can't be champions of science if you're a molecular machine. How can you reason to conclusions about the real world if you can't understand the real world through your senses? Moral and ethical truths like murder is wrong. You can't prove that by science. Science can help you can tell you how to build a bomb, but science can't tell you whether or not you ought to use it. That's a moral question. It's not accessible to the scientific method. In fact, there was a survey done not long ago that discovered that 1/3 of scientists had admitted to fudging their results to get the results they wanted. 1/3 of them. Now, why do you think they would do that? Why? A lot of times they're being paid to find certain results, right? They get grant money to find certain results. And they don't want to get a result that would cause them to either not get future funding, or a result that would annoy the people funding them, or a result that their materialistic colleagues down at the faculty club wouldn't like. There's a lot of ideological pressure in the scientific world, particularly on origin questions, to toe the party line. David Berlinski, who's an agnostic, he's not even a Christian, but he says in his book, The Devil's Delusion, he says, you thought science was objective? If you thought that, you'd be wrong. It's only objective when the scientists are objective, right? If the scientists are not objective, then you're not going to get good results. Now, obviously, not all scientists are immoral in this regard. I'm just showing that about 1/3 have admitted it. There may be others who haven't admitted it. But the point here is that quite frequently ideology drives their scientific results. Aesthetic truths can't be proven, and science itself can't be proven by science. In fact, there are so many philosophical considerations going in on science that, in fact, Jim Wallace, who was just up here, drew this for the Stealing from God book. Jim is an artist, in addition to being an apologist and cold case homicide detective. His books are filled with these kind of drawings. I only have one in mind. Here it is. But no matter whether you are framing a scientific experiment or investigation, you're actually conducting it, or you're trying to interpret the evidence after you conduct it, you are using all of these philosophical presuppositions that can't be proven by science in order to do science. You're using morality, you're assuming morality, free will, logic, realism, uniformity, reason, orderly natural laws, causality. You can't prove any of these things by science. You need them in order to do science. In fact, I don't have time to go into any depth on any of these except one. I want to talk about orderly natural laws for a minute. Because here is an argument for God that is no longer used, but it ought to be. Here's my question. The question is, why is nature goal-directed? Did you ever notice that nature's going in a direction? For example, why do the planets reliably revolve around the sun? Why don't they go in random directions or herky-jerky or stop and go? Why? You say, well, Frank, it's quite obvious. That's because of gravity. Yeah, okay, then why is gravity doing what it does? Why are the four known natural forces, gravity, strong and weak nuclear forces, and electromagnetism, why are they so precise, so goal-oriented, and so consistent? Why can we build a spaceship here on Earth, launch it, and know that 9 years later it's going to pass within 7,000 miles of Pluto? Because we can rely on the laws of nature to do what they do repeatedly and consistently, because the world is orderly. It's going in a direction. Well, if it's going in a direction, there must be someone directing it. You say, what do you mean by that? Let me ask you this question. Where do oak trees come from? Yeah, they come from acorns, right? They come from acorns. Now, why does an acorn, if properly nourished, always become an oak tree? Why doesn't it become an elm tree or a birch tree or a seahorse? Because it's goal-directed to become an oak tree. It's programmed to become an oak tree. Well, who programmed it? I mean, is an oak tree conscious? Or is an acorn conscious? Is an acorn in the ground going, all right, got some dirt here, some water. How am I going to become an oak tree? It's not thinking that. It's not thinking anything. Yet it reliably goes in a direction to become an oak tree. If it doesn't have a mind of its own, there must be an external mind directing it toward an end. That's what Aristotle meant by the unmoved mover. That's what Thomas Aquinas in the 1200s took Aristotle, he baptized it, and he said, this is going to be my fifth way to argue for God. He said, I don't care if the universe had a beginning. Doesn't matter if the universe had a beginning. It matters in the biblical sense, but even if it is eternal, the universe needs a mind to keep it going in the direction it's going in. Some mind is out there directing things toward their ends. Somebody's directing all these natural processes. In fact, somebody from the very beginning was directing you. This is you in the womb at 11 weeks. Question, is this animal, mineral, vegetable, or human? Human. In fact, let's go back even further. Let's go back to the very beginning. Let's go back to when your mother and your father got together to conceive you. Have you guys had this talk before? I see some young people in here, so I'll try and be discreet. I also see some old people in here, so I'll try and be discreet as well, just in case you've forgotten how this works. When your mother and your father got together to conceive you, first of all, your mother unconsciously perfumed her egg. And then your father sent the entire population of the United States, 300 million soldiers, toward your mother's egg. And then there was a race. And you won. Don't let anyone ever tell you you're not special. You beat out 300 million others. You have blown away anything Michael Phelps has done. Now, seeing some of you limping here earlier makes it hard for me to believe you were the fastest soldier in the gene pool, but you were. Now, your soldier was 20 to 30 times smaller than a grain of salt. Yet it contained half of the 3.5 billion letter genetic code, or the genome, that makes you you. And your mother's egg was about the size of a period at the end of a sentence in an average book. And it contained the other half of the 3.5 billion letter genome that makes you you. And when your soldier and your egg came together, a new 100% genetic human being was created. You know, you have not received any more genetic information from this point till right now. Your genetic information just duplicated itself. In fact, there were only 4 things separating you from adulthood: time, air, water, and food. Those are the same 4 things that separate a 2-year-old from adulthood. Does this have implications on the abortion issue? Yeah, it does. We don't kill the 2-year-old. Why do we kill the unborn child in the womb? Genetically, it's the same. You say, Frank, hold on. You can't legislate morality. Newsflash, ladies and gentlemen. All laws legislate morality. All laws declare one behavior right and the opposite behavior wrong. The question isn't whether or not you can legislate morality. The only question is, whose morality will we legislate? And as I said earlier, not mine, not yours, the morality. In fact, that was the subject of our first book, aptly titled Legislating Morality. All right, no extra charge for that. Let's get back to this. Okay, from this point till right now, a construction project inside of you began with astonishing complexity. Cells began multiplying at a rate of 4,000 cells per second. Brain cells began multiplying at a rate of 100,000 cells per second. For most of you, anyway. Some cells became brain cells, others heart cells, others lung cells. Some cells went so far across you to become what they needed to become that it would be equivalent to you today walking across the United States alone. And that construction project continues to this day. You just made 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another 4 million new red blood cells. You just made another 4 million new red blood cells. Knock it off. Now, are you thinking about this? Or are you going, Frank, hold on. I got to concentrate. Got to make new red blood cells. No, you're not thinking about this. How is all this happening? If you're not directing it, there must be an external intellect directing it. And even if you were directing it, your mind and the processes that go on in your mind are still dependent on the forces of nature to a certain extent, and somebody's got to keep those forces going. You can't get away from a consistent, sustaining creator. In fact, this was known 3,000 years ago when David said, "You knit me together in my mother's womb. You created my inmost being." God just doesn't create the universe and then leaves it. God creates the universe and sustains it, which is why the Apostle Paul said this: Christ is before all things, and in him all things hold together. He's holding everything together as we speak right now. He went on to say, in him, in Acts 17, we live and move and have our being. We have our being right now. God is sustaining the universe and sustaining us right now. In fact, the writer of Hebrews actually uses the word. He says, the Son is the radiance of God's glory and the exact representation of his being, sustaining all things by his powerful word. In fact, let me put it this way. You know what God is to the universe? God is to the universe what a band is to music. If a band were up here playing the music, the band would be playing and sustaining the music. What would happen the second the music's over, or the second the band stops playing? The music's over, right? The band creates and sustains. God creates and sustains. It's the same kind of concept. If he were to pull his hand away from the universe and pull his hand away from you, there would be no universe and there would be no you. Now, this man, Fred Hoyle, helped name the Big Bang. He was an atheist. He didn't like the Big Bang, but he called it the Big Bang. And Hoyle, I don't think he ever became a Christian, but after he looked at the fine-tuning of the universe and he looked at arguments like this, he actually said this. He said, a common sense interpretation of the facts suggests that a super intellect has monkeyed with physics as well as chemistry and biology, and that there are no blind forces worth speaking about in nature. There's an intelligence out there that's keeping nature going. So, What is the answer to the question why science needs God? In order to do science, you need an orderly, goal-directed universe. If there's no orderly, goal-directed universe, there's no way to do science. That's why science needs God. Because God is the one, the mind, the external intellect is the one directing things toward an end. Again, as Aquinas said, it doesn't matter if the universe had a beginning with this argument. The universe right now needs a sustaining cause. That's the point. So when atheists do science, and of course they can do science, they just don't realize that in order to do science, they're stealing it from God. So whenever they try and make scientific arguments that God doesn't exist, they're actually using a process that couldn't exist unless God existed. So to sum this all up, what does God do? He does three things. He creates, He sustains, that's the one we often forget, and He also intervenes directly on occasion to do miracles to get our attention, to say, yo, this guy speaks for God. Listen to what he says. So God creates, He sustains, and He intervenes. Now, there's a lot more on the book table, as you know, with all this material. Don't forget, if you want the PowerPoint presentations that Jim and I have used in PDF form, what you need to do is go to crossexamine.org/FF for Fearless Faith. We're on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Please like our Facebook pages. Facebook page, the first Facebook page is crossexamined.org, and the other is Dr. Frank Turek, and then Jim's Facebook page is Cold Case Christianity. Like those Facebook pages, we put out, our social media guy puts out 8 posts a day. Several of them are very short videos that you can share with other people. Okay? And in fact, we're so into YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, we've actually combined these three into one social media platform. We call it UTwitface. Okay, so you may want to sign up for that. How do you say that in Russian, Oleg? UTwitface. Can we come up with something in Russian? Okay. Don't forget about TV, and Jim is on the same station, by the way, DirecTV Channel 378, the radio and the podcast. And if you do nothing else, download the Cross-Examined app. 2 words in the App Store. Cross-Examined, 2 words in the App Store. And not only does it have the TV show streaming live, it's got the radio show and the podcasts on there. There's also a quick answer section, which means it's got answers to the most prominent objections to Christianity, which means you could be having lunch with somebody and they could say something wrong about Christianity, but you're not quite sure how to answer it. All you need to do is take out your iPhone, your Droid, or if you're one of the 7 people in the world with a Windows phone, it'll work on that as well. And you go to the Cross-Examined app, go to the quick answer section, and chances are the objection they brought up has a short answer to it right there. So as they're talking, you can go, hey, hang on, I'm getting a text. Hey, what about this? All right. So check that out. It's free. Why do you want to do this? Because as Jim said earlier, you don't want this happening to you, your child, or your grandchild. You ought to be equipped. The days of easy believism, accidental believism are over. All right? So with that being said, the great Adams and Wallace are going to come back up, and Jim is really letting his hair down. No jacket. Look at that.
You get a seat.
No jacket. All right. And now we're going to do some Q&A. And Oleg, do you have a mic that you can rove around with and get questions? Is that cool? Or you're going to do it? All right. You want to put a stand right here? That's good. Whatever you want to do it. And no one likes to ask the first question, so let's move right on to the second question.
Grab a seat.
So second question, why don't you guys just come right on over here. Right up here, if you don't mind. And
Actually, the first question's already come in.
It has? What is it?
Someone asked, why are you sitting in the middle between them?
Oh, yeah.
It's because they appear to be good friends, but they fight incessantly. So I'm here as a peacemaker, right?
That's right.
In case they disagree.
We don't have a stand, so I'm just going to awkwardly stand here and wait for questions.
You're actually standing there pretty casually. It doesn't look too awkward at all.
Give it a couple seconds.
Okay, all right. No questions? Oh, come on.
Look, we do have a stand.
Come right on up. The medical doctor's coming up. Well, you got to come up over to this side now. Sorry.
Wow.
This guy's in his 2nd year of medical school, and he went to UConn, as you can see from the jacket. Yeah, keep moving it away from him just to annoy him.
You don't like
the matter? That's funny. Yeah.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
So I got lunch with my friend recently, and she's a Sikh. So
Okay.
one of the tenets of the Sikh faith, right, is that they believe that there is no Hindu, there's no Muslim, there's no Christian. All kind of, all will end up with God. So I think that's a very emotionally powerful rhetoric. So how do you respond to that in the moment? Because when she asked me that question, I wasn't able to respond, I don't believe, adequately. So how do you respond to that kind of question?
The book that Mike had recommended, and we all recommend, is by our mutual friend Greg Kokel, called Tactics. And Greg suggests, instead of trying to refute what somebody says when they say something, it's not your job to refute what they say, it's their job to support what they say. So ask a couple of questions. And the first question is, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that we all wind up in the same place? Just get him to unpack that. And then the second question is, how did you come to that conclusion? In other words, what evidence do you have for that position? And see what kind of evidence he brings forth. If he just says, well, that's my belief, well, that's just an opinion. You can't refute an opinion if it's not grounded in reality. It's just his opinion. He's not saying it coheres to anything in reality. It's just his opinion. So I would ask questions. I might also say, well, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? See what he says.
Okay.
You guys?
I think there's a third question, though. It's always in that series of questions, and it's the hardest question, because the third question you have to ask in a way that exposes the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So the first question is, what do you mean by that? Second question is, well, why do you believe that's true, or how did you come to that conclusion? The third question is going to change dependent upon the answers to the first two questions. So the third question is usually have you ever considered an alternative that exposes for them the faulty thinking? So if everyone goes to heaven, the first question I would have, is what do you mean by that? And then how did you get to that? The third question for me would be, well, okay, so then that means that Dahmer goes to heaven too, or Hitler goes to, it's everyone. There are some people that even you would say shouldn't be there. And everyone has got somebody they think shouldn't be there. Yeah. Then the only question becomes, well, then on what basis do we decide who gets to go? Now already this contradicts the worldview that your friend holds. But even she would say that not everyone's going to go. Because some people should be disqualified. But based on what? That's where worldviews make the decision. All worldviews try to answer three questions, right? How did we get here? Why is it so messed up? How can we fix it? And your worldview will dictate the kinds of answers you give in those three categories. If it's Marxism, why is it? How do we get here? Well, through some form of evolutionary biology, some form of evolution. It's an accident, and why is it so messed up? Well, it's really about distribution of wealth, and how do we fix that? By redistributing the wealth. Everyone's got answers to those three questions. So her worldview also has to answer those questions.
Yeah, and I would agree with Jim. I would ask those two questions first, and then say, have you ever considered that under your theology, that Hitler and Mother Teresa get the same reward? Do you really think that's just? And let them defend that, and then you've taken control of the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Andre.
Hey, Andre.
First of all, thank you guys for coming. I have two questions. One, I had a kind of a talk with some friends, and one guy says the King James Version is the best version of the Bible, and another guy said it's a dead version.
A dead virgin.
What would be, because there's a lot of this King James, ESV, NLT, what would be a good biblical point, or what is more reliable, which was more in that sense? And then second question, I have a friend who believes the earth is flat, and he's very convinced that it is flat. And he keeps bringing the arguments up in Job 38, where it says, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? And he says, look, see, that proves the earth is flat, but
I think the earth is fat, not flat.
How would you approach it? Where is it a metaphor in the Bible? Where is it actually talking about logical? Is it physical? How would you have that distinction?
Okay, well, a couple of things. Your first question, I even forgot it now. You kind of flattened me with the second question.
King James Version.
Oh, the King James. Yeah, the King James Version. What somebody who says the King James Version is the version is missing a couple things. The first thing they're missing is, are you telling me there was no Bible prior to 1611? I mean, we couldn't even know what the Bible said. Is that what you're saying? Are you really saying that? I hope you're not saying that, because quite obviously the King James was made from a certain group of manuscripts and was put into English. That's what the King James is. The second thing is that language always changes. And sometimes a word, like for example, in Old King James, the word let meant to hinder. Today, what does the word let mean? To allow. If you read the Old King James today, you're going to get the opposite meaning by reading a verse that has the word let in it than you would if you read the New King James, which corrects the tradition. That's not the right word. It corrects the convention when language changes its meanings. And this may sound a little strange, but words don't actually have meanings. They have usages. And it depends on what context the usage is as to what the phrase or the word means. For example, the word bark, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything unless you put it in context, right? Does it mean the bark of a tree, the bark of a dog? You don't know. You have to put it in context. And words and their context determine what the meaning is. So sometimes language shifts. And today, for me, there's many different versions you can use. It depends on what you're looking for. The most literal word-for-word translation is probably the New American Standard Version. I prefer the NIV, the Nearly Inspired Version, when I just read a devotional, because it's more free-flowing. It's more thought for thought rather than word for word. Jim, you've written on this a little bit on versions, haven't you?
This whole argument about whether or not
he's in the blue.
He's in the blue, yeah. I had it a minute ago. Okay.
All right.
This whole argument about whether or not a certain translation is better than another, it was really unimportant to me as an initial investigator who didn't trust any of those translations. I needed to know what are the primary documents that you're translating to get that work. So I was far more concerned about what are the evidence. What's this coming from? Where's it coming from? And as I researched this, I realized that we've had a history of translating primary documents. And early on in this process, we didn't necessarily use all the primary documents. There's a debate about which primary documents you should use to do that work we talked about yesterday, where you decide which word's going to go in your translation, right? And the more we learn, the more we discover in terms of ancient manuscripts, that starts to inform the way we translate. Even when we discover ancient manuscripts that tell us what it means when something is paid in full, for example, in the first century in the original Greek, and then we see this kind of a statement made at the death of Jesus, we have a better understanding of what that really meant, what the author meant that to mean when he wrote it the first time. So let me just tell you guys how the best way to kind of parse this out. There are many translations, all of which have different purposes. And they range from translations that are about the meaning, they want to capture the meaning, to translations that just want to translate word for word from the Greek. Sometimes when you do that, the meaning is hard to understand. Because if I said, "Did you get me?" You might say, "Well, what do I mean by did you get me? Did you get me what?" I meant, "Did you understand me?" So if I translated that 1,000 years from now and it says, "Did you get me?" people might be scratching their head and going, "Wait a minute, what does he mean, did you get me?" But if I do a meaning for meaning translation, I will translate as, "Did you understand me?" If I do a word for word translation, it's going to come out, "Did you get me?" And it may be a little more confusing. So in that range, you've got things like the NLT, the New Living Translation, at one end, which are really more about meaning for meaning, and those are more interpretive. Because what do you think he really meant? Well, it's a matter of interpretation. All the way to the ESV and the NASB on this end that are really word for words, and they're a little more difficult to read. And then there are things on the outside that are more like commentaries, like the Message, which I wouldn't use, but I mean some people do. But they're really not even far afield from even a meaning for meaning. So that's the spectrum you have. NLT, NIV, NASB, ESV. That's the kind of range we're looking at. King James is going to be in there somewhere. The question really is, from a language perspective, as most of us don't use the original 1611 translation, we're using something where we've removed a lot of the these and thous. Not everyone keeps the these and thous. So the New King James or the Revised King James will be slightly different. Well, what are we trying to do? We're trying to do what Frank said. Now, when it comes to language on the flat earth, for example, none of us actually read Scripture literally. You know that, right? We don't. We always read it in the context of what the genre is. So when it says in Psalms that God has wings like an eagle, we don't think God's got wings like an eagle. We understand that that language is meant to be poetic. And in that genre, we understand what that means. We don't take it woodenly, literally, in that genre. And if we're in some other kind of genre, like in Kings, where it's describing history, there's a good chance we're going to take things more literally, because the genre demands it. The question, of course, is, what is the intent of the author? Did he intend for us to take this more poetically, or did he intend for us to take this as literal history? And that's a struggle. And as Christians, we may disagree. It shouldn't divide us. It shouldn't be the thing that decides whether we're a Christian or not. These are non-essential issues sometimes. The question really is, I've got a ton of questions that I'm going to ask God about the minute I'm there. And some of these are about, what did you mean by that? Because I've always wondered. But that's kind of the spectrum of translations. And so if your church comes out and they say, we believe, I would just ask whatever you think is the translation you want to use, that you have a reason for using that translation. So when I say to you, hey, so why do you believe it's only this? You could tell me, well, here's why. Evidentially, I believe that these manuscripts are most reliable, and these are the ones that are used for this translation. But most people who say it's this only don't even know what the manuscripts were it was translated from. They just accepted that view as a tradition themselves.
I just got an image of Jim going to heaven and giving God the Columbo tactic, by the way.
Yeah,
It sounds
exactly.
like
3 questions.
What did you
God.
mean by that?
Have you considered an
I
alternative?
invented the Columbo tactic. What do you mean? No, actually, when I went through my conversion process, the first version of the Bible that I read actually was the King James. And I actually decided, this is crazy, over the course of 10 years after that, I decided to read a different translation every year. And I did that. I don't do that anymore, by the way, but I went through that process. And one thing that I found to be actually helpful is I found that in reading the Bible with every different version that I went through, I understood some things that I didn't understand before. But there were some things that were more difficult than others, including, for example, the parable of the shrewd manager. I couldn't understand the meaning of that in Luke. What is that, Luke 15, until I read several. What I found to be helpful was actually to have a literal translation and a paraphrase, something like the NASB and the NLT, and to go back and forth between them, the word-for-word translation and the paraphrase. And I found that kind of by synthesizing the two, that was very instructive. So that might be helpful to you.
Yeah, back to the flat earth thing, just briefly. We use nature to sometimes interpret the scripture. For example, the scripture says the sun rises and the sun sets, right? And this was a source of controversy several hundred years ago. But now we realize that Scripture is using observational language. Yes, it does appear that the sun rises and the sun sets, but it doesn't do so in actuality. And we still use that observational language today. If you go home and watch the news tonight, the meteorologist is going to say sunrise tomorrow at 7:02. He's not going to say Earth rotation will become apparent at 7:02, right? We use that same kind of observational language. So the Bible's not wrong or contradicting itself. It's speaking from an observational perspective. And it also says in somewhere else, I think in Job, that he hung the earth on a circle, right? So, I mean, if you want scriptural support for the earth being a circle, that's fine. Or you could just go out in space and look at it.
Another two things that they bring up is...
There's usually two verses that get made for flat earth kind of thinking. You know, one is that, what is the foundation of your thinking? What's the foundation of your view? If you say I've got a foundation for my view, it doesn't mean your view is flat. So how that verse dictates a flat earth has always been amazing to me. Also, you'll see that he'll say the 4 corners of the earth are sometimes described in Scripture. But that's clearly talking about, you know, the 4 points of the compass. There are, really, in some sense, you could argue in a map, there are 4 corners of the map. It doesn't mean that the map is depicting a flat earth. It's that in the context of that description, he's really talking about making a statement akin to, in every direction you go,
or bringing the gospel to the ends of the earth.
To the ends of the earth, right. Does that mean there are actually ends of the earth? No, it doesn't. Because you can get to a point where you're just so exhausted you're at the end of yourself. It doesn't mean there's actually an end of yourself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Yes, sir. What's your name again?
Thomas.
Thomas, this is a military MP, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I follow Atheist versus Theist Facebook debate page, and I was discussing the beginning of the universe with one of the moderators, and he responded to, I can't remember what question I asked, but he responded in a way that I didn't have a good response for him right then. If I'm going to read it, it's really short. He says, I'm not sure there was such a thing as before the Big Bang, strictly. Before and after are concepts that relate to time, and time began at the moment of the Big Bang. There may not have been a before the Big Bang since there wasn't time. To paraphrase Professor Stephen Hawking, asking what there was before the Big Bang is a meaningless question. It's like asking what's south of the South Pole. There is no such thing. Every direction from south to pole is north, and every moment in time from the beginning of time is forward. How would I respond to that?
I don't think we have time for this.
Let me try to tackle that a little bit, though, because I think this is one of the things we get into, right, with these kinds of questions, is we get into, and he's right, we use temporal language, but in order to say, but what occurred before? Or what was the environment? Well, there's no, okay, if it lacks space, dimension, and time, to say what was the environment before, that's a spatial, temporal language. We can't use that kind of language when talking about whatever the cause of the universe is. But interestingly, he's already acquiesced to a couple of important issues. He agrees that whatever caused the universe, that time begins at the beginning of the universe. So we'd have to at least agree that whatever causes the universe cannot be timed. It's timeless. It lacks this quality of temporal timing. So if it's a series, for example, of physical events that causes the universe, well, that's already been eliminated now because he knows there is no time for any series of causal events. It's got to be something that's timeless. He's already made a huge step toward theism without even really recognizing it, because any kind of physical event sequence that would cause the beginning of the universe would require a sequence of events. Yet we're in a timeless situation. We can't use those kinds of ideas. And that's really the problem. And that's why when someone agrees, yeah, it appears that all science dictates that everything, all space, time, and matter came from nothing, this concept of nothing is mind-boggling. And what you see is a lot of atheists try to redefine what nothing is because they're struggling to understand how nothing can produce something. They want to at least suggest, like Krauss will say, well, if you've got space and you wait long enough, these kind of quantum events occur. So he's already saying if you start with the space, which you don't have, and you wait time we don't have, some type of physical event will occur. You don't have matter. So he's basically saying in that statement, if you start with space, time, and matter, you can get space, time, and matter. Well, no duh. That doesn't solve the problem. We don't have space, time, and matter to work with over there. It's nothing. So you redefining what nothing is does not solve the problem. But he's already told you that he agrees that space begins. So I would at least say, though, so it sounds then like you're saying that that first cause, this is how I put it, would have to be timeless. That's a good first place to begin, because I think that a first cause that is timeless rules out every material quantum universe generator, any kind of quantum environment at all. To be timeless means you can't have a sequence of events. And that's where I think he backed into a corner.
Which means you're also uncaused because you didn't have a beginning. You're eternal. One other aspect you can say is, when you say, I don't mean that there was a chronological before, I mean an ontological before. Ontology deals with being, that there was a being prior, not time prior.
But the problem is the minute you use the word prior, he's going to call foul, because prior is temporal language. So we have to kind of avoid any kind of temporal language. That's why I think if you just simply said, it sounds like you're saying there was a cause that is timeless. A cause of the universe that is, I've managed to say that in a way now that involves no temporal language. So that's where you could say it's past tense. There was is a temporal language. So it's really hard to avoid this, right? But I'm just saying, here's what, have you ever had this question asked you? If God created everything, you ever talk about this today?
Go ahead, no, go.
If God created everything, who created God?
Mm-hmm.
This happens all the time. And there's two responses I would have to that. By definition, our God is the uncreated creator of everything. So to say who created the uncreated creator, kind of a silly question that's already been answered. It's by definition, he is the uncreated creator. You don't ask the kind of question, what color is soft? You can't. This is not language you can use. Now, the other problem is that even as an atheist, every one of us, atheist or otherwise, we all believe that that cause is itself eternal. So if I'm Krauss or Hawking, whatever that cause is, we would say is timeless. If it's a quantum generator that's generating tons of universes, That thing has no beginning, we would say, as an atheist. So all of us are relying on some kind of eternal, uncaused first cause. Everyone suggests that's what we're looking for. So we get that. The only distinction here is that cause personal or impersonal? That's really what the argument is. As an atheist, I would have said that cause that's eternal is impersonal. It's a set of forces that just has to act that way. As an atheist, I'm saying, no, that eternal cause is personal.
It has to be personal.
Has to,
Otherwise,
well,
there could
again,
be no
I think
creation.
This is what I talked about in God's crime scene. You can't get those 8 pieces of evidence in the universe with an impersonal force. You have to have a personal cause to get that to happen. And I'll illustrate why. So that's really what the argument's about. So you could easily ask, well, if you're saying that God created everything, who created God? Well, I would say, well, you say the quantum universe generator created everything. Who created the quantum universe generator? It's the same question. We all have to answer it. It seems silly to say I'm the only one who has to answer that. You know, our cause, by definition, is uncreated. Your cause is a little harder to explain.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Jordan.
Hey, Jordan.
So I listened to your podcast a few years ago about the Shroud of Turin. I just want to know, why wouldn't you add that into, your presentation as evidence for God or Jesus?
Because it's a weak argument at best, and if you give a weak argument and you give several strong arguments, your opponent's just going to harp on your weak argument and ignore your strong arguments. It could be the burial cloth of Christ, but it doesn't have to be. In fact, Jim has a good way of putting this.
I don't ever use it. I'm not sure where I land on it. We've got good friends like
Sure.
Gary
Gary
Habermas.
Habermas,
That's probably
yeah.
who you interviewed for the thing, right?
Yeah.
And these guys they really feel very confident about the shroud. They just love it. I don't feel as confident. I think it can be interpreted one of 2 ways. I think you can find bad evidence and good evidence to make the case. And I just know when you work cases in front of a jury, I might have 30 pieces of evidence, but I'm probably only going to present 20. Because the other 10 are just too easy to knock down, and juries remember what the defense knocks down. Then they start to wonder, well, gosh, if they can knock down 10, maybe the other 20 are bad too. You don't do that in front of a jury. You just stick with the stuff that is no-brainer, slam dunk, can't be argued with. It's just, now if they want to bring up the other 10, fine. But I'm going to argue that's not part of my case. My case is grounded on these 20 pieces of evidence. Either you make your defense based on those 20 or not. So we don't bring up things that are on the fence.
So
that to me is clearly on the fence.
Consider the Shroud of Turin as the resurrected Jesus?
Say that again?
Do you guys consider that as something that you guys believe that?
I don't know enough about it, but my friend Gary Habermas does, and he says he's about 80% convinced. But look, let's suppose the Shroud of Turin, he comes out and he says it is authentic, and then somebody figures out a way to realize it's a forgery or to expose it as a forgery. Then people go, see, Jesus never rose from the dead. I mean, that doesn't follow, but that's what people think. Because they debunk one aspect of what we're using, they think all aspects of what we're using or all arguments of what we're using are false. That's not the case, but that's what people think.
Yeah, I look at the entire set of evidences on the Shroud of Turin. I am not convinced personally. I would never use it in a jury trial. Never. Because I have to be convinced that this is true before I'd use anything, right? I don't gamble with this. If I'm not convinced, it doesn't come in. And I'm not convinced. So I don't use it. I don't even talk about it. Cool. Any more than I would talk about any ancient relic. By the way, we just pitched a cold case Christianity television show to CNN Originals, right? So we've been working on this for a while, and they were interested to see. They did a show last year called Finding Jesus on CNN. Yeah. And what they did was they did 6 relics of antiquity, and one of which is the shroud. Now, I realized as I'm sitting in the room with the producers at CNN, and my agent, and my attorney, and the production company who wants to do the show, I realized that the only Christian sitting in that room was me. That everybody else had some economic reason to want to put, they got the best ratings ever on CNN on that Finding Jesus show last year. So they're looking for more content. They know that you guys will watch. But I realized I was the only guy in that room who was a Christian. And I realized the reason why they love doing Finding Jesus is because they trot out one more relic about Jesus that they knock down. Trot out another one, they knock it down. Now, they never say that there was no Jesus, but they love knocking down the relics that are supposed to be related to Jesus. That's why I never use relics, because they're just too easy to destroy. Because churches back in the day, they wanted to say, hey, Philip came from our area. This is Philip's home church, and we have the robe of Philip. It may not be the robe of Philip. There's no way to connect it to Philip. But it gave that church status in the first century. So I just don't think we can trust that stuff.
They actually found out it wasn't Philip's robe because it had Hilton on the inside.
Yeah, it had Hilton. That's right. Yeah. Never steal a robe from a hotel.
All right.
Cool. Gotcha.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jordan. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Philip.
Philip! It's his robe!
I have a question on behalf of an atheist friend. He asks, why does God only save based on faith? Why not appear to everyone so no one doubts his existence?
It's the hiddenness of God question. A couple answers. One answer is, number one, God is not just interested in our intellectual assent. In other words, he wants a love relationship, not just belief that, but belief in. In fact, there were miracles done before skeptics throughout the New Testament. In fact, the Caiaphas and company knew that Jesus had raised Lazarus from the dead, and what are they immediately doing after he does that? We got to kill this guy. They didn't go, he's the Messiah. They go, this guy needs to die. It's better that one innocent man die than all of Israel goes down. It's not evidence that's the problem for such people, it's the heart. The second answer is the one that Søren Kierkegaard gave many years ago, a Danish philosopher, who said, imagine there was a king who was going through his jurisdiction one day and he sees far off in the distance a beautiful young maiden, a young virgin woman who is unmarried, and he immediately falls in love with her. He knows that if he goes to her with his chariots and his horses and his trumpets and his king vestments, his robes and all this, she may acquiesce to his request for marriage because of the power he has, but he would never know, and she would never know if she truly loved him for who he is. So what did he decide to do to win her hand? He actually renounced the throne. He became a peasant like her and went into her village and won her as a peer. And that's what Jesus does for us. He comes to earth, he adds humanity over his deity, he comes in as a peer, a perfect peer, and he wins us as our sacrifice. He sacrifices himself for us, and that's what the king did for this young woman. So, could God appear to everybody? Yeah, he could, but he doesn't have to, and he may just create a problem and interfere with our free will if he did that too often. I know Jim probably has thoughts on this, maybe Mike does as well. No?
Yeah, I think those are great. That illustration has always been one of my favorite, because I would ask that person, well, why is it you don't think he's actually already appeared to you? I mean, we've got friends who get cured, and we find a way to say, well, that's not God. Things happen in our lives that seem too improbable to be by chance, and we find a way to write that off. What would it take? And most people will say, well, if you just ask them, what would it take for you to believe? Most people will say something spectacularly miraculous, like if God came and carved out of the stone on this side of this mountain, I am God, and mentioned me by name. But if people that always qualify it though, they'll say, if that happened and I passed a psychological test, I would believe it. Because the reality of it is, even if that happened, it's another mechanism at work that causes us to reject the things we could plainly see as God's work. It just does. We'll find a way to reject it. But I think in the end also, if I wanted, to say to him with the illustration, if God really wants us to genuinely love us, he won't overwhelm us. If he wants us to love him, he won't overwhelm us. He will call us with more than enough evidence and will allow that decision to be our own. And that's where all of our friends are. It's not like it's in Romans 1. They've got more than enough reason. They could be here at this conference today, and I can make this case, and I could even argue that God has sent me to make this case to you, but you may still reject it. I get that. But then don't argue that you've got no reason that God hasn't done something to persuade you. You just have chosen to reject whatever he's done. So I think that's part of where I would come in. I think the story, though, of Kierkegaard's story, though, is spot on. Is that my dad is aging, and as he gets closer to death, I would love for him to consider the things of God. But I always wonder, if he's on his deathbed and says, okay, I'm in, is he really in? It seems coerced to me. It seems that if you weren't dying right now, you wouldn't be saying this. If it wasn't like so obvious that it's now or never, you wouldn't be saying this. Well, couldn't the same argument be made? If God jams it in your face, it's so obvious that you're just saying, does it mean you really would? It's no test of true faith, it seems to me. I don't believe in blind faith. I believe in an evidential faith, but I don't believe in a coerced faith. So I want God to give me what it takes to know that it's true, and then allow my faith to be genuine to cross the divide, to take the step of faith.
Read the first of the screw tape letters in C.S. Lewis's screw tape letters, because he deals with this directly. It's pretty interesting. Lewis, of course, was brilliant.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I hate
Phil.
C.S. Lewis.
Yeah.
Because I quote him a lot, and people will say, I loved your book, and they'll quote back to me. They think that something I wrote, and it's just a C.S. Lewis quote. Oh, my God, jeez.
I love that. Your Uber's here, Jim.
Oh, dude, I got to go now?
He's got to go. He's got to go to the airport. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Wallace.
He beat me to it.
What? Yeah, you move over there, man. Stay away from me.
He's got a bumper sticker.
Yep.
Does that mean I shouldn't ask the question anymore?
Oh, no. Go ahead, sir. What's your name?
My name is Andre.
Hey, Andre.
I had a couple questions.
We have set a world record in Andres today.
Oh,
it's two.
Too many.
Never had two.
I had a question about the subject. There's subjective and objective truth. And there's born-again Christians. They interpret passages differently. So I was wondering, how would you explain? Does God open like truths to people subjectively, or He only meant one thing in mind? And like, are some people wrong about it, or just God opens to them in a different way?
I'm trying to figure out, you mean from a hermeneutic perspective, from what the Bible says?
Yeah.
Well, the meaning is the same for everybody, but the application may be a little bit different. Right? I can read, say, a proverb, and I know what it means, but it has no relevant application to my life at that moment. But then I read it another time, and I go, wow, I just dealt with that problem. Or now I'm in the middle of that problem. Now I see how it's relevant to what I'm doing right now. So the meaning is always the same, but the application isn't always the same. That's why, by the way, if you're ever in a Bible study and somebody says, hey, Ed, or hey, Mary, what does this verse mean to you? What you ought to say, it doesn't matter what it means to me. What matters is what it meant to Paul, who wrote it down, or Peter, who wrote it down, or Jesus, who said it. Now, if you're asking me, what does it mean to you in the sense, how does it apply to you? And you're interpreting it properly, okay, then you might, well, gee, I've been going through this problem this week, so this is really relevant to me right now. Then, yeah, it may have a different application. The meaning is the same, but the application might be different. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
What doesn't make sense?
I had a couple times where I would read a passage, it'd be like, I'm going through this right now, so it's talking to me, I interpret it that way, and then I would talk to either a pastor or something, and they would kind of explain the more context of it, and it would be different.
Well, then you're getting more information. So maybe you were slightly in error the first time, and then when you got more context and more information, now you have a better, more fuller understanding of what it means. The scripture hasn't changed, but your understanding has. Right?
Yeah, that makes more
sense. I would say that there are different Christians that interpret certain passages differently, but Christians that obey the Bible and believe the Bible is the Word of God, what we differ over are secondary and tertiary issues. We don't differ over the fundamentals. We don't differ over does God exist? Is Jesus God? How do you get saved? Is Jesus coming back? The resurrection? We don't differ over those things. We may differ over what mode of baptism or what kind of service should we have, a more liturgical or a less liturgical kind of service, a more free-flowing service? Yeah, those kind of things, qualifications for elders and those kind of things. We don't differ over the essentials. And so I actually think denominations that believe the Bible are a good thing. Different denominations. Why? Because people worship in different ways. People are wired a little bit differently to worship in different ways, and so I think that's fine. If they agree on the essentials, if we have different worship styles and that kind of thing, I think that's a good thing.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Alex.
Hey, Alex.
I apologize for my English first.
It's good.
Yeah. I want to thank you, first of all, for the work you do, helping our young generation and preparing and training them how to defend their faith. I came from a communist country before the fall of the Berlin Wall, and I can tell you that in a communist country, we didn't lose our children the way we do, we lose them here in this Christian country. So, once again, I thank you for what you do. My question, I couldn't answer it many times when people ask me, is how can God divide all humanity into sheep and goats, saved and unsaved, to the right or to the left, when we have people who never heard the gospel, or savages in the jungle, or children close to the age of accountability, and how can you tell somebody that you can still split all humanity in two?
Excellent questions. What about those that have never heard? That's one of the answers or questions and answers in the app, in the quick answer section. Very briefly, first of all, nobody's never heard of God. Everyone knows there's a creator God, because everyone has creation, so everyone knows there's a creator, and everyone has a moral law, so they know there's a moral lawgiver. The question is, what happens to people who get what we call natural revelation? That's creation and conscience. Do they seek further information? If they do, the scriptures teach that God will get them the Bible and the gospel in order to be saved. But if they turn away from the light they're given, God will not give them more light because they've already rejected. They're not going to come to him if more light is given. They don't want the light they already have. In fact, Paul says on Mars Hill, Acts 17, he says that God has so preordained things that he puts them in the places where they should be so that people will find him and believe. I'm paraphrasing what that says, but the bottom line is God knows where people should be and puts them where they should be, so those that want to hear the gospel hear it. And those that maybe don't want to hear the gospel will never hear it, but if they did hear it, maybe they wouldn't have believed it anyway. Obviously, God knows that. At the end of the day, nobody's going to go to heaven who should be in hell, and nobody's going to go to hell who should be in heaven, because God is just. Our job as Christians is, because we know that the gospel saves, our job is to get people the gospel. We do everything we can to get people the gospel. If people don't hear the gospel, part of the problem is us, because we don't get them the gospel. But God is not going to send somebody to hell unjustly. He's going to give everybody an opportunity. And God knows if that person rejects what's called natural revelation, creation, doesn't matter if you get them the gospel, that person's not going to believe anyway.
There's some interesting books that have been popping up recently, including, I think, is it Garrison who wrote Wind in the House of Islam?
I don't know.
For example, and there have been a couple, and all of these fascinating stories popping up about people having conversions to Christ within Islamic nations. And it's really interesting to see the parallels in the different stories of Jesus presenting himself to people in dreams. Something similar happened in Nabil Qureshi's conversion as well. And so that's why I think it's important when someone comes along and says, well, gosh, you know, what kind of a God would say that people are condemned to hell and people are condemned to heaven, despite the fact that they haven't all had Jesus revealed to them or God revealed to them or had an equal opportunity to have a salvation experience. That's where I do. Once again, not meaning to sound like a broken record, but you do have to apply the Columbo tactic and specifically ask people, how did they arrive at that conclusion? And one of the have you ever considered that questions is this: if they are stating that it would be unfair to condemn someone to a life of eternity, of eternal damnation, without having been given a sufficient and equal opportunity to accept the gospel, they have stated an absolute moral principle that could not exist without God. So you need to understand that's one of those stealing from God situations where the argument seems to be one that undercuts theism, but it actually reinforces it.
In other words, they're bringing up a moral standard. If they're atheists, they have no way to say that God allowing those who've never heard to go to hell would be wrong, because they have no standard of righteousness by which to argue. That's why we go back to the idea that God is ultimately just, and he's going to be just in the afterlife just as he is here.
My question refers mostly to the young kids or before the age of accountability, or people low IQ, or people who cannot.
Well, scriptural support for that is David, when he loses his son to Bathsheba, after the son dies, he says, "The son will not come back to me, but I will go to him." And the implication is that David will see his dead son in the afterlife. That's what the implication is. So obviously that child died before the age of accountability, so they didn't make a choice. And David seems to indicate that he will go see him. Now, what is the age of accountability? Nobody knows. I mean, years ago it was probably 6 or 7. Today it's probably 35, 36, something like that.
Those millennials.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex.
Okay, thank you.
Julian.
Hi, it's an honor to meet you guys. My name is Julian, and before I ask my questions, I just want to say that I was in a head-on collision in 2008. I was literally the bug on a windshield of a pickup truck riding my motorcycle.
Wow.
And I also lead an online group called Monolithism and Moderate Calvinists. My question is that when I'm going on my online forum and I have Calvinists, they seem to think that when the Bible uses the terms all or none, any universal term, it applies in context as some. So my question is, can a universal term be changed to a particular term within context? And then my other question is death in the Bible ever used to describe annihilation?
Yeah, there are some people who make the annihilation argument. In fact, a very respected theologian, John Stott, took an annihilationist view. I haven't read his view. You might want to check into that if you're interested in that topic, but I know he was one who believed in that view. It seems to me that, and I'm trying to think, it's somewhere in Matthew where it talks about everlasting punishment, which sure doesn't sound like annihilation to me. It does, yes? Okay, death, annihilation means that you may be punished for a short time after you die, and then you go out of existence. So you no longer exist, you're annihilated. Where the traditional Christian view is you're punished at the proper level of punishment. Not everybody's at the same level of punishment, but that goes on eternally. And people will say, well, how can that be? Because of an eternal punishment that seems to be too much for a temporal sin. Well, there's a couple of quick answers to that. One is, who says you stop sinning in hell? You just keep sinning. And secondly, it might be that a sin against an eternal being deserves an eternal punishment. Like Jim, when he has solved murders that may have taken 3 seconds to commit, but your punishment isn't just 3 seconds, right? The punishment goes a lot longer than the sin. So that's one way to answer that. But you're asking a question now about some and all. You really got to look at context for that. And it really does depend, I think, on the context of the passage. Personally, I'm not a 5-point Calvinist because I think it makes God the author of evil. Now, why do I say that? Because if God is pulling all the strings, that means he pulled the string of Satan to cause Satan to sin, which makes God the author of evil. God allows evil, but he doesn't create evil. He creates the possibility for it, but he's not the actualizer of it. And I think that's the Achilles heel of Calvinism. It makes God non-essential. It makes his character what we call in theology a voluntarist character, that he's like Allah. Whatever he does is good. And I don't think that's the God of the Bible. I think he is good.
I'm glad Jim left before this conversation started.
Well, Jim was predestined to leave.
And for the record, I was actually predestined to be a non-Calvinist.
I agree. I believe that in the Bible it teaches death as separation.
Yes, it is separation.
Isaiah, I think it's 52, verse 2.
I think 1st or 2nd Thessalonians says that as well. Yeah.
It says that our iniquities have separated us from the face of God. And I believe that in the New Testament, when it says we are dead in our sins, to look at what that means, we just look at what death is. Death is the soul and the spirit separating from the body. So the actual word death implies some kind of separation. So when it says we are dead in our sins, we are separated from God in our sins, is what I think that means.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is a good example of one of those non-essential arguments.
Sure, yeah.
Where we can certainly agree on the deity of Christ, but don't have to agree on the issue of election, for example. So
yeah, we're predestined to agree or not to agree, or something. I don't know. We're predestined to do something here. Make sense?
Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. John.
I did. I want to thank the church or whoever is responsible for bringing you guys, because this is so needed in our culture.
Well, thanks, John. But before we do that, here's Oleg right here. His wife, Karina, right? She came, we did this at a church in San Antonio last October, and she flew with 3 of her kids to that event. And there was only maybe 140 people there at that event. And she said, we're going to do it here in Sacramento. So she invited us here. It's really Oleg and his wife, so you can thank them.
Thank you.
And God, yes.
And God, yeah. I just want to say I spend most of my time in full-time ministry on college campuses. And I'm seeing what these guys are talking about. The Christian, some of the most outspoken people that oppose the life issue and God are sometimes pastors' sons, people that have grown up in the church. And it's because they haven't got this kind of training. It's a big part of it. I have a question about, sometimes I get these hard ones where they talk about the things that seem where God is not just, the things in the Old Testament where just last week on a campus, the guy gave this verse in Psalm where it says, daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction. Happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. How do you handle those?
Yeah, well, I don't, first of all, that is a moral objection, as Mike was just saying. But secondly, I don't think that passage, if I'd have to go back and look at it directly, but I don't think that passage is condoning killing babies on a rock. I think what it's saying is that the people that do that feel vindicated because that's what you did to them. It's not, there's a lot of things that in the Bible that God doesn't condone. I mean, that's what people, doesn't the Bible, they had so many wives, they believed in polygamy.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that God wanted them to be polygamous. It records David's adultery, but it doesn't mean God wanted him to be adulterous. So, in fact, that's one of the reasons I argue that I think the scriptures are true. There's so many embarrassing details in both the Old and the New Testaments that they would never include if they were making this up. I mean, just look at the New Testament. Think about the disciples all run away, maybe with the exception of John at the crucifixion. And who are the brave ones that hang around?
The women.
The women. Now, who wrote that down? Men. Now, what man is going to say that he was hiding for fear of the Jews while the women went down and discovered the empty tomb? Right? No one's going to invent that, right? This is embarrassing that they never would have invented. So, but I would look at that passage again and see what it means. I don't think God is condoning that. I think he's just saying that the people there that did that feel vindicated because you did that to their babies.
Yeah, I mean, most of the people who claim to have moral objections to the Bible just aren't very familiar with the Bible. For example, they'll hear about the story of the rape of Lot from Genesis 19, and you'll see that, 2 of his daughters get him drunk. That's the first rape that's actually recorded in the entire Bible. And there are 2 rapes that happen on consecutive evenings where they get their father drunk and actually, technically speaking, commit a second-degree rape against him. And people look at that and say, well, my goodness, look at all these, salacious stories that you find in the Bible. Well, keep reading the Bible. And when you get to the book of Numbers and that fantastic story that I love, which is 2 chapters long, basically in Numbers 13 and 14, where Moses sends a spy from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. And they go there and they try to retake the land of Canaan. And 2 of the spies there, Joshua and Caleb, are confident that they can retake the land. But 10 of the spies look and they say, look at them. They make us look like grasshoppers. We can't overtake the land. Guess who they are? It's the Moabites and the Amorites, who are the twin tribes who are the descendants of the rape of Lot, where there is actually a punishment that's happening as a result of that sin. So contrary to what people's initial reading is, it in no way is condoning what occurred there in Genesis 19. In fact, it's just the opposite. Another good example is, God destroying the Canaanites. This is where I would strongly recommend Paul Copan's book, which is God a Moral Monster? Initially you look at that story and it appears to be a genocide. And what kind of a good God would support a genocide? Like Richard Dawkins relies upon this, calling God genocidal. Well, guess what? When you read the story carefully, it's very obvious that the reason why they're being wiped out is not because of their race, it's because of their conduct. It's because of sacrificing their children, dashing them against the rocks, doing it for 400 years. And it's interesting, if you really stop and think about it, what would the atheist say if God didn't pass judgment on the Canaanites and instead allowed the evil to continue for 400 more years? They would make the exact same conclusion based upon an opposite action of God. because they simply haven't thought it through. And that's why I think on difficult issues like this, you need to go to secondary sources like Copans. It's very helpful.
And by the way, John, you're on the campus for the pro-life cause. When they bring up this dashing the babies on the rock thing, let's just, for the sake of argument, grant them the premise and say, let's say God was for that. He's God. Right. He gets to decide who lives and who dies. But let me ask you a question. Here you are claiming that when God plays God and kills people in the Old Testament, he's immoral. But when you play God and kill people in the womb, somehow that's a moral right. Can you justify that for me?
Good point.
Why do you have a moral right to kill people, but God doesn't? I mean, that's what we use the term play God for, right? That's what we mean, play God. Like he has the authority to take life because he can resurrect it. We don't have the authority to take life because we can't resurrect it.
He has an eternal perspective, too.
Of course.
Temporal. Yeah.
So the people that are coming out against you looking at that Bible saying it's wrong are the same people that are trying to play God with the unborn.
Exactly, and they are. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. Yes, sir, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
And my question is, well, your very first question in the Q&A was about the King James, and so one of your last questions will also be about the King James, so nice little loop to close there. My question is this, on the Fearless Faith Sacramento webpage, there's a video of Jim Wallace. He's not here anymore, but he talked about the Council of Laodicea, and the reason they had it was because heretic gospels were coming out, usually from North Africa. And so my question is, based from my understanding, and if my understanding is not correct, feel free to correct me. The reason why the King James was translated was not because the language was outdated, but around that time they found a new manuscript that they thought was better. And so Watson and Crick, Watson and Hort, they translated it, and it was a manuscript that came from Egypt, which is in North Africa. And when you compare the King James and the new translations that came out from this manuscript that they translated, they don't always stay the same. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, there's a book that my co-author wrote called General Introduction to the Bible. Norman Geisler and William Nix wrote the book originally in 1968. It was updated in 1986, and I think it's been updated again. And that book goes into these manuscript differences. The question isn't, do we have all the Bible? That's not the question. The question is, do we have too much of the Bible? Do we have certain stories that shouldn't be in there? For example, in fact, we're talking about this at breakfast. There's the woman caught in adultery, right? Should that be in there? If you read your Bible, you're going to see a little footnote in there that says most manuscripts prior to such and such a time do not have this in there. The end of Mark is another one, right? Should that really be in there? Most people say, no, that shouldn't be in there. That's why I don't base any teachings on the end of Mark or the woman caught in adultery.
Whose responsibility is it to determine whether or not something deserves to be in the Bible nowadays?
Well, what they're doing is they're looking at manuscripts to try and discover what the original said, and they're using a process much like Jim talked about when he had the text up there. Remember when he had the text up there? You can recreate what the original text should have been by just comparing all those texts. Now, if you've got one outlier here and you've got this story that seems to be alone and not in any of the previous manuscripts, you might say, well, somebody may have inserted that later. So let's assume that probably shouldn't be in there and stay with this. Or if we are going to put it in there, let's footnote it and say this probably wasn't in the original because it comes in so late. It comes up 500 years after we have this stream of manuscripts which show us otherwise. So it's scholars doing this, and then when they put it into a translation, they make the editorial decision as to whether or not this particular passage ought to be in there or not. But look, there's nothing taught in either of those two instances, the adulterous woman or the end of Mark, that isn't taught elsewhere in the Bible, except maybe snake handling. That's why I don't recommend it. Okay. Thanks, Daniel. This is it right here. Yes, sir. What's your name?
The last question.
My name is Peter, and just wanted to thank you a lot for coming out and speaking to us, educating us. And I think as a takeaway, so you've showed us, how to defend the faith, how not to be afraid of college or whatever. Just understand that Christianity is truly an intellectual worldview and something that we can know evidentially and not just by blind faith. And then we also know, as you quoted in Romans chapter 1, that the issue is not evidence, right? The issue is the heart, because it says that we suppress the truth with our unrighteousness, right? So
let me say the issue is not completely evident.
Right. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Right. So what would you say to all of us? So we know how to defend the faith, right? Assuming we study enough, but how do we engage the people in our lives now? The atheists, the unbelievers. Maybe they're not atheists, because I know atheism is slowly dwindling away, and it's more just, oh yeah, your truth is your truth and my truth, and we're all kind of true. How do we approach that, in a true gospel way and win people for Christ?
Well, you commit to people, first of all. You commit to not winning the argument, but instead to the people before that. Very good example. The reason that Frank and I know each other is that back in 2006, my oldest friend in the world lost both of his parents in the span of a year. And his father had read, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. After his wife had died, a few months after that, they were divorced, but they'd remained good friends. After his former wife had died, he read I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist 3 times and the book of Acts twice. After going on that study of Christianity for a few months, he converted to Christianity. 3 months later, he found out he had a rare blood disease, and he was dead 5 months after that. I actually sat down and wrote a review of I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, which was the story of this man coming to Christ through apologetics. And I actually wrote that, published it on Town Hall, and Frank Turek and his co-author Norm Geisler called me that day. That's how we met and how I started speaking at Summit. And that was a great story, of course, of conversion. But the really bad story was that his son, who was my oldest friend in the world, having lost both of his friends in the period of 1 year, could not possibly believe in God. He was alone, he was hurt, and he would curse God. And I just decided I was going to sit there and continue to stick with him through thick and thin and just be his friend and not try to persuade him until the anger subsided. And what do you think happened? Over the years, the anger did begin to subside. And, in recent years, he started going to church. He has gone and gone and seen the Truth Project with Del Tackett. He still called me, as a matter of fact, while I was in the green room before I gave this speech, calls me all the time. And there's not a conversation we ever have that doesn't involve God and him thanking God for the good things in his life. So the first thing is you absolutely have to put your credibility with the person based upon their understanding of your caring about them before winning the argument. And if winning the argument is your second priority and not your first, you're going to have a much greater success.
Thank you.
I think the book Tactics, which we're out of now, but is very helpful, as Mike was saying, on how to interact with people. And if you ask them the question, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? And they hesitate or say no, the problem isn't here, the problem's here. So as Mike said, you may just stay in their lives and love them. And there may come a point in their life where a tragedy occurs and your phone rings and that person's on the other end, because look, when something really goes bad, they're not going to call their atheist buddies. What the atheist person going to say? There's no hope, this stuff happens. No. They're going to call you, and then it's your opportunity to present them with the truth. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So just be in their lives and love them, and there will be an opportunity that comes up. Otherwise, I think what we all need to do is just have this material in the forefront of our minds and be able to ask questions and interact with people when God gives us the opportunity. Also, pray that you have opportunities now. Pray now that you have resources, that you can actually use them with people. If you pray for these opportunities, they will happen.
Yeah. And I think your recommendation of Greg Koukl's Tactics meshes with that, because Greg is very concerned about maintaining relationships, because one of the things that he emphasizes throughout the book is that it's your goal with people to plant a stone in their shoe. And by being less confrontational and asking questions and probing and trying to understand what they're trying to say, I actually think you gain a lot of credibility with people.
Yeah, the point is you don't have to bring everybody to the foot of the cross with every conversation.
That's right.
You just have to advance the ball down the field, one conversation at a time. Yeah. Just get a first down. Don't try and score a touchdown every time you talk to them. Just bring them along incrementally.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Make sense? All right.
Another last question?
No.
Another last question.
It is a real question. Okay.
It is.
The answer is no. Okay, we're done. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Actually, we've got another last question. So behind me. But
All right.
anyways, we're about 50 days out from November 8th, which is of course election day.
Oh, no.
And
Look
I
at
know
the time!
Yeah.
you guys include a lot of political references in your talks, and I was just wondering if you'd like to comment on this. There's an idea out there that Christians should not engage in politics. We should just stick to evangelism and stay out of it. And I was just wondering if you could comment on that idea, that viewpoint.
Yeah. You know, should Christians stay out of politics? I just automatically go back to, well, first of all, we go back to the example of Jesus. We see in Matthew 23 that he excoriates never the lost, but always Pharisees, because they're not lost, they're deceivers. And we have to understand that they were the politicians of the day. And so we understand that Jesus was involved in politics. And I think the best example that we can give actually is a visual example. Frankie,
I'll look for it. Keep talking.
he's going for it right now. If you think that we should not engage in politics, and politics isn't something that Christians want to be involved in, take a look at a satellite picture of North and South Korea at night. And he's about to show this in a minute. And
if I can find it.
He's going to break the podium, okay?
Break the podium.
But you see in the evening that when you take a look at a picture of North and South Korea, you see that North Korea is completely dark, and you see all the lights coming from South Korea. Why is that? North Korea is a concentration camp. It is communist ruled. And take a look at South Korea. And wow, talk about our political involvement there in South Korea.
Yeah,
So
the major difference.
Thriving Christian church.
Yeah,
as a
the
result of
major
it.
difference between the South and the North is politics.
Yeah.
You know, you got political freedom in the South, you don't have it in the North. Now, what country would you rather live in? South Korea or North Korea? Well, if you'd rather live in South Korea, you better be involved in politics, because the reason you have freedoms and the reason you have a robust economy and the reason you have political freedom and religious freedom is because you live in a country which, at least up till now, has valued that. But unfortunately, it's becoming less and less valuable because Christians are not involved.
Yeah. And of course, the Nazi Germany example as well. And when people, it's really interesting when people look at conservative churches who want to be involved in issues such as fighting against abortion. They say, oh, well, the church shouldn't be involved in politics. Well, we have to be, because so many mainline denominations are a part of the Religious Coalition for Reproductive Freedom, campaigning on behalf of abortion. And if the unborn is human, they're valuable because they're made in the image of God. James 4:17, anyone who bought a book from me saw that I put James 4:17 in there as my biblical reference. It's my absolute favorite verse in the entire Bible. We often think of sins of commission, but there are also sins of omission. James 4:17 says, if you know the right thing to do and you don't do it, you've committed a sin. That's my response to political apathy.
All right. This would be the last
We
two
got
quick
two
questions.
more last questions.
Quickly.
Quickly,
Yes,
I wasn't
sir.
here for the beginning of the question and answer, but maybe you could answer this question. Sure. Was doubting Thomas brought up at all?
We answered that.
We did?
I doubt we did.
I doubt it. Okay.
No
But
doubting
that wasn't
Thomas
my question.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question is, Jesus appeared to the 10 minus Judas, and they believed. They saw his scars, and they believed Jesus. But Thomas was not with them, and then then Thomas doubted, obviously. So how do you reconcile? How does a believer understand where when some were presented with evidence of his resurrection, they were, received it with joy, and when one was withheld the evidence, he had a difficult moment. So how do you?
Well,
how do you reconcile that?
he didn't know Jesus had risen from the dead because he hadn't seen him like the others had, and so he said, "Unless I see and can put my hands in his side and hands in his hands, then I won't believe unless I see it." So once he saw it, then he said, well, I believe. So it's just an example of evidence. And Jesus is an evidentialist. Yes. Elsewhere, he said to his disciples, he said, if you don't believe in what I say, believe in the evidence of the miracles I've done. Yeah. So Jesus and Thomas are talking about the same thing, belief that. Once you have evidence for belief that, then go to belief in. Right? Belief that is intellectual. Belief in is not just intellectual, it's also volitional. Look, Caiaphas knew Jesus was the Messiah, I think. Mm-hmm. He raised Lazarus from the dead, and he's doing all sorts of miracles. He just didn't like that Jesus was the Messiah. So he said, we got to get rid of this guy.
So the root of Thomas's issue was that
he didn't have the evidence. He didn't see him.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't see him up to that point. After he saw him, then he said, I believe. Oh, my Lord and my God. He worshiped him.
Right. I wish I had a Bible with me. I didn't bring it. But I'm curious about Jesus' response. Does he say, oh, you have little faith? What was...
No, he says...
what did he say?
In response, he says, blessed are you who have seen and believed, and blessed are those who have not seen and will believe. Okay? But Jesus isn't dissing evidence, because he then goes on to talk about the resurrection. So, I've never seen Jesus like Thomas saw him. So that's what Jesus is referring to. But based on their testimony, we believe. Right? We have the testimony of the eyewitnesses that says Jesus has risen from the dead. We didn't see Jesus like Thomas did. I've never touched Jesus physically. So that's why he's saying, blessed are those who haven't seen, who will believe.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yes, ma'am.
The real last question.
Oh, it's Sophia.
Hi.
Yeah, hey, Sophia.
So at my school, whenever something bad happens, it's technically my fault because I'm the Christian, so it's my fault automatically. And in class, they'll always bring up something. We won't even learn something, and they'll just skip the lesson and go to me and go, so, Sophia, Jesus hung out with 12 men. Would you like to explain to me how he's not gay? And I'm like, ta-da. I don't really know.
Well,
but he's not
Tom
gay.
Brady hangs out with 12 men. I don't think he's gay. I mean, what? I don't understand the connection.
Yeah, and they'll always bring up something, and I don't know how to reply all the time. And I want to know if there's a statement I could say to end the discussion.
Yeah, I would say reverse. You don't want to end the discussion. You want to be kind with them, and you want to say, what makes you think that men hanging out with other men automatically makes them homosexual?
It's multiple topics. Like, if we're watching the news, they'll be like, oh, look, someone got killed. It's your fault.
Okay.
Why would God let them die?
All right. Well, in that case, what you want to say is, why is it wrong that people die? Who said it's wrong?
Because then he could have stopped it, they say.
But the question is, why is it wrong that people die at all? If God doesn't exist, why is anything right or wrong?
Then why do they have the right not to go to heaven or hell? Why can't they just die and disappear? Because why would God force someone to, for one sin, go eternity to hell?
Well, it's not just one sin. Let me give this one illustration, because maybe this will answer the question. I was in the University of Michigan doing a debate with Eddie Tabash, who's an atheist, and he asked me this question during the debate. He said, Frank, my mom was a survivor of the Holocaust. She lived a life full of pain and suffering. Toward the end of her life, someone offered her the gospel, but she rejected it, and then she died. Is she in hell right now? I said, well, that's a tough question to ask in front of a secular audience. So I said, Eddie, I don't know where your mother is now. I don't know if she had a deathbed conversion or not, but if she didn't, then God is too loving to force her into heaven against her will. You say, well, what do you mean by that? You see, the assumption behind the question is that everybody wants to go to heaven. That's not true.
But they don't.
They don't want to go to heaven. Why? Because who's in heaven? Jesus is in heaven. Well, people have been running from Jesus their entire lives. What's Jesus going to do in the afterlife after they've been running away? All right, you're with me now. That wouldn't be very loving. And here's the illustration I used. I'll use it with you guys. I asked the University of Michigan audience. I'll just ask you. Ladies, have you ever had a man pursue you whom you did not want to date? Some of you are going, yeah, and he's sitting next to me right now. He will not leave me alone. Whenever I ask that question, the women always giggle and the men look at their shoes. They're like, is she looking at me right now? What's going on? Well, suppose this man pursues you, he pursues you, he pursues you, he keeps asking you out, he keeps asking you out, and you finally go, look, I like you, but only as a friend. Ladies, why don't you just stick the knife in and turn it? Every man has heard the dreaded friend rejection.
Sentence to the friend zone.
That's right, you're in the friend zone, right? Well, gentlemen, if you ever hear this, move on, she's not interested. In fact, I have some shocking news for you. She doesn't even like you as a friend. Because if she did, she'd be interested. She's not, so move on. But suppose this doesn't deter this guy. He continues to pursue. He continues to pursue. And he gets to the point where he says, look, I love you so much, I'm going to force you to love me. Ladies, run screaming from the building. Can he force you to love him? No, love by definition must be freely given. If he truly did love you, what would he do? He would leave you alone. That's what God does for us. He sends us cards, letters, and flowers. He sends us creation. He sends us conscience. He sends us the Bible. He may send us a TV broadcast, a radio broadcast, a missionary. He may send this church. He may send Oleg. He may send a vision. He may send, as Mike was saying, in some Muslim countries, Muslims are having visions of Jesus. He may send all that, get your attention, and if you still say, no, I don't want you, God will give you up to your own desires. He will leave you alone, in other words. C.S. Lewis famously put it this way. He said, there's only two kinds of people in the end. Those who say to God, thy will be done, and those to whom God says, thy will be done. Now, someone was mentioning earlier, hell is separation from God, and I think that's exactly right. You're separated from the only source of goodness, the only source of truth and goodness and virtue by being in hell, because you don't want to be in heaven with Jesus. Hell is literally a quarantine of evil. You're going to be separated by your own choice. You don't want God, so you reject him, and God respects your free choice. That's why he doesn't annihilate you. He respects you enough to allow you to continue without him. So it's the just and moral thing to do to allow you to go your own way. Now, some may go, well, let me put it this way. Last thing. Everybody, whether you're a believer or not, has some of the benefits of God. It's called common grace. Everybody experiences love, relationships, a future, a hope. His rain falls on the just and the unjust. But I want you to imagine a place where there is no hope. There is no future. There are no relationships. There is no love. There's just stone, cold, narcissistic self-absorption. That's Washington. No, actually, that's hell. All right? You're separated from the only source of goodness by your own choice. So the people that are coming at you, and they're young people, I understand, Sophia, they don't quite all get this.
Those are my teachers.
They're teachers. Okay, they should know better. And they're coming against you because of your Christian convictions in class? Yeah. Well, you need to stand firm, and then you need to tell the principal about it. Because that is not only immoral, it's, I would argue, unconstitutional that a representative of the state is trying to favor one religion over another, and Mike can speak to this better than I can, in the classroom as a representative of the state. That's what they're doing.
Document this well, very well, and very extensively. And at some point, we probably need to have a conversation about letting the principal know, or other interested parties at some point. But there does come a point where obviously, you know, there's some fools that you have to ignore, but when that person actually is an agent for the state, there is a point at which it needs to be addressed beyond simple argumentation, and the matter needs to be taken up with the school. I am serious about that when it comes to public school students. It shouldn't be open season on Christian students. And so I just say document things well, and ultimately at some point you have to have that conversation with the principal, and if they're not interested, I know some people in Scottsdale, Arizona who are.
And which means that your phone may spontaneously record some conversations.
Okay.
Right?
By the way, my friends in Scottsdale, those who are wondering why I'm wearing this tie, this is an Alliance Defending Freedom tie that I got at one of their banquets. And seriously, anyone who's having any similar problems, if you didn't catch it earlier, do familiarize yourself with adflegal.org. Take a look at their website and look at some of the pending cases, and keep them in mind if you know someone having a similar experience. Thanks.
We want to thank you so much for coming, and thank you, Sophia, for standing for.
Thank
she's
you.
only 14 years old, ladies and gentlemen, and she's got more courage than most of us have, and she's only 14. So you can pray for her. We want to thank you for spending a couple days with us and investing some time to learn more about this. We appreciate you doing that. But I want to turn it over to Oleg, who can tell people what other events are coming up, and then also close us out in prayer, if you would, Oleg. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Jim on the plane or in the airport already, and Frank and Mike. Thank you very much for this event, and God bless you and your ministry. And praise the Lord. You know, because we've been really concerned if will be enough people to attend it. You know, for young people, it's really serious. You got to do something which God did, not we, to invite you here. So this is like God's blessing tonight, and we really appreciate you coming in and enjoy this conference. And I think and pray that it's going to be really helpful for you guys, each one of you, even those who already left. So I want to repeat myself and remind you that for married people, couples, we have a banquet in our church this evening, Slavic Baptist Church, the Cornerstone. Seats are limited. I don't know how much we have left, how many we have left, but you can come up and ask me or Karina or let us know that you're going to join us at 6 p.m. And it's going to be in our church, Slavic Baptist Church, the Cornerstone. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. with God's permission and mercy, we're going to have Frank preaching in Russian Baptist Church in West Sacramento in Bright. So it's going to be morning service at 10 a.m. He's going to be preaching there. So God bless you, and let's stand up and conclude in prayer. Господи, мы благодарны Тебе за эту милость, которую Ты явил нам и в этой конференции. Просим Тебя, чтобы имя Твое было прославлено, чтобы каждый молодой человек, молодая девушка, которые были здесь, услышали весть о Тебе, услышали истину, Евангелие благодати Твоей. Благослови, Господи, каждого. Мы благодарны за церковь, которая приняла здесь нас, за то, что они были гостеприимны к нам. Благодарны за каждого, кто пришел, а также за спикеров, которые были здесь. Dear Lord, in Jesus' name we praise your name and thank you very much for your blessing upon this event. We thank you for each one of the young people that you called in by your Holy Spirit to be here, and we ask you to work in their hearts that your word that they've got today, they've heard today, would be touching each soul, and each one of them would be your followers and your believers. We pray that each one of us, each one of the youth group that been attending tonight would be witnesses of your mercy and grace in this world. Let your blessing be on top of us and in us. Bless us, and we praise your name in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you very much, and thank you, church, who host us here, Slavic Baptist Church. We really appreciate their hospitality and opportunity to be here. God bless you.